Welcome friends, in this free 12-hour technical analysis course, we are going to cover almost everything you need in order to become a scalper, day trader, or even a swing trader. We will focus on price action methods and smart money concepts through clear trading examples. You will learn step-by-step trading strategies that show you how to build your bias, when to enter a trade, how to set your targets, and the right way to move your stop loss. To make sure your trading skills are improved, this free trading course also includes 150 trade examples with the best trading strategies. By the end of this technical analysis course, you will move from a complete beginner into a more skilled and more confident day trader. If you are ready to go, let's do this! First of all, let me ask you a question. What kind of strategy do you trade? Are you an indicator trader like VWAP, RSI, Mete? If they make your life easier, use them. Or are you a smart money trader with the ICT SMC concepts like order blocks, liquidity, or imbalances? Maybe you are a full price action trader only using trends, support and resistance, or even candlestick formations. You can also be an old school chart pattern trader like wedge pattern or head and shoulder pattern. Or you are a full volume based trader using footprints and volume bars together. Who knows, you can be any of these traders. Imagine that you solve your setup based on your strategy. Your strategy can be anything: indicators, smart money, chart patterns, volume trading, it does not matter. The moment you enter a trade, there is no more strategy, there is no more edge, and there is no more prediction. Only God knows if you will stop out or not. And only God knows if you will hit the profit target or not. You must accept this hard truth and reality. No one can see the future. So, what does an average trader do? Imagine you're a trader with 5 years of experience. This is what traders keep doing all the time: jumping one strategy to another strategy every single week. Trading SMC this week, imbalance and liquidity, and the next week start using RSI, and the other week maybe using volume bars, and the next week start using the trends again. Every single week, a new strategy. But what happens in real life? As a person who used every single concept and trading methods out there, I will tell you what really happens in the real life. You are in your first week. An indicator, it can be anything, works perfectly. SMC does not work. Maybe using a wedge chart pattern, it works amazingly this week. Trend works great this week, but volume is not working at all. But look at the second week. The whole table changes. The strategies worked great last week, not working anymore this week. And the horrible strategies from the last week just started to work amazing this week. And this kept going on and on and on every single week. So what is the reality here? Actually, no strategy is better than others. Only God knows which strategy will work better or worse this week. One more time, we have no idea what will happen in the future. Then you are thinking, the biggest question in the world: why the hell do we even need a strategy then? My answer is actually really simple: routine and repetitiveness. By doing the same thing over and over and over, you gain a statistical advantage and a reliable data set. And the same routine makes you find setups easier and quicker. Which one easier? Looking for the same setup every single day, or a different kind of setup every single day? Just think about that. Then what is this golden holy grail, the secret that traders kept searching for years and years and years? It is accepting this simple truth and reality. In trading, 99% of the things are out of your control. The market may go up or down any minute. The only thing we can control is actually our risk, the amount that we can lose in a trade. The holy grail that you have been seeking for all your life is here. Never lose very big. Once you lose a very big amount, putting that amount back on the table almost impossible. Learn to take a loss and move on. Let's simulate 10 trades with a 2-to-1 ratio. Basically, we will risk $100 to make $200. So the question is, how can we lose small and dynamically manage our trades? Let's focus on this question. Imagine you saw your setup based on your strategy. Your strategy can be anything. An indicator trading, smart money, chart patterns, volume trading, it does not matter. Whatever you wish for. I entered the trade, and the price went against me instantly. A quick and a sudden loss. This happens to any trader out there. So our first trade is a $100 loss. Again, entering a second trade. This time price moves in my favor. I am tightening my stop loss by moving stop loss upwards, limiting my possible loss this time. Whoa, what happened? Another sudden loss, but this time, as you can see, a partial loss, not a full loss. I am down another $50 at this point. Third trade. This time the price moves in my favor quickly, moving my stop loss to break even. And finally, a nice 2-hour gain, banking $200 this time. Moving to my fourth trade. Just like the previous trade, the trade is going well again, moving my stop loss to break even, making a no-risk trade. Whoa, what happened? A sudden break even. Nothing I can do here. Now the fifth trade. Nice, the trade is really going well. It gives a cushion to trail. Okay, going awesome here, I like it. I am about to bank 2R, 200 trade one more time. Oh god, it just crashed again. I just banked like $50 or something this time. Better than nothing. Now in the next trade. This time the price moves in my favor. I'm tightening my stop loss by moving the stop loss upwards, limiting my possible losses again. Oh man, what happened? Another sudden loss. But this time again a partial loss, not a full loss. I am down another $50 at this point. And the next trade. Nice, this trade is going really well one more time. It gives my cushion to trail. I am at zero risk at this point. Oh god, I hate trading. Another sudden crash ate my most profits here. And the next trade. This time I'm sure that I will bank $200 and grow the account. Nicely entered trade. What is this? Biggest wick in the world stopped me instantly. Man, trading is really hard, nothing easy at all. And entering the next trade. This time the price moves in my favor. I'm tightening my stop loss by moving upwards. Oh god, after many trades and partial losses, finally a full win. I thought I was never going to get a full win again. And another trade. Nice entry. Come on. I need a full win again. Please God, please. Moving my stop loss to break even. And this another big wick, another break even. So, what happened here? Let's discuss and learn. We took 10 trades. No great performance at all, as you can see. After 10 trades, we only made $200 and collected 2R in total. So many losses, so many break-evens, and mostly partial wins. Now this is a real experience of real traders out there. This is the reality of trading. Rule number 1. What did we do? As you notice, we did not get rich here. But we learned something here. We learned to protect our account no matter what. Rule number 2. We kept our losses minimal as much as possible. We never lost very big numbers. And we made some profits as much as we can. Rule number 3. We dynamically manage the open positions due to the changing trading environment conditions. So what happens if you do this 100 times with a probably $100,000 real or funded account? What you will experience? You will gain the statistical edge of being profitable. You will notice slow but steady growth with a compounding effect over time. So, your takeaway from this video, in reality, there is no 99% winning strategy. If there was a one, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos will be working for me today. All you need to do is put your efforts into mastering the risk management and actively managing your open trades. Today, let's talk about a crashing price that sweeps the liquidity in higher time frames. What can we do about it? What does it really mean? Imagine a very important liquidity level, a higher time frame liquidity level, or maybe an institutional level like previous day low. And you open the hourly charts. Imagine this is the 1 hour chart with 1 hour candlesticks. Price sweeps the important liquidity level, then what will happen? How can we read this price action? How can we trade this? What you see here is 1, 2, 3, or 4 hour time frames together, basically mostly hourly candlesticks. Since we are day traders, hourly candles are really important. If you notice the price action like this one here, price continues to take out the low levels with strong breaks. This means still a weakness in the price. Seller power continues. Then, if you also see these big imbalance areas, the momentum is still strong in the downside. Still favors the bearish power. At this point, the important liquidity level area can turn into a support and resistance flip location. Basically a masterclass amplifier. I hope that all this part is very clear. But what if we see these large rejection wicks at the liquidity sweeps with multi-level hourly candles? This is the initial weakness for the sellers. It means that buyers are not happy with the sellers and trying to push back the price. A fight starts. And then if we start strongly seeing these breaks upwards, it means buyers finally try to take control back from the sellers. Try to start a rally. A possible reversal will happen here. And watching the imbalances in the area will help you a lot. Failing bearish imbalances followed by a bullish momentum imbalances is just great for us as bull traders. Okay, in the hourly charts, we solved this price action. Then how can we trade this? This is the main question, right? You just start watching the minute-based candles this time. In the minute-based charts, watching the inner liquidity sweeps, these small sweeps, we can take them as small gas stations to fuel the price. And maybe seeing a couple of inner support resistance flip points will boost the entry points like this. And sometimes price will only boost it by just imbalances. It is impossible to know for 100% sure which will work the best. Okay, let's work on a real life example. This is a single layout chart. I just tried to put everything in one chart So you can see all the price action here at once. At the top, we have mostly hourly time frames from 1 to 4 hours. As you notice, on the left we have the 15-minute chart as a small guidance for us. And the bottom, we have the minute-based charts. 1 minute time frame open to see all the long price action. And on the right, we have the multiple minute-based time frames with 5, 10, and 15 minutes. This simple layout will allow us to see every price action with every time frames at once without switching between time frames. Let's start with the hourly chart and analyze the price itself. As you notice, price sweeps the PDL, the previous day level, the institutional level. Then watch what happens. Price rejects the area with large wicks. You can see it in all the time frames with hourly charts. There is no continuation. This is the first sign of the weakness in the trend. After that, what happens? Notice carefully. Price starts to keep taking hourly candle highs. A possible reversal in action here. Buyers taking the control back from the sellers and try to push the price up. And along the way, you can see the bullish imbalances appear, adding more confluences to the movement. So if this is a reversal, where is the price try to move to? Yes, a clear level above, PDH, the previous day high. So, right here, we have a massive rally. But how to trade this rally in action while it is happening? We watch all the price action in the hourly based charts until this moment. It is time to focus on the bottom part, the minute based charts, and talk about it. As you know, we observed the rally in the hourly time frames. Now let's observe the rally in the minute based charts. Same price action, same price levels, but now we use the minute-based charts. Notice these small inner liquidity sweep areas in the 1 minute. All these small sweeps actually happen at the area of 5-minute imbalances if you carefully look at it. Remember, we are rallying towards the PDH, the previous day high, as our target. In these liquidity sweep areas, you can also notice the couple of inner SR flips as well, as extra confluences to push the price. So all these areas are extremely nice places to enter trades, or at least build some cost averages. And at the top, this last movement was almost perfect. A nice inner liquidity area created, just above the cool SR Philip line, but just the price never swept the area, as I'm watching the price live. But with this general strategy and the main patterns, we can find so many entries. I think this video needs to be studied like 10 to 20 times. This is not a simple video. It teaches you how to read the price, how to understand the price, how to connect to the price. Okay, let's have a deep talk on the structures and taking better trades. Imagine that you spot a nice multi-imbalance area. We know that the asset is trending and now pulling back into this zone. What can we do? It is actually quite simple, right? Wait for the inner structure shift and take a trade accordingly. This is the most logical movement and the trade. And then what happens from time to time? It crashes so hard on this that it stops us. If you carefully look at the higher time frame candles, like the 1 hour, 2 hour candles, you will see that buyers try to react, but there's not much power at first. This makes these trades tricky sometimes. But do not get me wrong, this setup works a lot of time, but not all the time. Sometimes if you are scared, not sure, or find yourself confused or conflicted, just wait a bit. Wait to see buyer power. With the high time frame candlesticks, highs being taken out, and buyers showing some power in our direction. So sometimes skipping the first reversal of market structure break could be a wise idea actually, and waiting for the first break of structure can be a great idea. This will give you extra confirmation and make you feel more secure in the trade. Will it work all the time? Hell no! Nothing works all the time. No pattern or no strategy. What we need is to work around 50 or 60 times out of 100 times. You can lose 40 times and still be okay in any kind of strategy. If you seek even more confirmation, there are a couple of small things. Especially this kind of inner liquidity sweep areas with the inner support and resistance flips are really great. These are actually A++ trade setups. In every trade you take, finding entry is good, but also looking for targets is important as well. Okay, this price rallies, but rallies to where? Possible targets that can pull the price. Previous day, week, and month's high points, or maybe kind of equal highs. It can be a parabolic liquidity areas and imbalances, of course. Furthermore, a bearish support resistance flip points could be a target. All these give me a reason for the rally. Extra confluences and confirmations are always great for the traders. Let's check out a couple of multi-imbalance areas and price reactions. Notice how the price reacts to the multi-imbalance zone. First, rejecting with large wicks, and then starting to take out the candle highs. This is especially visible in the 1 and 2 hour time frame in this example. This means that inside in the lower time frames, there are now a couple of break of structure happening after the first MSB. Let's look at another example here. First of all, we have a great target above, if you can see it, the monthly high with the imbalance combo. In our multi-imbalance area, price first pulls back and then moves as the buyers get stronger and start taking out the highs. Continuous break of structure happening in the lower time frames in this example as well. Let's look at this crash this time. As you notice, this is a downtrending asset and it is obviously crashing really hard. At some point, it pulls back to the multi-imbalance area, but what happens is that price takes out the candle lows again. Then the crash continues downwards. In the lower time frames, bearish structure breaks keep happening in this example. How about this example here? Actually, the same thing happens here. So the summary of this video could be that waiting for more confirmations may reduce your stop losses. But waiting is the hard part for any trader out there. I know that really well. For example, check this inner structure out with the lower time frames. The first market structure break, MSB, happens as you can see. And this is a logical trade with no problem at all. But for some reason you cannot trust this setup yet. Maybe it crashed on you many times and you got upset and scared this time. Then just wait for another break of structure to take the trade. And you will see more powerful side of the buyers this time. I'm sorry that there's nothing out there that will work 100%. Actually, not even 90%. If you can take 100 trades and win around 60 trades and lose around 40 trades, believe me, you are an elite, a professional trader. There is nothing beyond this because markets keep changing. Any strategy that you learn may work 80% one week and 40% the next week. So this is all about the long game, the data and the statistics of being in the net profit. That's all. In trading, especially using higher time frames or swing trading, the most important thing you find out is your overall bias. So you may trade in the direction of your bias. Easy trick to understand the bias is using high time frame candles like daily and weekly candlesticks. I was quite bullish on the Nasdaq in the recent weeks, but why? Let's turn it now. When you look at the daily or weekly candlesticks, the easiest approach to finding your bias is observing the imbalances. If you notice bullish, large imbalances, this is your first sign of strength of the buyers. The other trick is candlesticks. If the previous day or week high extremely strongly broken with the body like this is also a great sign. Basically, the buyers are dominating the sellers in both cases. However, if you notice that bullish imbalances started to fail and are not holding anymore, this is your first sign of weakness in the bulls. Or the break is quite weak. It turns back into like a hammer shape, basically becoming a swing failure pattern, SFP. This is your weakness. It means that bulls are being rejected by the bears. When you notice a new bearish imbalances start to appear and it is crashing the price, this is your main weakness in the price. This means that sellers took the control back from the buyers. Or you noticed a very strong break downwards, another great sign of bearish bias. Here you see, in 5 minutes you find yourself a main bias. Not that hard, right? But how to use this bias? This is the golden question. Now you use main daily or weekly candles to find yourself a bias. In the high time frames, you understood this part. Rest is observing the lower time frames like hourly or maybe minute-based charts and using the fill concepts. In the upper trend, for example, using inner liquidity sweeps, especially with imbalanced tabs as your entries. This is not a complicated setup, actually rather simple. All you need is just some patience. When I was looking at the weekly Nasdaq chart, what I noticed? Nasdaq was actually crashing really badly, and we all expected a new strong breaks downwards. The bearish momentum actually failed right here, no break at all. Instead, look at the upper breaks. Stronger breaks and no swing failure pattern. However, at this time, look at this downward break. It is a swing failure pattern. Yes, it is a bearish break, but it is quite weak and instantly rejected by the buyers, turned into an SFP. How about the daily chart? Please observe the most breaks on the upper side. As you can see, strong breaks most of the time. But look at the downside breaks. All rejected and became swing failure patterns. So what does this tell me? Every drop rejected by buyers, and sellers cannot dominate the buyers. Buyers simply absorb every single drop, as you can notice. Basically, my bias is bullish. So my target was hitting this imbalance area above. It actually hit yesterday, Friday night. When you drop the time frame to hourly charts or minute-based charts, as a swing trader or even day trader, your main job is finding entries on the long side, since your bias is bullish. And your best chance is this nice fill point. Notice this triple lower liquidity point, and right below a large big imbalance. A magnificent place to fill up and keep going upwards. It is also actually supported by this SR Philip location as well. Again, once you find your bias, the rest of the job is finding lower time frame entries based on the fill points. I hope that this video was a clear example for you. We will do a theoretical lesson today, so you will understand all the price action we need after 10 years experience. I will start with a simple SR Philip line. What are the common support and resistance Philip lines? We traders enjoy combining price action with smart money concepts. The previous day, week, and the months are very important price levels. The low and high points are great and natural location of SR Philip lines as a start. If you trade much smaller time frames, you can also add common candles to this, like the 4 and 1 hour highs and lows. These can act as support and resistance Philip lines also. Then, what we look for is the multi-level imbalances, generally colliding with SR Philip lines. I commonly look for 1, 2, 3, 4 are multi-level imbalances. But I also try to check 15, 30, and 45 minutes altogether for sometimes micro scalping. As you notice, I keep adding more confluences to my setups for better trade locations. This is how I find overall trade locations. These two is very important. So, you noticed this price action and found yourself a great trade location. Then you need to ask this question. Do we have reasons, any reasons, to go higher and higher? Do I have a target above? For example, I like institutional targets, such as previous day, week, and the month high location. For micro scalpers, the high of 4-hour candle also can be a great target as well. Furthermore, if I see any kind of equal highs, it will give me extra confidence on my targets. And finally, I always try to combine liquidity points like these ones with imbalances for much better targets. These are great price magnet locations. They are pulling the price. So what do I have here again? First, I find myself a great trade location with SR Philip and imbalances. And then I ask myself about targets, like the clear targets above a combination of liquidity with imbalances. These are the two major steps before taking any kind of trades. Okay, now I am ready to take trades. What can I do? First of all, as day traders or scalpers, do we have any kind of inner imbalances in the area, in the lower time frames? Like the 5-minute, 3-minute imbalances. This will give me an extra confidence. Right before my entry is the price sweeps any sort of inner liquidity. This is really important for fuel. You already know that the imbalance and liquidity combination is the main drive and fuel of the price action. After all this, I'm all set for trading. Now let's talk about the trading models. The first method will be the classic 2-hour quick setups, the market structure breaks with imbalances. The most classic way of trading. You already know this, I know. But these trades should be extremely compact and quick. In and out, in and out, in and out. So what else do we have? I actually hate waiting for the market structure break like most of you. Then instead, without market structure break, I can build a small average in my entry location. Basically, what you do here, place multiple small limit orders into your entry area, creating yourself an average, another version of quick scalping. So basically, what is the point of what we do here? In our entry area, we actually looking for a small PO3, the power of 3. Accumulation, manipulation, and the expansion. I hope that you get the main idea here. Now the problem we encounter so many times, price sometimes never stops here and keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. This can happen actually anytime since we do not have any kind of 100% working strategy. I also say this million times. We do not know the future, what will happen, we have no idea. Then, in this case, you need to wait. Wait for the stronger momentum. Let the price go first. Let it make the first MSB, the market structure, break. So idea here is skip the MSB and wait for the first break of structure, the BOS, and then start trading. Because this time price is more likely to hunt the targets above. This can give you more confidence and trust in the upwards momentum. Finally, the sniper trading that you all have been waiting for. Problem with sniper setups. They are actually not that common. It is not happening daily in my opinion. But I need to teach this because if you see one, take the trade. So, in our entry area, we look for a very compact version of PO3. An inner liquidity sweep with imbalance. This is how you find the sniper trading setups. So actually, this is a fractal concept. What happens here in your overall entry location, the trade location? A PO3 inside PO3, basically double PO3. Look carefully in my overall entry area. First, what we look for, what happens? First thing happening is price accumulates and then sweeps the liquidity as the manipulation. Then the expansion happens. You got this. This is the bigger PO3. Now, look what happens inside. A smaller inner PO3 happens. Smaller accumulation, smaller manipulation, and a smaller expansion. The sniper double PO3 setup. I will try to work on live example in the upcoming next videos. Today I want to also look at things from a different perspective as well. The mistake that we all do. We find a bias and we think that price will move on towards that bias forever, like non-stop. For example, look at this chart. I have a general long bias on this. Then I noticed this lovely equal low sweep with imbalance tap. The price fully filled up now. For example, I decided to make a cost average based entry right here, starting from this point. Then the price moves around 2%, assuming 20x leverage. This would be a nice profit. This is how you get out. But what do we all expect? We wish the price to go higher and higher and higher. Yes, we have a bullish bias and targets. But reality is not like that. Price can crash any second. A tweet from Donald Trump, or maybe a bad global news. Sometimes any economic data can ruin our trades any moment. So at the end, you cost average or use a classic RR, it really does not matter. You must be quick and compact. Let's say you enter a trade like this. Less you stay in a trade, it is much better. Please do not dream like these 10R trades that you saw in the social media. This is just false. 10R means you will gain 10% in the account with a single trade. Can you show me one single trader, a person, can do this constantly every day? It is practically impossible. Secondly, I want to talk about specific trade points. In any chart, when you look at it first, it will just feel ugly and confusing. Just like this chart. But you need to look closely. Then you will be solving the small puzzles. Notice the triple equal lows here. A sweep in here can give you a trade idea. Why not? Maybe a little cost average entry. It is quite possible. What if you hate cost averaging? Then wait for more confirmation. Notice the structure break here, then the small pullback into imbalance, a nice 2-hour trade. Another great possibility in my opinion. Later on, notice how the price creates another equal loss right above the imbalance zone. This is another trade idea, why not? A place that I can build a position by using cost average techniques. Because I know that price has now filled up and I can try to get a quick trade here. Now check this chart. Another ugly and confusing chart, right? After this nice strong break, notice how the price creates these equal lows right at this point. And actually, people building long positions here. And look closely. These trades are not wrong or right. Actually, they are working if you look at it closely. 1 hour or 2 hour gain, they will give you something. If you just can't stop being greedy like 5 hour or 10 hour trades, you can make some money out of most trades that you enter. If you do not take profits or tighten your stop losses in time, probably you will be the food, you will be the liquidity sooner or later. Notice how the price sweeps all the liquidity, all the stop losses here. And in my opinion, another great point for me to build a DCA, a yo-yo style cost average trade here. Why not? Quite possible. Or I will just wait for a structure shift and use a small compact 2-hour trade. This is how you trade. Small, quick, and compact setups. Because markets are really cruel, especially in 2025. Conditions can change any second. Your morning bullish bias can turn into a bearish bias in a couple of hours. I want to talk about the very simple patterns that I look for most of the time. If your eyes can get used to these patterns, finding them is actually not really that hard. For example, you see an overall bullish momentum in the price, in any chart. Price is obviously going up. And you're seeking entries in the bullish momentum. Then you notice something like this one here. Price makes a quick stop, sweeps an inner liquidity area, maybe tapping an imbalance. I call these the gas stations, the areas that price looks for the fuel by hunting the stop losses. But if you can see the same structure with equal lows, now it can be even better for you. This means a lot of stop losses in a single price level, a great source of good fuel. Furthermore, you can add extra confluences to these patterns, simple support and resistance flip lines. It could be like the previous day highs level, or maybe 4-hour stop, the high or low. Any significant flip level will make the entry area stronger. This is why I call these amplifiers in the masterclass. I hope that all these are very clear for you. Now, how to trade these? You can obviously use a risk-reward system, very quick scalps. Nothing wrong with these ideas. However, placing a stop loss could be troublesome because I do not know how much the price will fall back in the situations. Or you can try to build small averages in the fill zones, in the fill areas. Basically setting a series of small limit orders to create an average trade. Unfortunately, there is no clear choice here. You have to try both and decide for yourself. Okay, let's talk about a couple of examples. Now, what you see here is the Nasdaq chart, but it can be any chart that you can imagine. Bitcoin, Forex, gold, or even oil. The time is 9:30, the New York local open time. Probably the highest traded time in the world. On the left, we have the 1-minute chart, and on the right, you can see the 5-minute chart. See what happens here. Look carefully. A perfect equal lows, and right below them, there is the imbalance at the opening. Price fills up and starts a rally from this point. This is the moment of the market opens. Actually, it can be really hard to catch this at the market open, but the pattern is here as you see. Also notice the perfect SR flip location. This is actually the most perfect example of the pattern that I enjoy using a lot. Let me focus on the 1 minute chart alone from the market open. Okay, right after the market opens, then what happens? The same thing. Price sweeps an inner liquidity and taps the imbalance, fill up one more time. It is again an area of small SR flip location if you notice. Then we continue. Price creates this inner trend liquidity and then it sweeps it all once and taps the imbalance. This gives you another fill point one more time. After that above, the same pattern happening again, but this time price not fully hitting the imbalance that I wish for. But look above. A perfect equal lows one more time with the imbalance. Also, the SR flip location looks great. A perfect, quick scalp location. After all that, a similar structure one more time, but this time it fails. You ask why this is failing. Actually, this proves you that every single pattern in the world will fail from time to time, without exception. Nothing can stop this. What actually price is doing here, creating this larger trend liquidity if you notice. It sweeps all the stop losses, crushes into this imbalance with the support resistance flip location. I think you got the overall idea here. Actually, this is a very simple pattern, but just your eyes need to adjust to see this. So, this is what I look for most of my trades or even investments. First, price sweeps a sort of liquidity if it can, taking out some stop losses. Then maybe hitting an imbalance or possibly a BPR, balanced price range, or it can be a multi-imbalance level. Finally, if I can see an SR flip location or a Masterclass amplifier could be amazing to support my entry as extra confluences. Again, it will not work all the time. It is impossible. Nothing works all the time. But this is a highly accurate pattern. It has a high accuracy, designed for the long-term results. Today, let us discuss these 3 entry models which I use the most and how to find great entry locations with momentum strategy. Do not worry, I will go into extreme detail in step-by-step action. So, the Ben coin was one of the top gainer coins of the day and it had a highly strong momentum. And right in this location, you can notice price dips into this multi-level imbalance location, tapping the 30 and 45 minute imbalances and 1 and 2 hour imbalances as well. This is one of the ways of finding entry zones extremely quickly. This method will work on any asset like Forex, stocks, gold, as long as they have a rally or crash on that specific day. Now let me drop to the 5-minute charts and talk about low time frame entry models. Okay, first of all, this is the exact moment of 4 different imbalances being tapped from the higher time frames we just observed. This is how you find your entry zone and start seeking trade entries. Notice what really happens here. Price sweeps liquidity and further taps into these inner imbalances on the left. At this moment, we know that this price has filled up. We have the fill to move upwards basically. And right at this point, you can make a confirmationless entry, only based on the fill. But be really careful. In order to use this entry model, you will need a large stop loss because the price can drop further. Your stop should be large enough to digest for extra movements. Next way of entry is seeing a price switch between buyers and sellers and the trend itself. Best way to do this is using imbalances. Notice right here a 5-minute bearish imbalance fails, and the momentum imbalance start to appear in the bullish side. This is a kind of pre-confirmation actually, without a full structure shift. This could be another style of entry. My last model is my most common model with full confirmation, using the market structure break and the imbalances. As you can see, price breaks upwards and dips back into this BPR and imbalance location. And this is actually the overall PDH, previous day high amplifier location as well from the Masterclass, making the area stronger for the entry. I hope things are clear enough for you at the moment. Okay, let me make a very clear recap for you, so things will be much better to understand. First, you find yourself an entry zone in the higher timeframes, like multi-timeframe imbalances, or maybe order block demands, or optimal trade entry, or big liquidity sweeps. It doesn't matter. And now you are about to make an entry. You notice the inner liquidity sweep with imbalance tap. Now we know that this price is filled up here. I may jump to trade here with a very large stop loss or even building a yo-yo based cost average setup. Remember, this is the riskier way to trade because we have no confirmation at all here. Large stop loss or cost averaging is essential here. Next is kind of a pre-confirmation, which I call the price switch. What you are waiting for here is a change in imbalances, a failure of, for example, a bearish imbalance, followed by a working bullish momentum imbalance. This at least gives me some sort of confirmation here. And the last model is the model that you all know, waiting for a full shift in the structure based on the market structure. This is the confirmation type of entry. I think this is the least risky way to trade, but it takes a lot of time to wait for this. So not bad, we covered my most favorite and best strategies and entry models in a single video. Today, we will do a different kind of video. Today, you will discover your trading style and improve yourself at becoming a better trader. Do you know why so many traders keep failing? Because they try to replicate others 100% without thinking about their personality, lifestyle, or emotional levels. This is the video about finding your trading style. There are three main trading styles. First, pattern traders, using repetitive patterns mostly based on RR entries. Second, order traders, using specific price levels based on multiple order entries. And then the session traders, using session openings, trading mostly the volatility. Now, as a trader, you must try all three trading styles and record your performances and see which one suits you the most. Let's talk about the pattern traders first. Pattern traders observe the repetitive patterns in the markets and wait for the entry. Based on a specific price action, they determine their point of interest areas for the entry. This can be any pattern that you can enjoy. What you see here is one of my most favorite patterns to trade, a combination of multiple smart money concepts. Now the pattern traders use broker alarms so much. Once they have a point area to trade, they generally set an alarm right above this area. Once the alarm fires off, you are ready to trade. But setting one alarm is mostly useless. You need to set multiple alarms on multiple asset classes so you can have a higher chance of trading. This is the core of pattern traders. The good side of being a pattern trader is you can trade anything you wish for, and you'll be looking for the same patterns everywhere. However, checking all these patterns in tens of other assets can be quite troublesome. This requires high effort, discipline, and time. Pattern traders generally have regular morning routines. You check all the assets and set your alarms. They can be day or swing traders based on their preference, but the patterns they trade always the same. The worst side of being a pattern trader is an alarm may never hit, or it can fire off while you are sleeping. There's a chance of not trading every single day. The best side of the pattern trading is, now you know that there is an A+ pattern, a pattern that you really enjoy to trade. You simply set your RR-based setup and leave the screens alone. On the other hand, RR-based trades can be tricky if you are trading the low time frames. Too many possible stop losses. How about the order traders? What kind of traders are these people? Order traders mastered order management rather than patterns. They have a large point of interest areas. They generally use Fibonacci tools, gaps, imbalances, or different kind of tools to determine some specific price levels. So they are not precision traders or snipers. Instead, they are order managers. These traders do not prefer using RR-based setups. Instead, they make small and periodic entries on certain price levels. And they dynamically manage their stop losses. They do not have hard, certain stop losses on some price levels. As you can see, simply they are orders, position, and active risk managers, giving active decisions on the go. Just like pattern traders, order traders can trade anything they wish for. You'll be looking for the same price levels, similar levels everywhere. Order traders mostly prefer specific time frames. Many order traders combine hourly and minute-based time frames, determining a good and large point of interest areas. However, placing so many orders can be quite troublesome. It can easily get out of hand and confuse you a lot. When you see order traders, you will notice that they have like crazy win rates, like 80-90% win rates. However, this is mostly an illusion, since they have very small positions without hard stop losses. They generally tend to make small gains, but when they lose, they will lose quite a large amount. You can make like $50 every day for 2 weeks, but you can lose $5,000 in one single day with bad management of orders. Our last type is session traders. This is one of the most common traders in the world. Session traders prefer market openings, such as London or New York Open. They are generally volatility scalpers. Most common is New York Open at 9:30 a.m. You will see these crazy price movements when the market opens. Most session traders are micro scalpers. They use extremely high leverage or high amount of cash. Most use funded accounts. Scalp the charts in matter of seconds or minutes, extremely quick in and out. However, a session trader can also be a pattern or order trader at the same time. They can wait for their favorite patterns or just make multi-order entries and manage them actively. Session traders prefer to master one asset generally. The one that traded most is NQ futures, the Nasdaq index. Biggest problem of session trading is there may or may not be a great setups or patterns at 9:30 a.m. We don't know that. Basically, you'll be trading whatever market gives you. High volatility is great for our traders because we make money when the price moves. At the same time, handling a high amount of money in 1 minute time frame is a crazy business. A mistake can cost you a lot of money. The best part of session traders is it is like a fixed part-time job. You wake up, wash your face, wait for 9:30 a.m. and trade it until 11 a.m. and you are done for the day. After 11 a.m. you are free to do whatever you wish for. So, my friends, which one are you? Are you a pattern trader? Pattern traders are relaxed and casual traders. They have no rush at all. They only trade their patterns and wait most of the time. They set RR-based trades and leave the charts. Or are you an order trader? Order traders are more position managers rather than traders actually. They manage positions and risks. They constantly watch the charts and handle the positions. They do not enjoy RR-based entries. Instead, they use dynamic orders. If not, you may be a session trader. Session traders generally see the trading as a part-time job. Open the charts at 9:30 a.m. and try to trade whatever market gives them, and leave around 11 a.m. That is it for the day. Okay, have you tried them all? Have you decided yet? Please type your style on the YouTube comment section so I will know what are you. As you already know, there is an unending fight between buyers and sellers in the markets. As a trader, your best approach should be joining the dominant parties. When you look at the 15, 30 or 45-minute candles, or even early time frames like 1, 2, 3, 4 hours, you'll notice this kind of price action, constant green candles. These moves generally start with a nice momentum imbalance. This is a buyer dominance. Or the constant red candles ignited with an imbalance. This is a seller dominance. So, the question is how to join these dominant parties and how to trade these in action. What you are looking for here is a top gainer coin of the day, called with a weird name of Chims. And also, why do I use this indicator called ICT high time frames? It shows me all the price action you need from multi-time frames. First of all, notice how the early party started, where the initial rally ignited. As you can see, around right this imbalance area. What happened after that? A very dominant buyer rally started. Let's take a look at the area together with the 5-minute full chart on the left. Notice where the party started here again, and then the dominant buyer action followed. More importantly, notice this momentum imbalances area inside the dominant party. The moment that buyers push the coin instantly. Now, I want to watch the price action closely again in 5-minute charts only. First of all, notice how the early rally started one more time. It started right around this SR Philip area. But can we go back even further and evaluate the market structure first? Here is your earlier structure box with the protected low. Then it follows another break and a new structure box with new protected low. As a classic trader, you can make the entry right here like a compact 2-hour setup. But are you afraid of too many stop losses? Is there another option here? Let's discuss it. I know that many of you are very tired of stop losses with classic risk-reward setups. Then your only option left is using multiple orders and creating like price averages. Or if your broker allows, create multiple orders with dynamic stop loss management. To use multiple orders, you must determine many entry areas first. Let's check out. First of all, Fibonacci is a great tool. You are making your entry here with SR Philip area on the imbalance with EQ from Fibonacci. This is your first partial entry with your mental stop loss. Then let's see. There is this another great level here. But why? Why this area? Because if the price drops further back, it will be the optimal trade entry area, the golden zone that combined with the inner imbalance. And your last entry should be under this area for the further imbalance and this inner deep liquidity area. So, what did we do here to avoid direct stop losses? For example, instead of using a risk reward like risk a $60 to win $120 setup with 2 hours, what we did is we divided that $6 risk into 3 small pieces with $20. We made multiple entries with our mental and dynamic stop loss in the case of price drops further. In another sense, we just created ourselves an average price. Now, how about trading with the dominant party? Let's talk more about the continuous price action. See what happens here after our first entry tries. Structure breaks one more time and creates another structure box with a new protected low. Now we also know that price is pushing so fast. Buyers are quite dominant with those green high time frame candles in a row. But again, you are very afraid of using the risk reward tool because of the constant and instant stop losses. What we do is again jumping with a partial trade order here, joining the dominant price movement with the buyers. You see what we do here with other time frames clearly. Notice where we joined the price movement. We jump to the dominant price movement of buyers with high speed. We are not afraid because we are not using a risk reward. We are now entering with partial orders. So what if the price drops further again? What you do here again, create other multiple orders until the protected low area. As long as we protect this low, we are bullish here. So basically you are not cursed to use RR tools and be stopped out like 10 times a day. There are other ways of trading like my yo-yo style trading from the Masterclass. All we do is a very simple price action of dividing orders into pieces and making multiple entries instead of making entry at once, while we dynamically manage our stop losses and give our trade some room to breathe and recover. As you already know from the masterclass, what we try to do is actually a very simple strategy. We try to identify momentum imbalance to take trades and find ourselves in the overall entry zone. If we can find an additional support and resistance flip area, this will improve our trading ideas. Then the rest is looking for a low time frame market structure break with a nice imbalance or a masterclass rally strategy. We try to take around 2 trades. We get in and get out, targeting the closest liquidity areas above. This is perfect up until now. However, on a weak market day, what happens? It feels like our trade is working for a while. Then a sudden crash follows it and we stop out. I'm sure that you experience this a lot. So, why our strategy works great some days and not every single day? how can we quickly understand we are in a strong or a weak market day? Remember, if you are a momentum or trend trader, you will need power to trade, a strong power to get the trade running. So, our first trick is quick correlation check. It is an extremely simple idea. You already remember the totals from the masterclass. On a strong day, I want the totals to be on the positive side as much as they can. Then I have three major coins to understand: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. I also want them to be positive on a strong day. And finally, as you remember, the USDT dominance is a negative correlation from the masterclass. You can also add the dollar index as well if you wish. I want them to be negative that day. On the other hand, a weak day is the exact opposite of what we try to do. Totals negative, major coins negative, opposite indexes are positive. So, all you need to do is put all these coins into your list right above the altcoin list. As you can see right now today, totals are negative, around minus 1%. Major coins are also negative, around minus 1% as well. And the USDT dominance, which is the negative correlation, is positive, around plus 1%. So, what does this indicate to me? It means that today is overall a weak day. Sellers are more dominant than the buyers today. Let's talk about the second trick, the altcoin check. As you know, there are over 200 altcoins to trade every single day. When I quickly check these coins, if the majority of the coins are positive, then we have a strong buyer attention today, which is great for momentum trading. But if the 80-90% of coins are negative, then it is a red flag. Sellers are much more dominant compared to buyers. This is an extremely simple trick, but works great. For example, this is my altcoin list. I have over 200 coin features in this list. Right at the moment, I have only like 14 coins in the positive side. But if you scroll down all the list, you'll notice that we have over 200 coins in the negative side. This alone tells me so much. I get this weak vibe from the coins. Sellers are much more powerful compared to buyers today. Third trick is the power shift. Remember, buyers and sellers always cycle. None of them can be dominant to each other forever. They are like yin-yang, balancing the power. Right in the middle of the negative and positive coins, there is the midpoint. So, if you notice that the number of negative coins is rapidly increasing, it may mean that the sellers are gaining more power and start to dominating the buyers. However, if the opposite happens, the number of positive coins start to increase, it may mean that buyers are gaining power and start to dominating the sellers. For example, this is my altcoin list again. You can see the midpoint coins with around 0% gain, which is not negative or positive. The area stuck between buyers and sellers. Remember, we had only 14 coins positive today. But you just started to notice that this number is increasing. Maybe 20 coins started to become more positive, or 30 coins become positive compared to this morning. It means that a weak day can turn to a strong day slowly. Remember, this may happen in the same day. Or you just notice the opposite happening. The number of the negative coins keep increasing. Then a strong day can turn into a weak day. This is an endless cycle. This is a very easy trick to see if there is a power shift. My final trick is the global markets. Remember, all markets and all the money connected each other in the world. You will generally notice that they act together in the strong days. Stocks, gold, coins. Or they tend to crash together. Stocks, metals, and coins. Now, this is not a very effective sign for crypto trading. However, I wanted to point this out. As you can see here in the list, S&P 500 and Nasdaq are crashing today. They are not alone. Gold and silver are also crashing. And this money movement also affects the coins, as you can see. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana is also crashing. All these give ideas about if the day is strong or weak. So, at the end, how to set up a good list to see everything is happening in one single layout. You can see the tickers here. This is my usual list to trade nowadays. I try to update you with my changes as soon as possible. I have the totals. I have the world, mostly stocks and gold. I have the major coins to quickly check out. I have negative indexes, which is USDT dominance and dollar index. And at the bottom, we have our usual coin futures list, which has over 200 coins. This is all the list to understand if we are on a weak or a strong day. Okay, let's remember again. Yin and yang, buyers and sellers, weekday or strong day. Market always cycles between these. One side cannot be dominant to other side forever. Both sides need each other to exist. Also remember this very well. Market can shift on the same day. You woke up now, made a cup of coffee, opened the charts, and the whole world is crashing. You went for a walk and got back 2 hours later, and the entire world may be rallying. No one knows what will happen. Personally, I enjoy taking long trades when I trade momentum-based strategies. It is my preference, nothing special. So on a weekday, it is best to look for short trades. Just flip everything you have learned in the masterclass. That's it. Of course, you can still take long trades on the weekdays if the setup is so good. But remember, you have the lower chance of winning the trade. So in the strong days, our best trades happen. Trades run much easier and rallies are very quick. In the end, momentum coins can act very independently. I've seen a coin rally 60% while the entire world was crashing. When it comes to trading, no one knows the future. Anything can happen in any moment. If you woke up today and started to look for trades, today was a really strong and positive day for the coins. Most of them rally with large green daily candlesticks, and also USDT dominance is mostly weak. And there was this lovely coin to check out, GMT-USDT, one of the top gainer coins. By using our beloved indicator called ICT High Time Frames Indicator, you can see and analyze the multi-time frames at once. The early rally started way before with this imbalance area, but we are not concerned with it. What to look for is recent price action. Right at this multi-imbalance area, price pulls back and hits this 4 multi-time frame imbalances at once. This gives you the perfect idea and to zone to look for a trade. Now, switching into lower time frames, the price action will be more clear and meaningful. You will see it. First of all, this is the point of our 4 imbalance hit from the momentum layout. The area that you will be looking for a trade. At the top, you can see this liquidity gathering. It is kind of a relative equal highs, but not perfect. Hard to call them equal at all. But at least we know that liquidity gathering upwards. In our entry location, you can notice a simple structure shift. And you can use this as your entry. Now, this is an idea of a 2R compact setup. But I want to discuss further. First of all, what really happens here? What are we actually trading for years? Yes, price hit these multi-imbalance locations for us to look for trades. No brainer, we all know that. And we also use this liquidity as our target, basically aiming for stop losses. But actually, what really happens here? We need to discover it. What really happens here is a simple power of 3, PO3. Actually, the whole idea of momentum coin scalping is based on a power of 3 setup. You can see the clear analysis of the PO3 in the candlesticks on the left. What does the power of 3 actually consist of? 1. The fill. Price sweeps, liquidity, and possibly hits an imbalance area, fully filling up. This is generally the first step. 2. Target. Target should be in the opposite side of the PO3. It should be either liquidity or imbalance or the combination of both of them. 3. The structure shift. Structure must shift before the trade. So the buyers and sellers change hands. I hope that this was an educational video for you. The ultimate price action setup. Let's continue practicing our day trading and scalping skills around the market openings. Since Nasdaq is the most commonly traded asset in the world, I will work on it. But you can also use this with any kind of assets like Bitcoin. Before we start, the market opens at an extremely important price level. This blue line indicates the previous month's high point, which is broken strongly, as you can see. And if you look at the 1-minute chart again, you can also see the inner SR Philip location, classic price action method. Then please notice this inner liquidity area created and how the price sweeps it. Now this is a very large sweep actually until the previous month's low area. Sometimes the sweeps can be this big. And at the top, notice the small inner relative equal highs as an inner target. And all this price action actually happens at the 5-minute imbalance area if you noticed it. Okay, let's look at the hourly charts above from 1 to 4 hours. Notice how the buyers took the control very early and starting to pushing the price crazy in the pre-market before the market opening. You can also notice the momentum imbalances which supports the bulls in this movement. Okay, let's make an overall summary here so you can understand the price action really well. In the pre-market before the 9:30 open, we know that buyers gained the control, pushing the market up. This is obvious. Then with the market opening, we notice this lovely inner support and resistance Philip location. It also happens at the area of previous month amplifier. It is a classic Masterclass amplifier which I teach. Price sweeps the inner liquidity in the area, right above the SR Philip, also creates these relative equal highs above for us as an inner target. And all this price action happens at the 5-minute imbalance area. If you check out, you will also see the multiple lower time frame imbalances as well. Now, this is a perfect fuel point for any kind of rallies. Extremely good setup with real live action. Let's look at another day from the last week and observe the price action in detail again. In the pre-market, you can see the previous day's low sweep. But this time, there is no continuation here. Instead, price sweeps the area and reacts back so strongly. This tells us a possible reversal here. If you check the 1-minute chart in detail, you can see the price makes the market structure break, followed by the first break of structure. Obviously, sellers are losing power here, buyers pushing the price back upwards again. After the market open, you can see a very similar structure, a similar pattern in action again. First, the SR Philip area with 1-minute imbalance location, followed by the inner liquidity sweep location, leaving us an inner target with equal highs above. Extremely simple and classic smart money action happens here. And the price fills up here strongly, rallies. Let me do the quick summary. In the pre-market, price sweeps PDL and reacts. There is no continuation. It is not a forward trade anymore. It is a highly possible reversal now. After the market open, we notice a small SR flip with inner liquidity sweep, and the price sweeps the area, fueling up, targeting its own liquidity above the small equal highs area. You see one pattern happens daily if you carefully look at it. Okay, we are on the same day, and bulls control the price obviously. Remember, we always try to trade with the dominant side of the current existing movement. If you check out here, another similar, actually same pattern happens. Our classic combo of 3-4 special moves together. It is like a game actually. Now I think you understood all this pattern and the strategy. Now one question remains here. Can we trade this area between? Well, if you carefully look at it, what are we gonna trade here? In my opinion, there is no concept here. Nothing I see clearly, to be honest. The only thing you can do here in this between area, probably jumping to a rally with a small order to grab some cash from the movement and the momentum itself. That's it. You woke up today and markets are crushed again. All thanks to President Donald Trump and his uncertain politics and policies. In this uncertain environment, trading can be kind of confusing, but we will keep doing what we do best, follow the trend, and trade the strong or weak assets. This lovely coin was in the top losers list this morning, and it was suitable to trade. The moment I saw this multi-imbalance area, I knew that this could be a great location to look for short trades. But again, we shall not blindly short it. Yes, it is a usable strategy, but since the Trump in the White House, blind trades are not good at all. We must try to combine high and low time frames as much as possible. Let's go down in the lower time frames and talk more about these yellow circle locations. So in this 2-minute chart, you can see that this yellow circle point is representing our multi-time frame imbalance location. Basically, our main overall area to look for trades. Also, if you look at the overall trend, you can easily see that we are in a very strong downtrend. Price is just keep pushing downwards. So no need to fight the ocean and waves here. Instead, we will flow with the market. Let's zoom in the trade area and talk more now. Let's have a brainstorm here. First, where can the price move? Notice these lovely equal lows right below that waiting for us. This is our initial target. What else do we have here? Very nice support and resistance flip right at our multi-level imbalance area. Furthermore, if you use your Fibonacci tool to this strong break, there are things like optimal trade entry location with the inner 2-minute imbalance. All great for now. We found a very nice location for entry. What happens next? You can see this inner structure break, which price breaks and instantly pullbacks to this inner 2-minute imbalance. This was a nice entry location for a 2-hour setup here. But you can call this is a very fast action. Now your second option is waiting for the next break of structure and inner pullback. Like this one here. This will give you another set of small trade. Not an amazing trade, but better than nothing. Now, if you just zoom out, this is also a very special location of PDL and Monday low. Basically, Masterclass amplifier locations, as you can see, which makes the trade area more trustable in my opinion. Since I get many questions about forward and reverse trading, let's talk about it. Remember, this can be applied to any kind of asset, coins, futures, Forex, and even stocks. We will start with forward trading. Let's see what happens in this USA CAD 5-minute chart and try to understand the price action. A rally starts from this point to hunt above PDH, the previous day highest institutional level. But why this point? Is this a random point? We will talk about that in a moment. Okay, what happens here? Market structure breaks followed by an imbalance. Then if you use the premium and discount tool, the price hits the discount area. A nice thing is that you can build a cost average in this zone. A combination of market structure break, imbalance, and a Fibonacci EQ area. After all that, what happens? The first break of structure followed by another imbalance and discount zone. This label should have been the BOS, not MSP, sorry about that. Do not mind that. Then the same thing happens one more time. It keeps going on until the final PDH hunt. There are actually 3 trade chances here as you noticed, and ideal places to build small cost average trades. Nothing overly complicated here. Now, why is this level very important? Was it a random point? Let's talk about that. Look at the right side, the higher time frames. Where is the rally actually starting? The moment of hit 2 and 3 are imbalances. Price take the necessary fuel here and ignite the rally until the PDH hunt. Again, what happened here? Price taps the multi-hourly imbalance zones and fill up. Then the bullish structure starts. First MSP, then BOS1, and then BOS2. Along the journey, price makes small pullbacks to inner gas stations to fill up and up again with imbalanced locations. Also getting into the discount zones as well. This structure keeps going on until we hunt the PDH, the previous day high, the institutional level. All great, everything clear, I hope so. Now, then what? We hunted the PDH. Now, what may happen? We actually have 2 options here. Here is where the people make a big mistake. They think that the moment we hunt the PDH, the price will reverse and pull back immediately. This is actually not true. If the inner structure is not broken, price can go higher and higher and even use the PDH as a support line. The second option is our reverse trading ideas. But for this to happen, we need to see a clear structure shift in the price action. In this case, PDH can be our resistance, not the support. As I teach in the masterclass, previous day highs can be a great amplifier to your trades. Let's see what happens in this example. Market structure breaks followed by another break of structures. Sometimes people do not feel really confident on the first market structure break after a huge rally. Even myself feel doubtful from the time to time. Then wait for the first break of structure for better movement. The rest is classic smart money, imbalances and discount zones to trade. I hope that all these are very clear for you. Nothing complicated here. Then you may ask this again. Why the reverse? Why the price falls? If we open our hourly time frames one more time, you can again see that we use imbalances, but this time as our targets. Maybe the price will rally again from here. What we do is quite simple. We follow the three rules of trading, the combination of liquidity, imbalance, and the structure. If you combine all these three in your trading, you can find great entries as well as targets. Today, I'll show you one winning and one losing trade, and also share the easy secret of trading that everyone keeps forgetting. By using our lovely indicator called ICT High Time Frames, we were able to see possible entry location in this coin. But also we can read more than that. We can read the power and the momentum. Notice the 2-hour chart deep on the right. How the imbalance fails right here. After that, bullish imbalances appear and hold really well. This is the easiest trick that you can see the dominance in the market. If you just check the recent price action, price is holding against these three multi-imbalances, giving us a possible entry zone. When you open your lower time frames, like in this case, it is the 3-minute chart on the left, you will notice the exact reaction point right here. Let's check it out in even closer action. What happens here? An inner liquidity sweep, followed by market structure break, leaving this entry imbalance, also overall inner SR flip location. What an amazing trade, right? It is just amazing 2-hour setup here. Or it is not. Let me show you a loss right now. Here is another coin from today, called bread. Again, you can notice the multi-imbalance area, a great location of an entry. This time actually 3 imbalance type at once. Again, opening the 3-minute time frame on the left, so we can see the exact point of the reaction. Just like the previous example, everything is same. Now, I am zooming again one more time to talk about the exact entry. In our entry location, price sweeps inner liquidity, then a very strong market structure break. It is also a great inner SR flip location again. Then this great imbalance area. What an amazing setup to enter. But wait a minute. It failed. It just stopped out. What a crappy indicator and a strategy. It is just crappy and useless. I must quit trading right today, right now. Just look at these 2 trades. 2 different coins on the same day. 1 win and 1 loss. And it is 100% same setup. We must think about this for a second. So let's question this. What really just happened here? The winning setup. Multi-imbalance area, inner liquidity sweep, inner SR flip zone, market structure break, and imbalance entry. What about the losing setup? Multi-imbalance area, inner liquidity sweep, inner SR flip zone, market structure break, and the imbalance entry. Wait, what? 100% exactly the same setup. Zero difference at all. How is this even possible? It sometimes works, and it does not work another time. It is all because you cannot see the future. Every strategy will work and fail. Most traders avoid accepting this. You are avoiding accepting taking a loss. Your inner fear does not accept this reality and it keeps searching for that holy grail with 100% win rate. However, the secret you seek is actually already here. It is inside mathematics and statistics. If you just take the same setup 100 times, just like tossing a coin, if it only works 50 times and fails 50 times, then you'll be making money. This is the end of story. This is the end of your holy grail search. This is the truth that you have been seeking for years after years. We will continue to learn step-by-step day trading with our most practical and best trading examples. Let's have a look at this chart. Ignore the asset. It could be Bitcoin, gold, Nasdaq, Apple stock, or any kind of Forex pair. Since price action is universal, we always try to trade the same or similar patterns. Notice this lovely previous day high line. It is a clear target for us. But also check this out. Perfect equal highs as well. Very good. Now notice these equal lows below. Now it is like a toast between equal highs and equal lows. In this example, equal highs acting as the target and the equal lows acting as the fill. But where is all this price action happening? Notice the chart above. A multi-high time frame in balanced location. So this trade is not randomly chosen. There's a logic and pattern behind it. Let's get back to the trade. What else do we have here? A great support and resistance flip location combined with an inner imbalance. Now this is an extreme example of a A+++ trading setup, a top-notch pattern. It is like Aston Martin or Ferrari setup in the price action world. So we must observe the price action again, then you can see things much more clearly. First of all, we have noticed that price is riding towards the previous day's highs above. And it also has clear equal highs above as well. At the bottom, price swept the equal lows and dove into this inner imbalance area at the support and resistance flip point. All good, I believe. Let me go over it. Step 1. We have a magnificent target above and we have confirmed a possible direction. So we have kind of a bias now. Step 2. In order to move our car to hunt the targets, we need fuel, a gas station. At the bottom, what is price doing? It sweeps the equal lows, taps the inner imbalance, and hits the support and resistance flip zone, a most perfect fuel. Step 3. Where is all this action happening? Remember, this is not an ordinary location. It all happens at the multi-imbalance area of the 30-minute, 45 minutes, and 1-hour levels. Now this is a magnificent price action. It is like driving a Ferrari today. Let me observe the higher time frames in detail in the same trade. You can even spot these setups without opening any lower time frames. We already know that price hits 3 imbalances at the same time. But let's get a closer look at the 30-minute chart in detail. You can see the clear SR flip point. And also notice this inner liquidity area with 3 candlestick low points. Now you have an eagle vision. Let me show you clearly what happens here. We had the bullish targets above, and we needed a fuel, a gas station to go up. Price first builds this liquidity area and strikes down all the stop losses at once. It hits the imbalance with the SR flip point to get all the fuel needed. In my price action diary, I have 3 types of fill. Simple fill is imbalance taps. Advanced fill is imbalance taps plus liquidity sweeps. And the extreme fills is imbalance taps plus liquidity sweeps plus SR flip points. So more confluences are better for the trades. However, do not forget this. If you want to have higher success and better win rates, then you also need a direction, a clear targets. Clear targets like equal highs or previous day highs, or maybe a combination of them. As you can see, trading is all about combining multiple concepts together. Let's start by analyzing Bitcoin trades using our favorite indicator called ICT High Time Frame from FADI. As you already know, this is a multi-time frame indicator that shows us several different time frames and imbalances in a single simple layout. This is the reason why I personally love this indicator so much. First of all, please notice this SR flip line that appears right in the middle of the chart. This is actually a very tricky and important one, and I really need to keep it on the chart at all times. Also, you can clearly see the multi-time frame imbalances showing up at the same time. So, I will mainly be focusing on these areas in order to look for and take a short position. Here, you can also notice swing failure patterns happening right inside those imbalances. As you already know, combining multiple imbalances with multiple swing failure patterns can create an extremely strong and powerful trading setup. The one thing that I am worried about this is 3R chart. This is because there's something very important here. This imbalance here has never been touched before. If you carefully look at it, you will also notice that the SR flip level has not been hit either. Now, when looking at the lower time frames, such as the 15-minute chart, you can clearly see that the market structure actually breaks right at the point of multiple imbalances and swing failure pattern. This becomes a very classic low time frame trade entry. We are just following the structure closely. However, the question is, should you risk 1% or maybe only 0.5% for this particular trade? As you should remember, we still have an SR flip level that has never been touched, and 3R imbalance has never been hit either. So, do you think this kind of price action could actually happen? The price could back deeper and deeper, finally hitting the SR flip level, and also reaching the 3R imbalance as well. Of course, this is something that definitely can happen. So whenever I feel conflicted or confused or not sure at all, the best thing you can do is just simply to reduce your risk. Do not take unnecessary or reckless risks. Let's look at another trading example with multi-time frame imbalances that are very clear. But this time I'm facing another problem. This time I have an extremely large area to cover. Just look at this gigantic imbalance that is standing out here. Do you think that this type of price action can really happen? The price keeps going down and then going down again and continuing further down, slowly filling this gigantic imbalance and then finally reacting. Yes, it is highly possible for that to happen. Then the question is, what should I really do against this kind of situation? Let's open the lower time frames carefully and observe the price action in more detail with more attention. First of all, you can clearly notice these obvious targets, equal highs, lining up with the previous day's high. So these targets give me a strong indication and a very solid reason to believe that the price has strong motivation to go up. However, if you remember correctly, we still have this gigantic imbalance sitting below. The price may easily keep crashing down here in order to fill this large imbalance area. Who really knows? No one can ever know the future for sure. So if you are confused or if you are not feeling comfortable using cost average systems like the yo-yo method from the masterclass, then the best action here is simply to wait for the bullish action on the lower time frame that matches the upper trend. However, as you know very well, waiting is always very problematic for traders. Sometimes you can wait for many long hours just for a single trade to show up. In this case, since you already know that this is the possible market structure breakpoint, you can simply place a stop limit or a trigger order right above this important market structure point. This way, you will not need to wait all day long just for a single trade. Instead, you can save your time and also keep looking at other charts for more opportunities. Let's take a look at a couple of extremely important educational trading materials. We will focus on the top gaining coin of the day. At the top, you can see that our beloved trading indicator ICT high time frames is active. This indicator helps me to observe multiple time frames at once. If you set it up, I will conduct a reverse analysis on this coin. Notice the 5 minutes support and resistance Philip line here. Carefully note this yellow circle. Then check out our indicator where it appears at the multi-time frame imbalance price level. The price action is here actually really clear. Now, what happens just before the SR flip and the multi-imbalances? It's the inner liquidity sweep location as well. Okay, let me make it clearer for you. Price sweeps the inner liquidity area and crashes into the SR flip zone, which happens to be at a multi-imbalance zone. Once you see this price action every day and practice on the charts, you will start recognizing this pattern everywhere. But the golden question still remains. How do you trade this? Actually, you have two options. First, the lazy way, which is basically building a cost average around the entry area. What you do is quite simple. You place small limit orders at strategic smart money points. For example, right under the liquidity sweep points, around SR flip points, and inside the multi-time frame imbalance areas. Then you wait for the orders to be hit, creating an average for you. Now, what about the complicated way, the harder sniper approach? Let's observe the same price action area on the 1 minute chart to get closer to the entry location. If you want to be any kind of sniper trader, you have to wait. Wait for the inner structure to shift in your favor. For example, this market structure break with the imbalance area, which gives you the first trade idea. But the first structure breaks can be quite tricky. For a better entry with more confirmations, you might want to wait for the first break of structure, like in this trade. Then keep trading the structure until you reach a specific target. Why? This is the hard way, I say. Because it takes a lot of time to trade like this. If you look below, you will notice that this price action took 2 to 3 hours to be completed. It's not just that easy. Okay, let's talk about more educational material here. Let's talk about market opens and the Bitcoin here, like the 9:30 a.m. New York opening. If you carefully look here, you will notice two specific support and resistance flip positions right before the market opens. But the first market open is also supported by the previous weeks and months highs. Masterclass students know these as trade amplifiers, which make the trade areas stronger. However, in my opinion, both lines are interesting and create a good bounce opportunity. At this point, we use our indicator to get some help. Notice how the price sweeps all the inner liquidity areas here and taps the multi-imbalances from multiple time frames at once. So this is a quite interesting market open. Let's close up on the market opening and the entry locations. Remember, what is happening here? Price sweeps all the inner liquidity first. Then price taps all the multi-imbalances from multi-time frames our best trading view indicator. Then the price hits the great support and resistance flips with the amplifiers. The rest is a very classic price action structure break, imbalance, discount zones, and a 2-hour compact trade opportunity. And the last question, where is the price heading towards? Yes, we have this clear target here, the previous day high point. Actually, if you carefully look at it, this is a very classic PO3, the power of 3. Do we have another trading option? Of course, a lazy way of creating a cost average. With all the inner liquidity sweep, you jump into a trade with no confirmation at all, just with small orders. But maybe the price will keep crashing into deeper support and resistance flip. Who knows? You keep setting multiple small orders into the deeper zones is a wise idea here. At the end, you will be creating a nice average zone. Now, what about 1 minute micro scalping with the Nasdaq after the market opens? Do we use another pattern or strategy? No, we always use the same patterns and strategies. It does not matter if it is 1 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 1 week, or even a 1 month. We always use the same patterns with the same strategy. Actually, I have published over 300 videos in this YouTube trading channel, but I only trade one single strategy. It's called price action trading. We trade the price with repetitive patterns. Trading the Nasdaq is actually much harder and trickier than trading the coins in my opinion. The best way to trade is micro movements, like here. Notice this inner SR flip with an imbalance area, which also sweeps the inner liquidity. And look at the same thing happens one more time. But this time it fails, because no pattern works all the time. It will fail and you will lose some trades from time to time. There is no fix for that. But look what happens from the wider perspective. A gigantic SR flip location, right at the previous month amplifier location. Also hitting the nice BPR location. The structure shifts nicely, giving you a perfect setup. Now this is an A++ trading setup with so many confirmations. As you can see here, what happens a very classic smart money and price action combination. Remember, in trading, our problem is generally waiting for a good setup to take a shape and form a pattern. This is the mental game of every traders out there. Let's talk about this really great and interesting setup from Bitcoin. As you can clearly see, we have a very large and multi-layered imbalance area right in the middle of the chart. But today I want to focus on something a little bit different and more interesting. Please take a look at the 4 different time frame swing failure patterns, which happen all at the same time and align perfectly. Now this is my 2025 combo update. In addition to our existing multi-level imbalances, we will now also explore and discuss multi-swing failure patterns for better confirmation and stronger signals. If everything is very clear and understandable, let us move down to the lower time frame to find potential entry points and talk more in detail about the setup. Please see this support and resistance flip area. It is just perfect and very clear SR flip change, clearly showing how the price interacts with these levels. And it is not just a simple support and resistance flip. This is a very important masterclass amplifier, which happens to be previous week high point. So it naturally acts as strong bounce point in the market. Now let me zoom in on the area to explain further in much more detail again. First of all, you can clearly see a target below, which I call the PDL, the previous day low level, giving a clear reference for traders. And once the area of support and resistance flip forms its bounds, you can notice an inner market structure break happening very clearly here. The rest of the entry is just a classic price action, nothing really complicated at all. We did this a lot of times. An inner imbalance appears, followed by a deeper pullback, and then you can maybe set a limit order or jump in with a market order if you prefer. But at most, you must use a 2-hour setup, because in these crazy and volatile markets, I don't want to risk very large setup just to gain much bigger profits quickly. Now let's look at another example from BNB, Binance USD2 futures. Again here what you can see is a very nice and clear support and resistance flip in the 15-minute chart, which happens inside a very large imbalance and noticeable imbalance if you pay close attention. There is this interesting inner liquidity sweep here. But we also have this gigantic imbalance that still needs to be covered, as you can see. So if I had to set a limit order here, I would probably place it right below the inner liquidity level, but with enough cushion and a proper stop loss to cover all the imbalance below. When you place your stop losses, you just need to make sure you cover enough areas, because if you use very tight stop losses, especially in the crypto markets, you will get stopped out far too often and lose more than necessary. Now this time, let's open the higher time frames to discuss further. If you look above, you will notice the multi-imbalance area where our trade happened. Now what I want to talk about here is again the addition of the swing failure pattern. I have to say that swing failure patterns may not happen all the time, but they are great confluences to look for as additional support for our trades. And again, if you look on the right side, you will clearly see the multi-swing failure pattern, especially on hourly time frames. It's very obvious and easy to identify once you focus on it. Now, I have a little suggestion for you. Of course, you can look for swing failures in all time frames, on the lower time frames like 15, 30 or 45 minutes. It is possible, but if you focus on the lower time frames, it can be very choppy, and the patterns may not be as clear or reliable like the hourly charts. I hope you now understand how to use multi-imbalances in combination with multi-swing failure patterns effectively at the same time. Okay, today we will look at one of the students' trade, a momentum coin trade. We will dissect his trade from top-down analysis covering all the parts. Pengu coin was one of the top gainer coins on that day. If you start from the weekly chart, you can see that it is reacting to this weekly imbalance area, and right around this weekly SR flip point just starts a rally. Possible idea is clearing all the liquidity above. Very simple perspective, as you can see, nothing complicated here. When you look at the daily chart, you can see more things clearly. Inside the gigantic weekly imbalance area, you can also see that it reacts to the daily imbalance as well. What happens here is fractal movement, same price action with different time frames. Notice these lovely equal highs above, a clear target for us. And the longer relative equal highs as well. Right above we have this leftover daily imbalance too. Altogether, great targets for us. So, what are the weekly and daily charts telling us? Bulls in general power here. We have top gainer coin, plus we have clear targets. If you just go back to the daily chart, you will also notice very important two things. Price attacking two institutional levels on that specific day. Previous day high with previous week high. More importantly, again, when all this happened, the day the coin was in the top gainers list. So it is not a random coin or a coincidence. There is a logic behind choosing this specific coin to trade. Let's go down to the lower time frames now. On the left, you can see the 5-minute real chart, and on the right, we have 6 different time frames at once in our chart. We can cover so many time frames with just a single layout to trade. Right before hunting the PDH, the previous day high, price makes this nice pullback into the multi-imbalance location. So this 5-minute area is POI, the point of interest to look for trades. Okay, all clear. Let me repeat one more time. First, you found yourself a top gainer coin. Again, this is not a random choice. There is a logic behind choosing this coin. 2. You found clear targets above like daily, weekly imbalances, liquidity points, institutional levels to hunt. 3. You found yourself a trade area with possible multi-level imbalances. Now, what really happens here? Notice what we have. Another micro SR flip location, which I love the most. And right above this SR flip area, a great liquidity sweep. Actually, a fake MSP. The Masterclass students will understand this setup very well before hunting the previous day highs. We have a great setup with clear targets. I hope all this becomes crystal clear to you. Now, how can you trade this setup? You can notice this inner structure break, especially if you go lower time frames, and build a nice 2-hour compact setup. This is a very classic, a traditional way of trading which most traders use. But what if the price needs more fuel to go up? Maybe it will sweep the area a couple more times. After all, you, me, and no one else knows the future. Can we just set limit orders into critical locations and build yourself an average trade? Why not? I love building yo-yo style trades. What a great setup with full top-down analysis, guys. This is a A++ setup, which may not happen every single day, but I can say this clearly, this is a very educational video here. Let's get back to the real price action trading. In this week, the Nasdaq chart, please notice this previous week low level. It is extremely important for us. I made a mistake with the label, sorry, but you got the idea. Now I'm jumping from the 1 week to 1 minute. It is like an intergalactic light speed jump. What you see here, a market open day in the New York, 9:30 a.m. I want to show you the price action here. We start with this nice support and resistance flip line. Notice carefully, price rejects this price level twice. And then the level is strongly broken. Basically, it is flipped. This is why we call it SR flip, support and resistance flip. Some people call it break and retest levels. Actually, names are not important at all. Just focus on the price action. Once a support level now becomes a resistance. This is all the thing that you need to know. Now at this point, we are also watching our multi-level imbalances with our indicator. By using the ICT high time frame indicator, I can see the price action in higher time frames without switching between time frames at all. This makes everything much faster for me, especially for day traders and scalpers. You need speed and seeing things at once like this here. Notice this multi-level imbalance location here, which just collided with the support and resistance flip location. And if you look above, you can see the same thing happened before. So this is a pattern. What is a pattern? A pattern is a historical repetitive price action that guides us to take new trades. Very simple idea actually. Now we are all settled. But how can we trade this? Any ideas? Notice all the inner liquidity swap when the market opens at 9:30 a.m. What is forming here? Just look carefully. An accumulation, then the manipulation, and finally the expansion. Some calls them as distribution. Basically, the power of 3 concept, PO3. And do we have a target to look for? Yes, we have this nice previous week low waiting for us below. I think you got the patterns and concepts here. Please do not stuck with the names. Names are not important. What important is the reading the price action. So the one way of trading this, setting small limit orders into the special places like this one. Basically the possible manipulation area from the PO3. This is an educated guess based on the historical data, building positions slowly into the interest areas. Secondly, what happens here is actually a micro market structure break, but in my opinion, catching this is not easy at all. Happens so fast, there's no time to react to this and what is happening. Lastly, another option, noticing the inner bullish imbalances fail with the manipulation phase. Now I may try to jump with market order with sellers, grabbing some cash maybe. So why do we get in and out? Yes, we have this previous week low as the clear target below. And in this case, it is really nicely hunted. But is it a God-given rule? No. Did you know it was going to hunt the previous week low for 100%? Not at all. The truth is, you know nothing and nothing at all. Nobody knows the future. No one can predict the future with 100% accuracy. This is why you get in and out of trades as soon as possible, especially if you're a scalper or day trader. Another thing that you must understand is the ranges. What if this was a range? A range deviation above and the range deviation below. Maybe the price was going to move like this. Who knows? I do not. You must understand and accept the reality and the truth. Trading has become much harder in the recent years. Everything is extremely unpredictable in the short term, especially for day traders. You cannot just hold positions for a long time anymore unless you're a swing trader with much more higher time frames. Do you want to survive in day trading? Get in and out as soon as possible. Cut your losses. Never lose big money. Master the risk and order management, not the strategies. Most people focus on the strategies so much and forget risk and order management, which is actually much more important than the strategies. Today we will continue using our best indicator, which is the ICT high time frames candles. By using this powerful indicator, I'll be carefully observing multiple time frames at once in a single and well-organized layout. Please take a moment to notice the several imbalance areas that appear clearly in this chart, ranging from the 30-minute to the 4-hour time frame. With the 30-minute and 45-minute imbalances being tapped, along with the 1 and 2-hour time frames, the imbalances were also clearly touched and confirmed. However, as you can clearly see with the 3-hour and 4-hour time frames, there was no imbalance tap at all. So all of this together indicates that something very specific and important might be forming here. If you zoom in closely on the 1-hour and 2-hour area, you will easily notice clear swing failure patterns occurring in that zone. Now let us slowly move to talk about the lower time frames and also see how we can use this useful information from our indicator to apply it in smaller time frames for making solid entries. This is the main area of multiple imbalances, combined with a repeated swing failure pattern that we need to pay attention carefully. And at the exact same time, if you simply look just a little below, you will clearly notice two very significant SR flip areas forming strongly. I will now zoom in more closely on this important area to further discuss in detail the entries and also the possible stop loss to consider. As you can see on the left, we have a Masterclass structure box. Right above it, there is an extremely large imbalance area, which also comes directly from the multi-imbalance indicator. If you look a little higher, you will notice a nice formation taking place. It is not exactly equal highs, but it is showing relatively equal highs at the very top. Now what happens here? The market structure breaks. Then the price slowly pulls back to the imbalance zone. It also sweeps the inner liquidity one more time, which gives you a nice and solid 2-hour setup that looks very clean. I personally think I should be risking around 0.5% here. We clearly have risks in this situation. There are two significant SR flips just below, and also a large imbalance area that still needs to be covered. Also, do not forget the 3 and 4-hour imbalances that have never been tapped until now. So what can I actually do here? Again, I will be risking 0.5 R in this trade. And in the below, I will be using my remaining risk with a limit order placed. This will cover all the imbalances and SR flip areas in a much safer way. As you can notice, I simply divided my risk into two separate pieces. By doing this, I will carefully reduce my possible losses and also increase my overall chances of winning a trade. I think this makes everything very clear and simple for how to handle trades in this type of situations. Now what you see here is the Bitcoin chart with a multi-time frame indicator. However, in this chart, something looks quite conflicting and confusing at the same time. If you carefully look at the 1 hour and 2 hour charts, you will notice that the price reached the nice imbalance areas, and then a swing failure pattern occurred right after. However, the main problem here is the way the price actually came to this level. Notice how these large bearish imbalances appeared. The selling pressure and power in this move is clearly very strong. If you look just a little above, you will also see that previously the sellers used the bearish imbalances once again, and they managed to push the price down very strongly. When you see charts with both bullish and bearish imbalances, with large imbalances showing up on both sides, these are highly conflicting moments even for me as well. The best thing you can do is, in a situation, simply not trade at all. The second thing that you can do, if you really want to take the risk, is to take much less risk than normal. By doing this, you will lose less than usual and still manage to keep the main account alive and going steadily. Let's talk about a couple of price action concepts in a simple and clear way. We will be doing a type of reverse engineering today, which is a little different than usual. Basically, we will not be doing a standard top-down analysis, but instead, we will focus on a down-to-top style of analysis that slowly builds a bigger picture. You can clearly see that there is a strong support and resistance flip line here, right below the PWH level, which means the previous week high. It looks like it did not directly hit it, but it came close enough to make it relevant. And right before all of these moves happened, we had an internal liquidity sweep. Remember to always look at the overall market flow carefully, because here we are clearly in a crashing and very bearish market today. At the same time, the inner structure breaks, which ends up giving us a valid trade opportunity with some confirmation. But how can we actually find these setups a little quicker and easier? The answer is that we always need to focus on specific important areas in the higher time frames and not waste too much time only looking at the small lower time frames. Look above and notice that we are using our classic multi-level indicator, which is called ICT High Time Frames Indicator, created and shared by Fadi. And now pay attention carefully, because where did this setup really came to life? Yes, it happened right at the intersection of 6 different imbalances coming together. Great. Now let me slowly check all the time frames one by one so we can see the full price action more clearly. This is the 30-minute time frame. See how the liquidity sweep happened exactly at the imbalance location. Now we move to the 45-minute time frame. And now we are looking at the 1-hour time frame. Then we keep looking step by step until we finally reach the 4-hour time frame. Now here, pause for a moment. Let me go back slowly again, but this time with a slightly different perspective in mind. Notice carefully the swing failure pattern that formed right inside the imbalance area. Now look at the 3-hour time frame, where the swing failure pattern becomes obvious again. In the 2-hour time frame, you can also clearly see the swing failure pattern repeating once more. And the same exact idea appears in the 1 hour, 45-minute, and even in the 30-minute charts. You can honestly call this setup a real multi-level swing failure pattern that appears across different time frames. I hope that all of these explanations make a good sense to you, and it helps you to understand the logic behind it a little bit better. Now let me take a closer look at this Solana chart. It is showing a very clear and obvious 3 levels of imbalances that come from the multi-time frames. Of course, we used our lovely indicator for this setup. All of these imbalances are already fully filled, which is really great and important to notice. But when you look more carefully at the hourly charts, there is something else happening. You can actually see swing failure patterns forming right at the candlestick level. So seeing the swing failure patterns inside the areas of multiple imbalances just makes the trades stronger, cleaner, and much better overall. Now let me also open the lower time frames below for a more detailed view. This here is the line of candlestick swing failure patterns that come from the 2-hour and 3-hour charts above if you carefully look at it. As you can clearly see, we still have no structure change happening yet in the lower time frame. There is no market structure break here. But later on, after the swing failure pattern gets confirmed, the market structure changes clearly, as you can notice with your own eyes. This actually gives you a very nice and compact 2-hour setup, which is quite powerful for me. So basically what happens here is a very simple yet effective price action. In the higher time frames, especially on the hourly time frames, a very clear swing failure pattern happens. Then on the lower time frames, it is directly followed by a clean structure shift, which becomes the signal to enter the trade with more confidence. This is honestly one of the strongest trading combinations that I have ever worked and tested. I personally call it multi-imbalance combined with multi-swing failure patterns. I think this is one of the most powerful combinations ever. Let's have a look at one of the micro scalping examples. This is the Nasdaq chart on the 1 minute time frame. The time is 8:30, which is 1 hour before the market opens. Normally 8:30 is the big news hour and it can be very hard to trade. But look above. Price has already bounced from the multi-imbalance location, touching almost all time frames. When you look back at your 1 minute chart, you can see that an inner structure shift occurred. This is a very interesting inner support and resistance flip location as well. And right above we have this nice inner liquidity location. We can just keep looking for more price action concepts, imbalances, breaker blocks, and this is kind of an endless journey. So now we know that this is an extremely important price location. Why not set a limit order here? Why not take a small risk here? Why not? We have every kind of fill needed here. If price jumps, this is a spectacular place for a bounce. When you see this, do not be afraid to place a limit order with limited risk. After all, if you do not take any kind of risk, how will you become a trader? Now, from a wider perspective, there were these clear targets above as well. Building downtrend liquidity and right above an imbalanced location. One more thing to notice. If you open the other low time frames like 5, 10 or 15 minutes, you will also notice this is an inner imbalance, inner multi-imbalance location as well. So all in all, this is a spectacular price level for a fill. Let's see what happened after the market opened at 9:30. My first idea was another bounce, since we were in the multi-imbalance area from the higher time frames. Especially with 4-hour based SR flip location was a great place to look for a long. If you look below, you will see another market structure shift with another set of inner liquidity, an imbalance location. This is another great setup in my mind. It is actually identical to our previous setup. But this setup did not work quite well, as you can see. It was a quite struggle. So something is happening here, but what is really happening? Let's take a look above again and notice these gigantic bearish imbalances. So something is happening, price is moving so fast. It could be breaking news, or Trump tweeting, or maybe Powell is speaking, I do not know. The market is just crashing so badly. It is not wise to seek longs anymore. As a day traders, your bias cannot be fixed. You should be able to take long or short trades at the same time if the bias changes. Now let's join the dominant party and crush with it. Notice this area with equal highs and imbalance. This is a great fill source. Why not place a limit order, a trade here? In this particular example, price never hit this order. It is just a shape. But this is trading. You will keep missing trades in your trading career. But if you persist, if you just hold on for a while, the same setups will present themselves again. They will give you some opportunities that finally will work. Look here, another set of inner liquidity with inner imbalance. Now this time the limit order is hit and the market crashes. This is trading with losses, with winners, with missed orders or missed high quality setups. These are natural part of the trading. So basically, there is no need to reverse on a really badly crashing markets until you see a strong reversals. Sometimes it is best to crash with it. All you have to do is spot the great fill locations on the go and place some limit orders. That's it. What are these? Imbalance taps, liquidity sweeps, support and resistance flips, masterclass amplifiers. All will help you. Let's observe a very specific price action happening in Bitcoin lately. Again, I will try to use a single layout so you can notice and feel all the price action on a single screen. First, notice this lovely line, a very specific support and resistance flip location. Carefully look at the price. It cannot break through this area at least 4 times, struggling to make a break. But at some point, this resistance is strongly broken and the price bursts suddenly. So, what was once a resistance line now becomes a support line. This is what I call a flip. Others call it a break and retest, but names are not important. Just understand the price action. Now, if you look at the layout above, you will also notice that these locations become a very lovely multi-imbalance area, a specific price level with 5 imbalances from 5 different time frames. I hope that everything is very clear up to this point. Now, what else are we seeing in this price action? Two specific masterclass amplifiers, the previous day's high and the previous week's high. These institutional levels are natural SR flip locations which boost your trade ideas. This is a high quality pattern altogether here. Let me observe the price action in detail here one more time with a couple of additions. You already understand this pattern. Here are a couple of tricks for you. Notice the inner liquidity area building upside and the swap liquidity area on the downside as well. All this happens at a multi-imbalance level as you can see in the layout above. So what is this setup at its core actually? A simple PO3, the power of 3. Accumulation, manipulation, and the expansion, some call it distribution. Classic combo of price action and smart money trading concepts. I have to talk about a very specific thing here. This is the PDL level, the previous day's low level. Just look at it carefully. Price is extremely close hunting the PDL. But it's also not far away from the PDH as well, the high level. Right at this point, if you try to take a trade like this one here, this is not a wrong idea. There are no wrong ideas in trading. There are only wins and losses. Please do not overthink about it. But there are a couple of problems that we know here. First of all, price is extremely close to the previous day's high and low at the same time, which makes the area a bit tricky actually. Then, if you look above, there is also an equal high structure above, open liquidities as well. But the main problem is different. What you see here is a triangle shape. Basically, there is no clear structure here. There is no trend. Orders accumulate for a long time without any downtrend or uptrend. There is no bullish or bearish structure. All the price is doing is just creating so many open liquidities on both sides, upside and the downside. These kind of trades are generally extremely choppy and tricky. The best action is to let the price action happen with clearer movements and then wait for the price to clear up before making a full decision. Otherwise, many times you'll be forcing trades. I want you to look at this price action here, so you can get a better understanding of the price movements. First of all, this is a very important price level, the one we call institutional level, the previous day high. And I need you to focus right here on this part. Of course, you may ask this, what is special about this price level? We will talk about in a minute. And right below, we have this very clear and nice support and resistance flip as you can notice. Okay, we are all set now. Let's discuss it deeper. I just opened the multi-time frames in a single layout. What you see on the right, 15 and 30-minute charts. I told you to focus on this level. Do you see why this level is very important now? Yes, it is a very interesting price level for us. So what do we have here? We have this great price zone at multi-imbalances. And secondly, we have this great, very close target, the previous day high. After all this, only just one question remains: how to trade this chart. Just zooming in the area with 3 minutes time frame. As a very classic trader, you can use the simple risk-reward system here, looking for a small inner structure shift with an imbalance. Maybe try to trade this kind of 2-hour compact setup. However, what scares me is this clear SR flip location below. As you know, price can easily fall further deeper here, and I have no idea if it can happen or not. Then what options do I have? Of course, setting small partial limit orders to create an average entry. This is a very nice approach for the traders who cannot achieve sniper-like entries. It is actually a more relaxed way of trading with less stress because you will have no fear of any kind of instant stop outs. I hope that all this makes sense to you. Now, what happens after the previous day's hunt? Price strongly breaks the level with high momentum. As you can see, buyers are still in control here. Basically, until I see a strong shift from the sellers, it is not easy to take short trades here. Masterclass students will know this as a reverse trading system, but reversals are hard, not easily happening all the time. Look what really happens here. Structure is clearly still bullish. Price actually holding on in this inner imbalance and the PDH amplifier level. This can give you another long opportunity. So the most important thing in trading is actually reading the price and its intention, rather than being stuck with certain concepts all the time. Always ask this question: who is controlling the price right now? Buyers or sellers? Let's work on our trading skills and discover the importance of cost average trading techniques. See, this is the Solana chart. If you noticed, price is heavily crashing in the last 3 days. We are quite bearish here. First, price swept up top with the swing failure pattern and started crashing a lot. Also notice how it swept the equal highs above. Very nice, a classic price action there. Price was crashing into this previous week low. There was also this nice SR flip location, a great area for reaction as well as a target. Actually, it crashed and swept the previous week low when I was working on the video. You can notice the image on the bottom left. From now on, price may use these $150 areas as a fuel and rally upwards, who knows. We will be watching the price action more and more in the upcoming next week. When I dropped to the 1-hour chart, the first thing that I noticed, the price swept the previous day low as well, but it did not react to it, a very strong crash. In this case, PDL actually becomes a resistance to short more and more. Now, if I open my multi-time frame indicator on the right and check out the location, it is not just the previous day low, but also multi-level imbalance area as well. So all in all, I have a great entry location and a great targets below. But I always fail at entries, so what else can I do? Let's talk about that. One more time, you should have a mastery on finding overall entry zones and the overall targets areas like this. This should be the easy part. Hard part will be the entries. First of all, I mark this inner 5-minute imbalance to tighten my entry location. Now, someone also asked me how to trade and draw the OTE Fibonacci from exactly which point. Remember, smart money concepts are just man-made concepts. Like people, you and me made all these. These are not absolute God-given rules. So do not overthink. This is just an idea. The idea is that the price should be cheap enough to be long or short. Now everything is set. In this case, I noticed this inner MSB, the market structure break. Finally, I am about to enter the trade and get rich. I will be a millionaire today. It is decided. With the small pullback, I have entered the trade. Oh, what happened here? I got just stopped out, but everything was perfect, right? Why God, why me? In this case, you ask. Why did I have to be the liquidity? Then I noticed another structure break and set my order one more time. This time I'll be richer than Elon Musk. Nothing can stop me, right? Again, what happened here? This time the price never pulled back. So at the end, I have wasted all day in front of the computer. All I did was lose money and miss trades. God is my witness, I hate trading. These are the probably things that you are saying right now, right? Then there is the only solution left for you. If you cannot handle the RR risk-reward setups like these ones. With the first MSB market structure break, I am entering the trade. Like a regular risk and reward setup, but this time with partial and small order. I set my second limit order to the liquidity point above, the place that I have normally placed my stop loss if I have used a risk reward. I also set another small limit order above into the deep OTE zone. I have 3 orders set to the logical places. No precision, no sniper entry, or no missing the trade. I have a plan this time to build a cost average entry like this with logical and smart entry locations. In this case, for this example, only Yo-Yo 1 and Yo-Yo 2 entry locations work. Price never do a deeper pullback to the OTE zones. I basically create an average entry between my limit orders. Again, no precision required, no sniper entry required, no more waiting hours and hours to enter a trade, no more missing trades. Just a simple cost average technique with small and partial entries. If you are in my investing masterclass, you will notice the working agents have a similar methods. What we do is small and periodic entries. Let's talk about Forex today and talk about fractal structures in price action. For example, what do you see when you look at this USD Japanese yen pair? In this weekly chart, what do you think? Overall, is structure broken here if you noticed a bearish movement. The most recent weeks reacting to this gigantic weekly bearish imbalance as well. It all happens right at the optimal trade entry location. What about the most recent price action? After the big rejection, a swing failure pattern. So, overall, this weekly chart telling me this pair is quite bearish at the moment. Very simple bias idea. How about the daily chart? What are the daily structures telling me? We are in a kind of inner bullish structure. Price overall wants to go higher from the overall perspective. Maybe this imbalance area could be a great location to react. Who knows? But if you look at the last 5 daily candlesticks, they are quite red and crashing badly. So the most recent price action is kind of bearish in the daily, unless buyers about to respond soon. Now, all of this actually a bit conflicting bias in my opinion. Weekly is quite clear. We are in a bearish structure at the moment. Sellers keep rejecting the buyers. There's no question in the weekly. But the daily chart is actually a bit confusing. Overall structure may look bullish, but the most recent 5 days quite bearish. In my opinion, this is a conflicting movement and there is no true idea. Then as a day trader, we must focus on the most recent price action more than the overall structure. The momentum layout is our big helper. And this intraday momentum looks quite bearish to me. Gigantic bearish imbalances keep pushing the price down. And if you look carefully, sellers keep using every intraday bearish imbalances to push the price down for the moment. So these imbalance locations are great for trade ideas. For example, let's observe this yellow circle in the lower time frames and talk about some trade ideas. First thing that I noticed immediately here, this lovely SR Philip location, which happens to happen in the previous week, and they love locations, which makes the trade idea stronger. Let's get a much closer look at the area. Notice what really happens here. An inner structure shift with an imbalance. And if you use your Fibonacci tool, the deeply pulled backs into the OTE location. And this here, a very nice 2-hour setup idea. Why not? These are the kind of trades that we can look for. And the fractals. I keep getting this question about fractals. It is a very simple concept actually. Check this weekly gold chart. First of all, what is a pattern? A pattern is a repetitive structure in price action. For example, check this one out. A very nice SR Philip, no question. And the same thing happens above. Then notice the both imbalance locations. And notice the same and similar inner liquidity sweeps. This is the 100% same repetitive pattern that I enjoy trading and investing a lot. Now, for a moment, imagine this setup keeps happening. Similar SR Philip, similar imbalance, and similar liquidity sweeps. However, imagine that this particular same setup keeps happening with weekly charts, daily charts, hourly charts, even minute-based charts. So the fractals basically mean that same or similar price action patterns keep happening with every single time frames, and you trade them the same way. I hope that this clears out your questions about fractal structures. We will continue to boost our knowledge of trading by studying price action and smart money concepts in more detail. First, we will talk about price action, and then we will use indicators to help us to find these very best setups. Look carefully at this chart and tell me exactly what do you notice and observe. There are two significant support and resistance flip happening here. They are very obvious and clear, as you can see with your own eyes. However, today I want you to focus something different. These fake runs in the markets. Actually, these first runs are designed to create liquidity traps for us, as known as liquidity points. In both examples, you can easily see how the price first swipes these liquidity points. Then it taps into inner imbalance along with the support and resistance flip lines. Let's zoom in on this area and talk about it in more detail. Why do these setups work so well at certain times, but not all the time? As you know, we can never fully predict the future, and in trading, absolutely anything can happen in any moment. But what we do know is that having clear targets greatly increases our chances of success. In the first example, you can see a very clear triple equal high patterns forming, which is a great and obvious target for us. And in the second example, we actually have a PDH, the previous day's high level, which further increases our chances. As you can see, many different concepts come together to form the final trade setup. Now we have learned a lot so far, but how exactly do we trade this kind of setups? We can clearly see the gigantic imbalance areas on the chart. If you have carefully noticed, you already know that it is important to go into even lower time frames and look closely for a market structure break. But what else do we actually have here? Can I place a limit order right under this trap liquidity point? And also just above the support and resistance flip area. Is that really possible to do? Imagine that I used a setup like this in a trade. This is a great setup as you can clearly see from the chart. But the problem with setting a limit order is that you have absolutely no idea how deep the pullback will be beforehand. And in this specific example, you would have been stopped out very easily. You had a great setup prepared, you had the right bias and a solid trading plan, but the stop loss turned out to be tricky and dangerous here. Since we are dealing with these very large imbalances like on the left, I need to cover as much of it as possible to protect the trade. This is not a fixed rule, of course, but in my case, I feel need for some extra coverage here. You know me well, you already know that I hate using very tight stop losses. In my opinion, this is a much better style of trade management when compared to previous examples. What about the next example? If you carefully look, the price sweeps the liquidity, fully fills up and hunts the PDH above. And after all that, it suddenly starts crashing. So can I place my limit order right here, right under the trap liquidity point, and just above the support and resistance flip area? Was this actually a great setup? I think yes, the stop loss covered the large part of the imbalance as well, giving us extra cushion. Now again you might ask, how can we fight these kind of setups quickly? Of course, we use our best trading view indicator for this job. Look at the chart above and look very closely. See exactly where the first trade happens. There are 6 imbalance tabs occurring at the same time. From the 30-minute chart to 4-hour chart, all lining up at once. When you see this kind of alignment, then you take the trade. It's as simple as it gets. Now, what about the second trade? It is 100% the same thing happening again. 6 time frames, 6 imbalances, and the same 6 taps. This is one of the fastest and most reliable ways of spotting good trades. Will it work every time? Of course not. You're gonna lose money on the road. Before finishing the video, let me take a moment to check this 1-minute Nasdaq chart right after the market opens. This way you can clearly understand that we use exactly the same strategy and the pattern every single time with every time frames. There's a reason why I call my videos one strategy for life or one pattern forever. It's because I only trade using one strategy, and that is pure price action. Notice the small and very specific area here, where there is a support and resistance flip. And right above, we have an equal low sweep. And all of this takes place inside an imbalance area. Yes, this is my ultimate method of trading for 2025. It's a combination of 3 main concepts: support and resistance flips, multi-imbalance zones, and inner liquidity sweeps. Keep trading this pattern, keep repeating over and over again, and keep looking for the same setup every day. If you do this, your trades will improve and grow like crazy over time. Later on, if you look carefully, you will notice the same exact thing happens once again. But this time the price pulls back much deeper, and it will probably trigger a stop loss here. Remember, there are millions of traders out there and none of them can escape the reality of stop losses or the fact that losing money is a part of trading. No one wins with a 100% success rate, and that is simply the truth. Now in Nasdaq, most scalpers aim for only 10 to 20 points per trade. If you get stopped out, then simply wait for the momentum to return and jump in again, because once we have the fuel needed, we should keep pushing and moving upwards. Take your 10 points and get out safely. In and out, repeat the process, and keep restarting again and again every day. In the recent weeks, I started to test our momentum scalping strategy with our markets such as Forex, gold, and indices. What you see here is Euro USD. So the question is, can our momentum scalping strategy work with pairs like this? The answer is it is a yes and no. If the asset is rallying, yes, it is a big yes. For example, Euro USD was heavily rallying in the recent days after the European Union announced an $800 billion military expansion. So what you see here, after a major rally, Euro paused and pulled back into this nice multi-level imbalance location. If you carefully check out the 30 minutes to 2 hours times, you can notice how the price deeply pulled back into this imbalance before the secondary rally. So what we do here is 100% same with our trading momentum coins. There's no difference at all. We will be observing this specific location. But I have to remind you something. The Forex pair that you are trading should be rallying or crashing. It is the same idea with top gainer coins and top losers coins. So in this 5-minute chart, if you turn on the key levels indicator as well, you will notice something interesting. Two natural SR flip locations. But these are not ordinary support and resistance flip areas. They have an extreme importance. Let's zoom in the area and talk further. Basically, these SR flips are part of institutional levels. In my masterclass, I actually call them amplifiers. Why? Basically, they amplify the entry locations and boost our confidence about entries. Okay, remember this is the area where our multi-level imbalances tap, the location of where we seek entries. If you just check it out above, notice these lovely equal highs, which makes a great target. But also, we have this CY8 above. What is it? It is current year high. Another very interesting institutional target. Okay, up until this moment, what do we have? We have our SR flips, we have our amplifiers, and we have our targets. Now the rest is about making entries. If you look closely here, you can notice an internal structure shift. In my opinion, this is a valid entry to take. There's nothing wrong with this trade, but at the end, this trade fails. Later on, there is another internal shift, but this time it works, giving you a valid 2-hour setup. As you can see, there's no rule or certainty that every trade will work. In trading, there's no certainty at all. There's only risk management. But what if you have a bigger vision and those internal breaks are so small to be considered as market structure breaks? Then what? So, if we take this large movement as your MSP, then the story changes. There are two significant imbalances that you can make entries here. In this case, you have to have a very large setup like this one here. A giant stop loss, I know, but this is necessary to cover further pullbacks, and we will have fully target the equal highs above. As you can see, as long as asset rallies or crashes, it has not much difference than trading top gainer or loser coins. Momentum strategy is based on market power, and it may work with all the assets as long as they have enough momentum power. Let's have a look at a great setup someone posted on Twitter for me. This is an extremely classic trading setup and pattern that I teach. It's not complicated, but it has certain steps to look for. Now, I am looking at my Ethereum chart with the 5 minutes time frame. 5 and 15-minute charts are great for seeing overall price action for most day traders. First of all, in this chart we have the clearest targets above, previous week high and the previous day high. And right under them, the equal highs as an additional target. So, we have a bias, a direction, actually a reason for the price to go up at the moment. Now, notice this strong breakout here. Why is this breakout very interesting? We will talk about it, do not worry. Before the break, notice this prior liquidity sweep with an imbalance combo tap. So what is this? A Masterclass super box with a protected low, showing us buyers are powerful here. Now, why was that break important? Let's see. Notice the significant and the magnificent support and resistance flip area. It's just amazing. How many times has price rejected this line here? At least 4 or 5 times. I love this kind of price moments. Finally, how about the higher time frame momentums? Carefully look at the 30-minute, 2-hour, and the 3-hour charts. Notice how the price dips into imbalances before the rally to hit the previous day and week high points. So what you see here is one of my most classic patterns to trade, with a combination of multiple price action and smart money concepts, multiple confluences in a single setup. Now the question remains, how do we trade this? First of all, we have these two inner imbalances, if you can see. Great locations for seeking a trade. And notice the inner liquidity here. Just amazing. So we have inner imbalance plus inner liquidity, a great fuel to hunt our targets above. If you set a trade here, covering both inner imbalances and placing the stop loss at the protected low from our super bugs, no one can tell you anything. This is an extremely legitimate setup that you can use. We expect our price to fill up in this area before reaching our targets above. But what if you want to wait and take like a sniper trade? Wait for what actually? Of course, more confidence and confirmations. Notice this inner market structure break. A weak break, still a break. If you open the lower time frames, you will see a better MSB actually and imbalance areas. So this could be another great setup, more compact with an inner target of reaching the equal highs. So at the moment, you just learned 2 ways of trading the same pattern. Great. But what if you cannot wait and you have zero patience at all? If that is the case, you go to our Masterclass Yo-Yo Cost Averaging methods. Place limit orders into specific price action or smart money levels. For example, placing my first yo-yo into this first imbalance and right under the liquidity area, and placing the second order into this imbalance, another key level for us. Then go get a coffee and let the trade play for you. No need to wait for the perfect entry anymore. Amazing. Let's make a quick summary so you can get an understanding of the price action in a much better way. 1. We already know that we have a clear target above the previous days and weeks high points. 2. We also notice these equal highs as an additional target above. So we have a clear long bias or at least a direction for us. 3. We notice an early inner liquidity sweep with an imbalance step. We know that price filled up here and created a masterclass superbox. 4. Now we seek another set of fuel for the final hunt, noticing this inner liquidity with inner imbalance step area. And voila, we have an A+++ pattern here with 3 ways to trade it. Yes, you just learned 3 ways to trade a single pattern and a single chart setup. Let us master trading and price action one more time as we do every single day. When you look at this chart in the 5-minute time frame, you can easily notice we are in a strong uptrend. It keeps making big higher highs. With the easy break, we're also creating these lovely masterclass structure boxes with protected lows below. If you carefully look at this last structure box, you can notice the protected low swept a lot of inner liquidity as well. So this protected low should be very strong in the theory. Now let us focus on the latest price action. As you can see, price is building upper liquidity here. And right below it, we also have these nice triple equal lows. Before the last push, price dives and sweeps all three equal lows, taking out all the stop loss orders at this level. Furthermore, it taps this nice inner 5-minute imbalance area with the Masterclass PDH amplifier, the previous day's high point. So many beautiful things, great concepts are going on here. Now, at this point, our most loved and the best indicator in TradingView comes into play, the ICT high time frame candles. Just look above and tell me, where is this all action happening? Yes, 4 different time frames with multiple imbalance points. Price simultaneously taps imbalances on 4 time frames, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour and 2 hour charts. All thanks to our indicator, we can spot this very easily. Let's recap the price action here for even better understanding. 1. We noticed great price action. The market kept making new higher highs. A strong uptrend formed. We created structure boxes with the protected lows. 2. We noticed a building of upper liquidity and the under liquidity with equal lows being swept. 3. Price swept all the lower liquidity and tapped this inner imbalance with the Masterclass PDH amplifier. This is just an amazing setup which may not happen every single day. Sometimes you might ask me this: do we trade order blocks or breaker blocks or support and resistance flips? What do we trade? Which concept? People, what we trade is price action, and price action is combination of multiple concepts together to get bigger confluences. What you see here is actually a power of 3. Look at carefully. Accumulation, manipulation, and the expansion all together. And in another perspective, what happened here? Actually a range, a small range, with a deviation and a manipulation under the range. You see, we have multiple concepts in a single trade. Let me count all the concepts here one more time. Structure, liquidity, imbalances, support and resistance flip, Masterclass amplifier, power of 3, and range and deviation. So we roughly traded 7 concepts at the same trade. We got 7 confluences. As a price action trader, you need to learn to combine multiple concepts together to achieve greater trading success. Now let's get back to how to trade this. The most simple trading approach will be this. Just place a limit order right under the liquidity areas, triple equal lows in this case, and right above the previous day high as an amplifier. Set a limit order and leave it. As your stop loss, you need to be clever here, covering as much of the inner imbalances and the liquidity as well, without sacrificing too much of your profit levels. Your second option is our classic Masterclass yo-yo based on the cost average models, placing your first limit order right under the liquidity, the triple equal lows. And the previous day highs is just a great idea again. What about the second order here? Notice this small inner liquidity area here, and a large imbalance below it. Price can easily crash here to get more fuel. We have no idea here. It's a key level to place your secondary order. Then this will create an average for the trade. What is your last option? Actually, it is setting an alarm. Where would you set an alarm here? Again, right under the equal lows location. This is a great place. Once you hear the alarm after the liquidity sweep, then you need to go over even lower time frames to spot a possible inner market structure break. Notice where the deepest low created here, and which high created that deepest low. Here is a simple trick if you cannot wait for all the price action for hours. Just place your buy stop or limit trigger order right above the possible MSP, the market structure breakpoint. This way, You will never have to watch or wait the chart for hours. Let's have a look at this magnificent setup and undertake a comprehensive top-down analysis together. Don't worry about the specific asset types because this approach applies to all markets around the globe. We are currently viewing the daily time frame for this chart. You can observe this imbalance area right here on the chart. The price touches that imbalance zone, sweeps away the liquidity, and then immediately reacts by moving back above. This serves as an excellent daily boosting point, acting like a fuel area that supports the moves on the higher time frames. Since we now have a clear long bias, I will drop down to the 15-minute chart for a more detailed and better understanding. We also have a notable previous day's high target patiently waiting for us. And there is a massive structural shift with an inner support and resistance flip at this precise location. Let's take a look at the specific area to see the details more clearly. Notice how the price sweeps at the inner liquidity level right here. It is also simultaneously building an upper liquidity zone and forming an almost perfect equal high pattern at this point. Additionally, above all, we have this another significant imbalance area highlighted. All of these elements combined together create powerful confluences for us. We have previous day high markers standing out clearly. We have equal highs forming as a solid confluence. We also have an inner imbalance that adds further confirmation to our targets. All these constitute a perfect set of targets to aim for. So, what exactly happens at this critical point? The market structure already shifted significantly here. The support resistance flip has been activated at that level. The inner imbalance zone has been fully tapped by this price itself. And all of the inner liquidity lines have been swept away truly by the move. So, we now have enough fuel to break through and take out these higher targets without hesitation. This represents a classic price action model in trading analysis. The most basic entry idea here is to set a limit order at precisely in this field point where multiple confluences align. You should then place a generous size stop loss to cover any potential deeper pullbacks. Overall, this is an amazing setup for the price action traders. Before we move on, let me quickly recap the actions we took so far. Nothing is complicated here, it is all pretty straightforward and easy to follow. First, the price has been building a larger than usual amount of upper liquidity for us, if you have noticed. At the same time, the price is also building a significant number of lower liquidity points as well. Next, the price taps the inner imbalance and sweeps up all the inner liquidity to gather the fuel that it needs. Now, here is the really magic question for you to consider. How can we even find this precise asset to trade in advance before everything happens? Here comes my special magic trick to identify these great trading opportunities. All you need for this method is the multi-level indicator, which helps us to spot multiple imbalanced locations at once. Basically, what you do is extremely simple to follow step by step. First of all, you need to find yourself an asset showing multiple imbalances, just like this one here. In this example, there are 6 imbalance points happening at the same time across different time frames. Once you spot this particular asset, all you have to do next is analyze. Look at the daily and weekly charts and ask whether we have a solid targets in place. That detailed analysis, all we did in the first part, comes later on the process. I hope that these explanations will help you a lot on your trading journey and make your experience even more rewarding. Finally, let me talk about a very practical 930 market open examples for committed micro scalpers. As you may clearly notice, we are in a perfect support and resistance flip area right now. It also makes another inner SR flip as well, which is combined with a visible imbalance pattern in the chart. However, for this specific and detailed example, we do have one clear and important problem. We now have this large imbalance right here below, with the parabolic open liquidity lines clearly marked on the chart. So what exactly can I do in this situation right now? I need to carefully divide my risk and try to take both of these potential trades simultaneously. But honestly, I have basically zero idea which of the trades will actually work out at all. Can you really see the future ahead of you in these markets? Hell no, of course not. Maybe the price will deep dive into this deeper liquidity area, tap the underlying imbalance, and then rally sharply. In this case, I need to split my orders into multiple, smaller parts and try to achieve better managed risk overall. I truly believe that this video will help you greatly with your order management and trade planning skills. Today, let's start with our best trading view indicator and take some extra time to learn all the important tricks behind it. Once again, I am using the ICT High Time Frame Candle indicator for this setup. I need you to carefully focus on the specific area right here, which I call the triple imbalance point. We have imbalances on the 30-minute, 45-minute, and the 1-hour charts. This is exactly how you can quickly spot potential and highly tradable areas in the market. Now let's take a closer look at what actually happens when the price reaches the trade area. Here we have what I like to call the triple concept field. So let me remind you what that means in detail. First, we have the inner support and resistance flip. Second, there is the inner imbalance. And third, we have the inner liquidity area. The powerful combination of these three concepts is my favorite and most reliable field source in 2025 for effective price action trading. Now the question is, how can we actually take a trade here? Does this trade look like a great and possible setup? In my view, yes, absolutely, why not? But then, why is my stop loss placed here specifically? What is the exact reason for that decision? Let's zoom out a bit and get a larger perspective of the overall chart. Notice the small imbalance area right here, which my stop loss is also covering for extra safety. Also, there's a tiny liquidity area in the same region, and it is quite possible that the price might hit this area to seek more fill. Who really knows for sure? As a secondary idea, I could even choose to enlarge my stop loss here, which would turn this into a much longer trade, of course, with a bigger and more ambitious target above. However, if you find yourself getting stopped out very frequently, it is usually a much better idea to have slightly larger stop losses to give the trade more breathing room. So all in all, we spotted a great trade idea and confirmed the presence of strong fill for the move. But we avoid this kind of super micro stop loss based trades, because if you do them, often you will get stopped out far too much. Instead, observe the deeper imbalances and hidden inner liquidity points and try to cover them within your trade plan, ideally aiming for setups with a maximum of 2R for balanced risk and reward. Now let me talk about another trading setup that we can clearly see here. In this particular example, as you can notice, we have two very significant support and resistance flips areas on the chart. At the very top, we can also see the previous week's high, which can be considered as a possible target level. However, it is quite far away from my current position, so it is not concerning me too much at the moment. Still, the overall look of this chart gives me a strong bullish bias in Bitcoin, at least from my perspective. Now, the important question we need to ask is this: where exactly can the price react in these situations? Could it be the PDH Masterclass amplifier area, or perhaps one of the other support and resistance Philip lines? When you find yourself over-focused and a bit confused in setups like this, when there are too many possible cases, the best approach is often to use a simple yo-yo based cost averaging methods. This is a very straightforward idea where you place multiple limit orders at key and strategic price action points that you believe are important. Now let's imagine for a moment that you ignored the cost averaging plan and decided to use risk to reward system. You might have noticed here there was a market structure break at the PDH bounce, which stands for the previous day high. Along with the imbalance in that area, you decided to take the trade. It was actually a very solid trade setup here, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the plan itself. The only issue was that this particular single trade ended in a loss, which is simply a natural part of trading game. Then did you notice something else afterwards? We had a secondary market structure break, this time inside the gigantic BBR area, which bounced nicely from the support and resistance flip zone. That was a great observation, and this time the trade actually started to work in our favor. However, why exactly was trade still quite tricky? Let's use our indicator here to carefully observe the area again. Look at this gigantic and massive imbalance zone. It is just huge and very noticeable. When you have such a large imbalance area on the chart, trading actually becomes much more difficult because we have no clear or reliable idea about how deep the pullback might actually be. It becomes very challenging to decide where to place your stop losses in such situations. In setups like this, the safest approach is to lower your overall risk and focus on minimizing any possible losses that you might face. Let's have a look at this interesting setup with the Solana chart and learn the basic concepts of price action. You can easily notice this large imbalance area which collides with the SR Philip location in the middle of the chart. Above, we also have this extremely strong target, which is the previous week high. But something interesting happens here. Why did the price reach this level and turned back? Why did it not continue to hunt the previous week high? These are the important questions that we need to ask and analyze carefully. You can see that it builds an extra amount of liquidity right before attempting to hunt the previous week high. And you can also observe these microstructure breaks giving you a nice and compact 2-hour setup with a possible stop loss covering this imbalance area. Remember, in trading, the best approach is always to get in and out as soon as possible. You should not wait for the full targets every time. Build your compact setups, usually 1 to 2 hour setups, enough most in cases, and then exit. Now let's check out the multi-imbalance charts. As you can see, these trades occur in multiple imbalance locations on the chart. But more importantly, if we take a closer look at the area, you can see these nice swing failure patterns forming at the candle levels. However, as I mentioned before, swing failure patterns can be quite misleading in the lower time frames like 30 minutes or 15 minutes. So it is always best to confirm and check the early time frames when analyzing swing failure patterns. I think this sums up this Solana trade in great detail and provides a clear understanding of the setup and the price action. After an extremely positive weekend on Monday, we experienced a very harsh crash with Bitcoin and the other coins. It was very easy to see these multi-level imbalances forming in the middle of the chart. However, we had two main problems in this chart that need attention. First of all, these multi-level imbalances are extremely large, covering too much area to fill completely. Additionally, if you look at the 3 or 4 hour charts, these imbalances are actually never tapped or used. On the 1 hour chart, we can confirm a swing failure pattern sort of. This is a very good and encouraging sign at the moment. Now, if you can open the lower time frames, you could place a trade like this in the microstructure break after a pullback. This is a nice idea and a good setup for the trade. But we still have two main problems we pointed out previously. The first problem is that we have a very large imbalances to cover and fill. The second problem is that the 3 and 4 hour imbalances are actually never tapped or used. Therefore, there is a high chance of a further pullback in this chart. We cannot ignore it. As a solution, can I build a trade like this with a large stop loss, covering all the imbalances, while decreasing my profit target ratio to 1 to 1? You know that I usually don't like 1 to 1 ratios. However, in situations like this, it is acceptable to use a 1 to 1 ratio because there are too many risks involved. Let's have a chat about the famous Bitcoin crash in the weekend and go over how the Masterclass students traded this exact setup. One of the simplest and the most obvious things you could have spotted on this chart is the PDL level, which stands for the previous day's low. That was our clear and very intentional target. What happened here is that price pulled back into this large multi-imbalance area. If you take a close look at the 1 hour and 2 hour charts, you can clearly notice how the swing failure pattern formed here. That basically sums up the higher time frame structure, and it helps us to find entry point with a very clear target. Now, let's shift our focus to the 15-minute lower time frame at below. Notice this clean imbalance area along with the swing failure pattern, the inner one. Especially the real sweep of liquidity happens right inside our trade zone. There are two important things to highlight here. First, the fill. Now, what do we mean by fill? Fill is basically the imbalance tab combined with inner liquidity. And that's exactly what you can notice here. Secondly, we already know that this zone connects directly with the higher time frame multi-imbalance tabs. It is also the same spot where we have multiple swing failure patterns lining up on the hourly charts. So, I think you now got the most basic and important ideas here. The trade structure and how we identified the setup. Now let's break it down further and talk about the actual trade entries. One of the most common entry methods you can use if you don't want to wait for a pullback is to simply set a limit order or jump in with market structure break. By doing this, you reduce the chance of missing the trade completely, which is something many trades worry about. But you need to be careful with this approach. Your trade should stay tight, simple, and not go beyond 2-hour setups. What else can you do? You can use micro trading methods with 1 minute time frame. As you can see in this chart, there is a market structure break on the 1 minute. You take the trade on the pullback. If you notice, this trade actually stops out. Look at carefully. But there's nothing wrong with that. On a 1 minute chart, you will often see a lot of fake structure breaks. If you look more carefully, later on another market structure happens. And this time this trade plays out. So after all that, once the trend starts forming, you will see that many break-off structures continue to line up with the new trend. That is really the key here. Microstructure breaks can be very tricky. Sometimes it is better to wait and let those breakout structures confirm they are moving in the same direction as a trend. Let me explain this in a clearer way. Reversals are always difficult to trade. That is because at reversal points there are usually a lot of fake outs and false structure breaks, just like in this example. So if you find yourself getting stopped out multiple times in a row, at the start of a reversal, the best thing you can do is simply pause and wait. Now, what exactly are we waiting for? You are waiting for the new trend to actually form. Once the trend has started to take shape, you can begin following the new breakout structures. This is because trading breakouts in a formed trend is generally much easier than trying to catch those first reversal points where the market keeps faking you out. Let's take a look at this top gainer of the day, IMX coin. Let's talk about bias and the target first. When I open the weekly time frame, what do I see here? This coin was crashing really badly. However, at some point, this crash stopped. This bearish imbalance failed really badly, as you can see. And now started to seeing some momentum imbalances. Basically, in general, buyers started to dominate the sellers on this coin. Plus, the buyers are so strong that keep protecting the lows, as you can see. So basically, the overall momentum, the overall bias upwards in this coin. In the daily time frame, there are interesting things to check out, such as this weighting previous month high and the previous week high points above. Thus, I can think of these two as my future possible targets. When I open the momentum layout on the strong daily rally, price pulled back, now starting to react in these multiple imbalance zones. These are the locations where I can look for some trade ideas. Now let's take a look at the lower time frames and discuss further possible entry models. Now I want to talk about the field-based entry models here. As you notice, right in these low time frames, an inner structure break happens, followed by an imbalance. Now this is the easiest type of fill. Only by using an imbalance tab, you can build a 2-hour compact setup here. The alternative way of entry is using a combination of imbalance and inner liquidity sweep, like in this example. Again, you can use a 2-hour compact setup. And this strategy can be used actually any type of assets. To recap things in graphics, there are two types of fill that you can use. First, imbalance, and second, imbalance with inner liquidity sweep. As you know, in the price action concepts, more confirmation is better. So basically, using an imbalance tab combined with an inner liquidity sweep actually gives you a better chance of power and trade. But remember, in trading, nothing is certain. Our best trading strategy will always be managing our risk and limiting our losses. This is how you survive in the trading game, not by strategies, by risk management. Let's start with a top-down analysis first. You can apply this technique to any kind of asset. Momentum coins, Bitcoin, Forex, stocks, futures, whatever you wish for. In this weekly chart, I will try to find the bias first. With this weekly structural break and the imbalance, we have a very bullish sentiment. So in general, as you can see, buyers boosting this coin. But I need more recent price action to act on it. First of all, check these extremely strong upward breaks in the last 2 weeks. But what about this very insignificant and small down break? It stays as a swing failure pattern, SFB. The result, my weekly bias is quite bullish. When I check the daily structure, you can easily notice that my Market structure is very bullish. We are going upwards by making new higher highs. But this is a very general overview. If I have to look at the most recent price action, you can notice that price is extremely strongly breaking upwards again, just like in the weekly chart. So the bulls are in attack in the last couple of days, as you notice. And the momentum imbalances supports my idea. Basically, for this coin, weekly and daily bias is quite bullish. No doubt about it. When I open my momentum layout, the multi-time frame layout, and using my lovely ICT high time frames candle indicator, by simply using this indicator, I can notice the price movements and spot possible reaction points, so I can look for some trades. If you check out this closely, price makes small crashes, small pullbacks actually, to small imbalances and jump back again upwards. Basically, buyers keep observing the sellers. All short trades devoured by long traders. This proves me that this is a very strong coin. But the big question remains how to trade these areas. In this 2-minute chart, you can see the points of small crashes and pullbacks that have eaten away from the buyers. Why are stocks and coins are very strong this week? Because of Trump and China deal over the weekend. I have no idea specifics of the deal, but we do not care. Now let's see the recent movement and the actual trade opportunities. Price is heavily pulling back into this inner SR Philip location. Notice how the price creates this inner liquidity here. With a strong move, it sweeps all the liquidity at once. Then buyers step in, make a structure shift with an imbalance. And if you use a Fibonacci tool, you can observe your premium and discount areas. You will notice the price perfectly reacts in the 0.5 EQ point. A nice 2-hour setup. Now, will this setup work all the time, all the days? Of course not. It can even work 5 times and fail 5 times in a row in the same week. But we do not care. We only focus on the long game. We use the single strategy, keep repeating. Yesterday, the Saturday, was another weekday of the week. All the prices were deeply pulling back, seeking extra fuel for the possible next rallies. Totals, major coins were mostly red, and the USDT dominance was fairly green on Saturday. And we had this DGen coin, it was one of the top loser coin of the Saturday. First of all, check this weekly chart. Insane rejection candlestick. After a massive rally, price taps this imbalance and it is being highly rejected. Now, if we look at the daily chart, it is really interesting. It looks like sellers are filling this imbalance area, and buyers cannot react at the moment. Look at these daily candlesticks, big red candles, very strong fall. And for now, it looks like buyers cannot respond to sellers. All these concepts brings us to the momentum layout. Basically, our beloved indicator called ICT High Time Frames Candle Indicator. By using this very simple indicator, I can analyze multi-time frames at once and find possible trade locations. For example, right at this location, you can notice the multi-level imbalances. A good area for a possible short trade, why not? But we need further analysis. It is not enough. Low time frame analysis to know better what is going on in the low time frames. We drop to the 3-minute chart now. This is the location of multi-level imbalance taps. And there is this great SR Philip location if you noticed. However, as you can see, price never hits directly to that SR Philip. It's just very close. What else do we have here? A nice inner swing failure pattern, followed by an inner structure break. A possible short trade idea. If you use your Fibonacci tool, you can see that price deeply pulls back into this OTE, the optimal trade entry zone with the inner imbalance. This could have been a great short trade chance. This is a solid price action here. Not everything is perfect, but a chance to try 2 hour setup. Why not? But what if you cannot do this kind of analysis, this kind of specific analysis, a deep analysis while looking for the perfect entry locations? Then your only option left is using cost average systems, like the one called yo-yo costing average from the Masterclass. If I look at the larger perspective, I can easily say that this price may pull deeper. It is quite a possibility because we do not know the future. In this chart, I would probably have 3 locations for partial entries and build a cost average. First will be my first classic entry location after the SFP and MSP. This could have been my first entry. My second location would be probably this SR Philip area. Setting a limit order here. You know I love SR Philip so much. And probably my third location would be this deep inner liquidity with imbalance zone. I would try to build an average position just like this one. And then grab yourself some profit and move away from the markets as quick as possible. Because I'm not keen to take short trades. We are in a bull season in general. Since so many people ask me about these specific patterns, I want to get more into detail in this subject. In this daily gold chart, I was actually quite bullish. If you follow me on Twitter, I share this kind of chart from time to time with before and after proofs, just like this one here. So what was this very simple pattern? First of all, we'll look for a nice SR Philip location, a power Philip between buyers and sellers. Then we'll look for the fill, the price action fill. If you follow me for a long time, you will know that what a fill is. A nice combination of imbalance and liquidity sweep. I also have noticed the exact same pattern was happening above. Now, this is what I call as general outlooks. The most recent price action actually quite important, especially if you are a day trader. Notice these inner swing failure patterns here. Sellers are getting hard time to drop this price further. Then this is followed by a very strong daily breaks. And this price is actually being put by this daily imbalance location in my opinion. All these are just great signs for the bulls. Now you have a bullish perspective. But what about the inner time frames like hourly time frames? If you check out the momentum layout, you will notice the price is also mostly bullish. And especially this imbalance location looks great for looking at some trades. So what we're gonna do is here just observe this specific price location and seek entries in the lower time frames. Now we have a great trade location. Let me observe the price section in detail here. What I see here is this nice SR Philip, inner SR Philip zone. Price struggles a lot in this price level if you noticed. Then you can see the Masterclass Superbox. Why this is a Superbox? Because it is filled by imbalance and liquidity sweep if you notice. The rest of the price action is very classic smart money techniques like imbalance, market structure break, inner imbalance again, and the optimal trade entry. These are the things you already know really well if you follow my YouTube channel for a long time. But some of you wanted to see all this happening in a graphical chart as well. We already know that overall bias is quite bullish from the higher time frames. Then we have this crazy inner price action. Then you notice this SR Philip location. But not an ordinary SR Philip, because actually SR Philips, support and resistance Philips are everywhere. Give me a chart, I can draw you 50 different supports and resistance if you notice. But this specific SR Philip happens at the multi-level imbalance location. This is the trick of these patterns. The rest is just extra price actions such as super boxes and optimal trade entries, like price going into discount of the price action. And remember, you cannot be greedy. Market bias can change any day, any hour, any minute. You just get in a trade and get out as soon as possible. Let's have a good recap of important smart money concepts and also use our lovely indicator on the go. When you look at the daily Solana chart, you will notice a very significant price action. Price taps this daily imbalance and sweeps the equal highs here. So, what does it even mean? It is just a price action field to move the price, the combination of imbalance and liquidity. However, in another perspective, what actually is this? It is PO3, the daily power of 3. It is very clear if you notice accumulation, manipulation, and the final distribution. But what happens after the manipulation, the daily manipulation phase? The phase the price sweeps the daily equal highs and the imbalance. If you use our lovely ICT high time frame indicator, you will able to watch multi-level time phrases at once, spot the possible entry locations. Like the one here. Notice after the manipulation, price crushes. Then price pulling back into this 30-minute, 1 hour and 2 hour imbalances at once. Now, let's drop to the 5 minutes and talk further about the trades. First thing you should know, the daily manipulation location also sweeps the previous day high, the PDH. And this is the location of multi-imbalance points, which we use to spot with our ICT high time frame indicator. Okay, what happens here? Another liquidity with imbalance if you notice, basically another inner field location. Actually very interesting, fractals. Okay, I can hear you. What is a fractal? It is basically the same price action, the same patterns that happens in multi-time frames. Do you remember the daily power of 3? We had this daily equal high sweep with the daily imbalance. Accumulation, manipulation, and the distribution. Remember, this was the daily time frame. Now we have the exact same thing happen at the hourly time frame, actually inside the daily distribution. Look at what happens in here in the hourly charts one more time. Another small form of PO3, the accumulation, manipulation, and the distribution. This is fractals, the same price pattern, price action pattern that happened in the multi-different time frames. Very simple idea to watch the price. Of course, the main question remains how to trade this chart. First, after the hourly manipulation area, see what happens, an inner structure break followed by an imbalance. Actually, if you stop and look carefully, you will notice something magnificent. Another small PO3, the minute-based power of 3. 3 fractals in a single trade is crazy. Okay, this would be a very nice 2-hour trade idea, with the idea of hitting these inner equal lows below as your target. In and out as quick as possible. But what if you keep missing the trades and the entries? Then what? Second option would be the cost average entry models. Let's say you jump the trade right after the market structure break. Why not? Since you will cost average, you can jump the trade in any moment. And the second logical position would be the stop loss point above, the above liquidity point. I would set another limit order there. This could have been a great cost average in my opinion, but as you noticed, first entry works and the price keep falling. Another day in the Nasdaq market open, another great time to improve our skills in reading the market movements. Let's observe what happens in the market open and why it happens. Right before the market opens, you can easily notice this equal high-like structure here. It is not perfect, but it is an obviously interesting price level. And right above them are beloved imbalance to fuel the movement. And all happens at this SR flip location. Notice how the supportive price level once broken downwards and now acting as resistance level. Finally, if you check out below, you can notice the open liquidity area as our target. Altogether, this system completes a full pattern. What was the pattern again? Let's remind ourselves. Mostly, I want my patterns to have clear targets like in this example, because targets give me more reasons for the price movements. And before any kind of entries, I also enjoy the price fuel up. It means that there was a hunt for all the stop losses before the big move. Support and resistance flip lines are actually not essential, but I call them as extra confluence areas. It just makes trades much stronger and trustable. All these are perfect. But more importantly, there is a crucial thing that I look for. This is the reason I use this multi-time frame indicator called ICT high time frame candles. This indicator shows me possible trade zones. Like here, notice the multi-level imbalance zone at the market open. Since we trade the 1-minute charts here as quick scalpers, it is beneficial to look at the smaller time frames as well. Notice 4 different imbalances as one. An amazing price action. Actually, what happens here? PO3, the power of 3 but nothing else. Actually, all we trade is about PO3. We just add extra confluences for more trustable trade setups. Now, let's discuss what might happen at these multi-level imbalance areas. What can exactly see here? What is really possible? Most basic form is this. In the multi-imbalance area, price sweeps in inner liquidity and crashes suddenly. This is a simple form. The stronger version is the equal highs or lows version. Price creates these perfect equal levels right around the multi-imbalances and sweeps it before the big movement. However, what I see a lot, especially in the Nasdaq, is this. Multi-time liquidity sweeps, couple of fake sweeps, like here. Price sweeps the liquidity couple of times before the movement. Actually, it is not easy to spot this. This is why I like building cost averages around these areas, like the yo-yo setup from the Masterclass. However, what is the common thing in all 3 these setups? All 3 versions are actually PO3. What happens here is simple. First, price accumulates and creates some stop losses. Then price hunt all those stop losses with the manipulation phases. In the end, the expansion happens, the big movement we expect. It is all power of 3, but just a little bit different styles. Let's see what happens in the Nasdaq later on. Let's get closer to the price action in this area. First, notice the multi-level imbalance area on the right with our indicator, which is also the nice SR flip zone as well. These are the clear parts. If you carefully check, you can notice the price sweeps the inner liquidity multiple times in this example. But with each sweep, there are like 10-20 point reactions for quick scalping. However, many can feel complicated here. This is why I encourage you to build cost average in these areas. If you look at this here, an earlier multi-imbalance happens like the above one. Another SR flip location with multi-imbalance. But if you look at it carefully, again price sweeps the area multiple times. I always say this, for beginners, I think the best idea is building small cost averages in these trade zones with each liquidity sweep, instead of waiting for a sniper entry. Let's talk about Ethereum. What we look at here is the monthly chart. What do you see here? In a very large perspective, price just swept these lows and stayed as a swing failure pattern. Now it's kind of a reaction, kind of a bullish pullback. Right here we notice a price switch concept from the masterclass. Sellers fail and buyers react. They try to push the price up. What I want you to notice is this previous month high with a leftover imbalance. Please keep these levels in your mind because these are very important. When you drop to the weekly chart, you can also notice this above weekly imbalance. Very nice target as well. Maybe not the close term, but soon enough, I think. Now I want you to notice this previous week's high as well. Also keep this level in your mind because soon you will understand really well. Now I drop to the hourly chart. Can you see the price action now? Can you see what's happening? Above, you have this great target, a combination of previous month's high with the liquidity and the monthly imbalance as well. And at the bottom, we have this previous week high acting as a support resistance flip location, also the masterclass amplifier location. But the big question remains here. Why Ethereum? Why this specific coin? What made this coin really special? I will tell you something. I had no idea about all the price action I just explained to you. Then you ask why this coin? Yes, the trick is the momentum layout with multi-level imbalances. Basically, I just use the ICT high time frame candles indicator to find out this coin. This indicator lets me find tradable assets quickly. After that, I am doing all the analysis. This is how you find anything tradable before anything. Coins, Forex, or even Nasdaq. This is how you select a good tradable assets. So the moment you notice the multi-level imbalance locations like here, then you can open the asset and do the further analysis. Now let's go down to the lower time frames to discuss price action further in this specific location. Now our previous month high with imbalance remains above as our possible target. This is clear. We also have this previous week high support and resistance flip location with the multi-imbalance level from the momentum layout. So we are all set to trade. But look at this inner equal highs as well, another great inner target for us. Then at the multi-level imbalance location, you can see the inner structure shift and then maybe a possible trade. All this is okay, I'm sure you see all this and all makes sense. But what is really happening here? What actually happens here an inner PO3, the power of 3, a sequence-based price movement, accumulation, manipulation, and finally the distribution. Since many of you may have hard time to trade this, I know that. Here, what else you can do? Setting a series of orders into the manipulation location, which actually happens to be a multi-imbalance location as well. Remember, I have no idea how much the price can pull back here. Since I have a clear targets above, then I can build the average. So, nothing overly complicated as you can notice. Let's continue our journey and keep improving our skills on trading. Today we will dive into a simple concept that happens a lot in many assets daily. Notice this asset. It doesn't matter what it is. It's strongly breaking up the previous day high with very strong and big momentum. Not like a small sweep or a swing failure pattern. And price holds on the PDH level as a natural support and daily resistance flip line. Then, if I open my momentum layout on the right with our indicator, you will notice that it is just not a SR flip location with the previous day high. It is also multi-level imbalance location with 2 hours, 30 minute and 1 hour charts as well. So, what happens in this location? We have our institutional levels like the previous day high or low. Price broke this level so hard with a momentum. It also creates natural multi-level imbalance zones. Later on, these levels act as support or resistance, simple support and resistance flips actually, or some call them break and retest locations. As you notice, this is an extremely simple pattern to find. Nothing complicated, anyone can spot them. PDH or PDL hunted, very strong momentum, multi-imbalance location, and natural SR flips. But trading them can be a little bit confusing and complicated from time to time. Let's observe the area in close action in the lower time frames and talk further. Okay, I dropped to the 5-minute chart and I'll be observing the previous day highs level. First of all, notice the small market structure break here. A weak break, still a sort of break. And we have the nice imbalance. This is a very good setup actually. I would not hesitate to trade this. But this setup failed and stopped out instantly. And you may ask, what did we do wrong here? Here is the thing. There is nothing wrong here. In trading, there is no wrong or right. No one knows the future. Accept the loss and move on. Simple as that. Then price sweeps are stop loss with the swing failure pattern and breaks the structure upwards one more time with another imbalance. Let's imagine that you took this setup this time. This is another great setup actually. But look at this. It almost stopped you out. I'm sure you and me and most traders would cut this trade with a small loss or maybe break even. But what actually happens here? Price actually creating this inner fill zone. Notice the small inner trend liquidity here. Right below them, there is another imbalance. This is actually an inducement. This would be a magnificent 2-hour setup, no doubt about that. A pro level setup, but it would be too hard to detect for us, requiring extreme focus and dedication. You know what? We are lazy traders. If every setup in this equation is quite complicated, what else can we do here? Is there a solution for lazy traders like us? Yes, multiple order entries by cost averaging. In the first setup, if you remember, you have noticed the market structure break with the imbalance and you enter your first order here. There's no hard stop loss anymore, remember this. I place my second limit order right at this point of liquidity. But why this point? Remember our first trade. What was our logical place to put the stop loss? This low. Basically, you need to place your limit orders at logical places. Now you have the perfect average. A simple trade without fear of sudden stop losses or waiting for patterns to happen for hours. I hope that this helps you with your trading life. Today was a significantly weak day. I'm sure you have noticed as well by looking at the totals and major pairs, you can see the blood red daily changes. Almost 2% drop in all asset classes, while USDT dominance was fighting to move upwards. So, in a weak markets, it is best to focus on weaker assets like top losers, like this coin here, VIDT. You can easily the significant crashing movement in the 2-hour chart. Red candles one after another with large momentum imbalances. Sellers are obviously dominant here. Again, by using our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles, I was able to see multi-level price action here in a single layout here. At some point, price tries to make a decent pullback into this multi-level imbalance zone right here, which gives you a clear trading zone. And if you just look above, you can also notice that the exact same price action pattern is happening one more time. This is a very repetitive pattern found in rallying or crushing assets, and it can be used in Forex, indices, and crypto as well. Now, let's drop to the lower time frames to talk further. In this layout, on the left, you can see the 2 minutes time frame. On the right, you can see the 2 hours time frame. Same asset, same price action. This is also where the multi-level imbalance tapping happens. But before that, we will focus on the price action first, both in the same areas. Do you notice how the price keeps crashing with most new breakout structures downwards? When an asset crashes like this, you need to just crash with it as much as you can. Do not fight it. This is the core of momentum scalping actually, using the market power or weakness to your advantage. Now let's get back to our entry area with multi-level imbalances. Price keep crashing and pullbacks into this perfect EQ area this time, which also happens to be a nice SR Philip location. Now, this price can go up higher and higher here. Pull back deeper. We have no idea actually. But if you carefully look at it, you can see the small inner structure shift right here with an imbalance. This is your great signal for a nice 2-hour setup. Basically, all we do here is on a weak market day, while everything else crashes, we just find a weak asset to short. That's it. Okay, what we have learned today. If the market is weak and most of assets crashes, do not fight it. Crash with it. Keep shorting the markets. Generally, you'll notice that market starts to range and accumulate orders, because generally no asset crashes or rallies forever. Then the market may reverse. Who knows? And a rally starts. Then if the market rallies, stop looking for shorts and then start looking for long trades. Follow the power and follow the structure. By using our best indicator called ICT High Time Frames indicator, I will analyze the top winners coins today. I'll be working on 8 top gainers of this day, today, so you can get a clear idea what is really going on. As you know, after a period of weak days, finally today started as a strong day. Good powers on totals and major coins, giving us a chance to trade top gainers and looking for long trades. Also, seeing a weak USDT dominance is extra helpful for our trades. First of all, check this coin out. With our momentum indicator, you can see multi-time frame deep dive into 4 different imbalances. On the left, you can see the 3-minute chart, the exact level of how the price action performs. A quick market structure shift, but no pullback unfortunately. In our previous video, I showed you how to divide orders into pieces, and with half risk, you can jump to trade right after the break. This is a great example for that video. This is another coin example called DGen. In early hours, the first rally started. As you can see clearly, price tapped 3 different imbalances. If you look at the price action on the left, you will notice how the inner structure changes, followed by a breakout structure. This looks like a clear trade. Later on the day, a similar pattern emerged. But this time you can see that after the market structure break, there's no clear pullback. One more time, our strategy works great, but if you notice, it is not flawless. Sometimes it is hard to catch these trades. Let's move to another example. A mixed bag of win and losses, a coin called ACX. In this case, you can see our multi-level imbalance tap area clearly. Price taps 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1-hour time frame imbalances. On the left, in the lower time frame, it is a really interesting price action. First, market structure break works great with a small imbalance area, giving you a quick trade chance. But the second structure breaks, and then imbalance fails quickly, and it is a loss. This proves our general theory. None of the strategies are perfect. Whatever you do, it is practically impossible to avoid a loss. Now another interesting example from today. IMX coin. Price taps are multi-level imbalance area as you can notice clearly. But the problem with this trade, structure shift in the lower time frame happens way too late. It takes more than 1 hour for the clear structure shift. And also, the price actually never pulled back as you can see. It just flies away after the break of structure. In my opinion, this trade was hard to catch. Another example here, a nice coin called Zeta. In early hours, the first rally started right here. As you can see with multi-level imbalance tabs, if you look at the lower time frames, you can see the small structure shift followed by a break of structure. A tradable area in my opinion. Later on in the day, the same pattern happens one more time, but this time it is a little bit more challenging. The price shift happens really quickly and price pulls back to the imbalance area. This is a solid entry location, but this would be a scary trade to hold in my opinion. Here is another example from today. BOME coin. Price rallies, then slows down and pulls back to the multi-level imbalance zone, creating us a tradable area. Same price action keeps happening at lower time frames if you carefully look at a powerful structure shift without great pullback. This is why I had to mention sometimes you may need to jump to trade with market break quickly, like in this example, because in some cases price just never pullbacks. Finally, a full loss, a losing trade from Mocha coin. A rallying coin slows down and pulls back into this multi-level imbalance zone. Check the low time frame price level. Very nice break with great small imbalance. This is a very solid trade. Nothing wrong here. Sometimes you will lose. It does not matter if you do all day long analysis, have 100 different confirmation, you are just gonna lose. It happens to everybody. Another interesting example here, Dogecoin. I really wonder where do they really find these coin names. I'm really curious about it. In early hours, a small ignition happens right around this price level, but not giving us a clear market structure shift. This will be quite hard to trade again. Later on, price rallies further and pulls back for extra fuel to our multi-level imbalance zone. This is where the structure shifts happening without a pullback one more time. So I need to talk about something right now. We just observed 8 top gainer coins today. All coins from today, this Saturday morning. With our strategy, 8 possible trades in one single day. As you noticed, some setups are very clear and works well. Some entry zones are clear but no clear entries, no descent or no pullbacks at all. And sometimes it just fails or it stops you out immediately. Then you may ask this, why this indicator and this momentum strategy? Because it is extremely quick and easy to spot tradable setups. Minimum amount of analysis required. Can you show me any other strategy out there that you can spot and find entries this quickly? I just do not think so. To observe this lovely big time coin today. It is a great example of a win and a loss at the same time by using multiple strategies. As you can see here in this 1 hour chart, we have very significant institutional levels. Previous week high and the previous day high. When we zoom in the area, you can see it better. Both PWH and PDH are already hunted. Now we will discuss them using as amplifiers and support and resistance fill-up areas. So can we use them to trade? Let's check it out. But before I move on, we activate our ICT high time frame candles indicator. This indicator is the only reason that I have found out about this coin setup. Previously, I had no idea this coin even existed up until this morning. First of all, let me check out the previous week's high, zone, and the price level, which also collides with 30 and 45-minute imbalances at the same time. This is the location of our first trade idea. If we just look at the below level, you will notice that this time we have the previous daily high area as Masterclass amplifier. But this time we have 4 imbalance tabs instead of 2. We have the 30 and 45 minutes, 1 and 2 hours at the same time. Furthermore, we have a very clear support and resistance flip location. So it is obvious that the secondary area is much more concept rich and it will probably a stronger location to trade. Now, let me open the 1 minute time frame on the left side. It will help us to understand and discuss the price action on both price levels. Let me check the first location of the trade, previous weekly high price level. If you have taken a trade here with the market structure shift, probably a compact simple 2-hour setup. But as you can see, this could have been failed. A stopped out trade. Remember, this was the location of 30 and 45 minutes with the amplifier. And guess what? Nothing but nothing wrong here. A perfectly healthy trade with a loss. There's nothing we can do here. You have to take the loss and move on. How about the secondary location with the previous day high? Notice the structure shift right here. Once it taps the previous day's high as the amplifier. So at the same time, this is the support and resistance flip location. This is an area of successful 2-hour setup. What was the difference between these and the previous locations? It just had more smart money concepts. You should always remember this. More concepts coming together makes the trade much better and it gives you a higher chance of winning probability. So, what are the rules of the trading game? Let's remember. 1. Every trade, every strategy, every method will fail. There is no exception. There is no holy grail. Accept this and move on. 2. You must wait for the results of 100 trades at least for better accuracy. 1 trade means nothing. Even if you have 10 losses in a row, still means nothing because you do not have enough data in your hand to compare your results. 3, and the last one, more concepts together makes the area stronger and better and increase the chance of success. If you notice order block, OTE, SR flip, imbalance, and maybe other things in a single price level, there is a higher probability, a better probability of winning the trade. I hope all this makes a lot of sense for you. Just checking out one of the top gainer coins today, Super Coin. It is an interesting coin to watch. If you look at the weekly chart, it just swept the previous week low and day low, then rallied back upwards, trying to hunt the previous week high. In the daily chart, we can notice this imbalance. It is calling the price, giving us more reasons to rally upwards. If you ask me, how did all the price movement started? As you can see at the bottom, this daily imbalance failed. Then, price swept PHL and PDL, and then buyers took the control and kept pushing the price upwards, creating this bullish momentum imbalances. This should give you an idea about the overall bias. If we just check out the hourly chart, we can practice our masterclass skills again. In this hourly imbalance area, price sweeps the liquidity, the inducement, and moving upwards, creating our masterclass structure box. And within this support and resistance flip location, notice how the price rallies. This is the area that we care for because it presents today. This is how this coin became one of the top gainers today. I can call this pretty solid bias analysis for specific reasons like this one. Now here is the important part, the momentum layout. Price came really close to the previous week high, but having a momentary pit stop dropping a little into this 30-minute imbalance area. This happens just right before hunting the previous week high. Let's open the area in 1 minute time frame and talk about alternative entry styles. So in this specific 30-minute imbalance location, price fully fills this inner 1 minute imbalance and hits this small SR flip location. So this is the area that I will be seeking my entry. Also at the top, you can notice these inner equal highs. This gives me more reasons to move upwards. Right here in our entry zone, a small price switch happens. Remember the daily time frame? The exact same thing happens here. So basically a bullish imbalance fails and buyers took the control. Price switches help to enter us trades before market structure breaks. So this could have been usable to our setup here. But what if we wanted to wait for a structure shift? We just cannot trust a price switch sometimes. Here how the structure shifts. However, as you can see, we have another problem. This could have been much harder to trade. It is a very expensive entry with a large target. And also this trade could have been taken 3 hours to be completed, not a scalping anymore. I know. It is extremely hard to make these RR-based trades from time to time. Then the last option left is dividing your orders into pieces, basically using different style of cost averaging techniques. For example, in this case, I would have set 2 entries, at least 2 entries, with a mental stop loss. One, right after the price switch. I will directly jump to trade. The other one at the bottom area for extra possible liquidity grab. This could have been giving you around 3% move, enough for a good day profits. But what if the price crashes further? Then you should let the other orders play out. Create yourself an average. So one advantage of cost averaging is break-even trades. Much easier and less costly. If I hated this trade, I could have cut it when the price hits or get close to my average price. I hope that this was an educational video and enlighten you about trading styles. This coin was our #1 top gainer coin today. It had amazing price action to observe and learn. Starting from the weekly chart, please notice this weekly imbalance. I want you to keep this in mind. Also remember this SR flip location at top. Here's another trick for you. SR flip locations are great entry areas, but also great target areas as well, especially combined with imbalances. When I drop to the daily chart, the first thing you can notice is this lovely equal highs above, right below our weekly imbalance. Now we have the perfect target to hunt here. This is a masterclass level target. When you check out the bottom side, you can notice the daily market structure shift. But more importantly, this daily imbalance fails, creating a price switch. So what are all these price action telling me? It tells me that sellers lost control here, buyers taking back the control of the price. Now we need to check the momentum layout. Right before filling the weekly imbalance, notice how the price pulls back into a multi-level imbalance zone. It gives an entry area to check and look for possible trades. If I just open the 5-minute time frame on the left side, you can observe further price action. A beautiful support and resistance flip location which combined with previous day high as an amplifier, right at the intersection of multi-level imbalances. Such an amazing location to seek trades. Now let's zoom in the area and talk further. In this 5-minute chart, the first thing you can notice is inner small equal highs above as well. So I have so many reasons for this price to go up eventually. But the problem is where and when. What kind of clues can we seek for the entries? First of all, notice how this inner 5-minute bearish imbalance fails and the bullish imbalance takes over. Just the way I teach in the Momentum Masterclass, this is a great indication for trades if there is no clear market structure break. So you can build an almost 2-hour setup here, a nice possible trade. Alternatively, if you missed that, you can notice the 5-minute break happens much later, then the price drops into an inner imbalance. This could be your chance for secondary a compact entry. Nothing wrong here. But I hear you out. You are sick of these risk-reward based trades and you're always getting stopped out. Is that an alternative way of trading? Unfortunately, the only option left is cost average based techniques like yo-yo. What you do here is divide your orders into smaller pieces. This can be 1, 2, 3, 5, almost 10 pieces if you need it. In this way, you will not have a hard stop loss, but a mental stop loss. You will be controlling your stop manually. When I was looking at this number 1 daily top gainer coin, the Orca coin, I noticed a great price action. In the daily chart, price was being pushed by this large daily imbalance. And at the top, we have these great liquidity points, previous week high and the previous month high. So in my mind, I had a great reason to long this coin. I have this bullish bias on this coin. Then of course, what helped me a lot was the momentum layout. If you notice, the early rally started right here, at the multi-imbalance top area. Price ignited there, pushed like crazy upwards, almost hunted the institutional liquidity points above. So in my mind, this was the repetitive pattern. I expected the same thing happen one more time. This multi-level imbalance area above was really interesting. I was expecting the exact same price action like the below. Looking for a big push upwards again to hunt all those liquidity above. When I opened the 5-minute time frame on the left, I have noticed two things. First, the support and resistance flip location with the previous day high amplifier. And secondly, our classic multi-level imbalance location above. So, all in all, I had these two significant price action locations to trade. Two trade chances. So what did I do? I jumped the trade with a yo-yo entry in the first place, without any stop loss. I had the mental stop loss in my mind. And secondly, I had this limit order set right below, at the support and resistance flip location, just right around the previous day high point. In the end, I managed to create this average price, but the price was so weak. It did not do what I want to do at first. I did not have a full loss here. When the price popped above a bit, I had to cut the trade with around 2% loss. So, what is the aim of this video? What are the lessons we need to take here? First of all, every single strategy in the world will not work all the time. Some days strategies fail and some days they work. Every trader in the world loses money. There's no exception. There's no trader who keeps winning every single day. It is highly unlikely. And lastly, cutting a loss may feel bad at first, but after all, you will be losing some money. But you must get used to this feeling. Cutting a loss is the only way to save your account in the long run. Let's chat about this interesting coin called Comma USDT. It had a very nice price action this morning. First thing you can notice is this is a very strong price action with momentum imbalances. At some point, price dips to these momentum imbalances and taps before the rally. If you check out the 2 hours time frame on the right, you can notice that how dominant the buyers are, strongly pushing the coin up. Now, Let's open the 1 minute time frame on the left side and talk further by combining high and low time frames. Notice the beautiful point of price rally happens in this case. However, this price action is also kind of troublesome. Notice this deep, strong SR flip area with imbalance below worries me a lot. So, this is not an ordinary or easy trade. There are many other things to consider here. Let's focus on the 1 minute chart and dissect the area even further. Okay, in this chart, we have to talk about a couple of things. As you can see in this area, there is no particular market structure break, but only a small price switch happening, with inner momentum imbalances. This indicates an entry chance here, but very hard to use for a classic risk-reward system. So, you need to jump with a yo-yo cost averaging. Second order point should be the under area for deeper liquidity sweep. And probably the last order should be in the area of this classic SR flip zone. Now, if the first order works, you shall not get greedy. Get your 3% move, and if you use 20x leverage, it should give you around 6% profits and then exit. If the price dips further and gets your second order, an average created here. Again, the only thing you should care for is 2 to 4% move at most. Get in, get out, get in, get out. If all three orders hit, now you have a big average here. Again, the same, looking for a quick move to get out of the trade. I hope that everything makes sense until this point. Now, what if the price keeps dropping after all three orders taken? Then what? In those cases, I do this, waiting for a small pullback to my entry location, and I try to cut the loss. Basically, I will try to minimize my loss as much as possible. You should never keep averaging down forever in trading. It is extremely dangerous. You need to understand that, especially after COVID, trading is not the same. It's not easy at all. If someone comes to you and tells you, trading is so easy, quit your job, become a full trader today, and you can get rich in a year, he is definitely lying to you. Trading is not easy at all. Classic risk-reward systems are not working well anymore. Markets are very choppy. You need a new kind of mastery of order and risk management. You need to focus on managing open trades with dynamic decisions. It has been a long time since we checked out the Bitcoin, but remember, price action is the same everywhere. As long as we have momentum, we can trade the similar strategies with any assets. Early in the morning, BTC rallied really fast and pulled back into this multi-imbalance zone. This alone gave us trade ideas, at least a practical trade zone. In the 1 hour chart, we can notice very interesting price action altogether. Keep this in mind. This is the point of multi-imbalance taps zone from the momentum layout. Now notice the super BPR. 3 imbalances in a straight line. Who remembers the super BPR? Type the super BPR in the comment section if you remember it. If we just zoom out in the 1 hour chart again, we can also observe the 1 week worth of price action. Price rallies like crazy in the recent days and creating this gigantic imbalance zone. And then it just pulls back, and it pulls back into nice SR flip zone combined with imbalance. This is a great example of our classic price action concepts. Now let's get back our recent trade idea again. So back to today, down to the lower time frames like this 3-minute chart. Price taps into this super BPR location combined with a multi-imbalance point. You already know that. With our deepest low, market structure changes as you can see. Okay, today I want to talk about price action fuel points. What makes the price move like crazy most of the time? I want you to notice these equal lows right here. And right below it, we have the small BPR as you notice. This is how the price fills up and gives us a tradable, at least a 2-hour compact setup. Let me recap everything and show you how the price fills up one more time. First of all, you find yourself an entry zone, a demand or a supply zone of any kind, it does not matter. Then you start to seek an entry. You notice the structure shift in the lower time frame. At this point, confirming a liquidity point and inner liquidity point with imbalance would be magical like in this example. Because liquidity sweep plus imbalance tap is the number one field of price action concepts and analysis. In our theory, this is how the price actually moves from one point to another most of the time. Finally, why do we use compact and smaller setups? Why do we avoid the greed? Because markets are unpredictable. Buyers and sellers change hands so quickly. Trends change in a matter of minutes, and the world is really crazy, especially nowadays. You, me, or any other trader in the world do not know the future. We have no idea about the future. This is the reality. Get in and get out. Cut your losses. Keep some runners. This is the way. Render Coin had a spectacular trading example today, one of the A++ setups. In the daily chart, you can notice that price deep dived into this imbalance zone. It also swept the liquidity inside as you notice. So what happened here? In the daily time frame, price is filled up by using imbalance and liquidity combination. And at the top, you can notice this lovely relative equal highs, which is also combined with the previous week high, a strong magnetic target for us. What an amazing daily setup here. I just love this. So we have a full bullish bias on this coin right now. However, the question is, how did we find out about this coin? It did not magically appear on our computers. It is so simple. We just sorted the top gainer coins. And we had a quick momentum layout check with our lovely indicator. This showed us this magnificent trade zone, a multi-level imbalance zone on the top gainer coin. That's it. This is how we find out about this coin under 5 minutes. Now, all we need to observe the entry area and talk about possible entry in the lower time frames. Okay, let's take a look at the close price action now. At the top, we have this optimal target location. This gives us an ultimate target to play with. At the bottom, right around our multi-level imbalance zone, notice how the inner liquidity builds, and price sweeps it. Right after this, a structure shift gives us the first clue about the entry here. This is a very ideal setup for a compact 2R. Plus, we have more room to play with, so you can push the price a little bit more upwards. Now we need to truly understand the price action here. Let's recap everything we learned. First, our top gainer coin hits this multi-level imbalance zone. So we have an idea about possible trade here. What actually happens here is actually a range and a deviation setup. In our entry location, price sweeps the inner liquidity and changes the inner structure for good. Then it gives you time to play with this 2R compact setup. Again, all this action actually happens at the range deviation location, which is fueled by inner liquidity and imbalance. What a magnificent A++ setup from top-down analysis here. I just loved it. So let's take a look at this setup. After a strong rally, price got into an accumulation phase and pulled back into this lovely multi-imbalance zone. As you notice, it's tapping all four imbalances from multiple time frames. This is great, but let me take a look at the 1-hour chart with a wider perspective as well and determine possible reaction and bounce points. This deep SR flip location is actually a magnificent area for a reaction and a bounce. However, the price bounced right at this BPR location above, as you can see. So what does this chart tell me? Due to my analysis, I have two great bounce locations, but I have zero idea where the price can react or bounce exactly. So what can I do? My best chance is going into lower time frames and observing the possible price action at lower time frames and checking for the market structure change. Now, I have dropped to the 2-minute time frame. First thing I notice is this upside parabolic liquidity, giving me an idea about where the price can head to in the future, basically a visible target. And right at my BPR area, I have two market structure breaks. But wait a minute, how can we have two market structure breaks? Actually, yes, we can. It all depends on the time frames. The bigger break, the upside break, presents the 5-minute based structure break. And right below, the smaller structure break presents the 2-minute time frame break. But why do we need to be concerned about this? It is because time frame determines our setup, our targets, and our stop losses. If you look at the 2-minute structure change, this small imbalance area is a nice entry location. But your setup should be set based on the 2-minute time frame like this one here. Remember this well. Every trading setup should be based on their own time frames like this. Now, if we consider the 5-minute time frame, this lovely inner equal sweep is a great for an entry location. This could have been a great setup for the 5-minute base time frame. However, if you noticed, both setups are actually 2R, 1-to-2 ratio setups, but both setups have different time frame structures. Let me explain in graphical charts so you will understand this better. Imagine this is the 5-minute time frame, and these are the 5-minute candlesticks. So this would be 5-minute MSP, market structure break, with the 5-minute based 2R trading setup. So everything in this picture is based on 5 minutes time frame. However, every single time frame will have its own structure just like this one here. At the same time, these orange lines present a 2-minute structure break inside the 5-minute. 2-minute will have its own MSP market structure break, and 2R trading setup like this one. I hope that this visual will clear your confusion about multi-time frames and multiple structures in a single asset. What you see here is the Nasdaq chart in 1-minute time frame. This yellow line represents the New York Open 9:30 a.m. This is the time that highest number of traders trade the charts in the world. It generally takes like 5 to 7 hours window to trade, a heaven for day traders. What I want to look at here is a very simple pattern that we love to use. Notice this SR flip point, followed by inner liquidity sweep in the location of an inner imbalance. This is the point of scalping. Now notice this another SR flip point, followed by inner liquidity sweeps 2 times in this case, in the location of an inner imbalance. This is another point of scalping, multiple points of scalping actually. And the same thing happening one more time. SR flip point, followed by inner liquidity sweeps, in the location of an inner imbalance. Again, multiple points of scalping. So all these give you a micro scalping opportunity to trade. Quick trade chances like 10 to 20 point scalping. Now let me open the multi-time frame indicator on the right and see these SR flip points, where it happens. Notice the first SR flip point, a multi-imbalance point with 10 and 15 minute charts. What about the next? Again, a multi-imbalance point with 10 and 15 minute charts again. Look at the third SR flip point from the 1 minute chart one more time. It is an imbalance point in the 10 minute time frames as well. So you see, Bitcoin, Ethereum, momentum coins, even Nasdaq. We do the same thing and following the very similar pattern that we always use. This is one of the most common patterns that I love to check out regardless of time frames or assets, looking for a possible SR flip point, looking for a possible inner liquidity sweep, and looking for an inner imbalance. Extremely simple combo for my trades. And if this happens in the multi-time frame imbalance locations, it is even more amazing. You see, it is not that complicated actually. I want to look at the same chart with different perspective now. On the right, we have much higher hourly time frames now. Notice what happens here. First, in the 1 hour chart, you can clearly see this gigantic SR flip location with the imbalance. And price holds in the area of imbalance. Look at the rejected candles and then rally starts. So what happens during the rally? Look at all the hourly candlesticks. High points of candles keep being taken out very strongly. Buyers keep pushing the price up and up, creating a momentum. So in the higher time frames, this is another way of confirming the rallies. In the higher time frames, you notice high point of candlesticks being taken out, one after another. This means that bulls are in the full control now. This is a bull party. While this is happening, in the lower time frames on the left, you seek cheap, discounted entry points, small pullbacks, possible inner liquidity sweep with SR flip locations. If you just observe the price action in all market, it doesn't matter, coins, stocks, indices, futures, you will keep seeing these similar patterns keep happening every day. More you practice, the clearer it will be. Let's chat about bias and entry models. When I look at the weekly chart like this, you can quickly get a simple bias idea. Notice the failed weekly imbalance here. A gigantic imbalance fails. And then bullish momentum imbalance appears. Then a bullish structure break. So overall, I can say that bears are getting weak and the bulls are stronger in this asset. As you can see, very simple idea, very easy to get a bias. But what made this coin the top gainer, one of the top gainer, was the daily pump. Look at this gigantic pump and move, a single massive candlestick. So in general, this multi-imbalance area could be a nice zone to look for more trades. But what kind of trades? Let's open the lower time frame and discuss different kind of entry models you may use and learn how we can manage the risks. In this low time frame, we know that this is the drop zone of multi-time frame imbalances, and a secondary rally may start right here. Also, if you check the left side, this inner 1 minute imbalance supports the inner movement. First of all, notice the small version of our weekly price action in this 1 minute chart. An imbalance fails, and followed by a momentum imbalance. So this could be a trade idea. Why not? There is no full confirmation here as you can see, but at least it gives us an opportunity, an idea maybe. What about the structure break and better confirmation? You can always sit and wait for the market structure to break like here, and jump the trade with a nice inner imbalance like this one. This would be an opportunity gain for another 2-hour setup. Will it work or fail? Only God knows, because we don't know the future. What if you miss the trade? Then you sit and follow the price action until an entry opportunity presents itself. Notice the equal lows here. We are still in the structure break upwards, remember. Equal low is a nice fill for us. I can use this as my trade idea as well. If you notice, none of these entries are actually perfect. But as a trader, we must try and take some trades. So, what if I take 3 times 2-hour setup every single day? It's kind of over trading, but let's observe the idea anyway. If I take a 3 times a loss in a row with 1 hour, basically 1% of my account, then I will be losing 3% of my total account just in a single day, just today. How about 2 losses and just 1 win? Then I would be ending the day with a break-even, all day's work gone. No loss or gain in the account. However, if I get 1 loss and a 2 win, then I would be having a 3% on my account. Lastly, if I can get a 3 wins, I would be rocking a 6% gain in my account. You see, this is what I call risk management. Strategies are just simple tools. What matters is how to manage your greed and risks. Let's talk about Solana and what was happening recently. We will also discuss how to use our indicator more efficiently. Just stay tuned. Solana was in this massive rally from $100 to $180 in the last couple of weeks. In this weekly chart, you can notice it reacted to this nice imbalance zone. Probably our next target is the above weekly imbalance, however, it has a long way to go for the moment. What I wanna do is talk about the daily charts more, because it is quite interesting. As you can see, the overall structure is bullish with this Solana coin. It is very obvious to all price action traders. But notice this. Check these equal highs right below the imbalance on the left. This was our first target. I was watching this for days. The hunt happened right here in this daily imbalance with the push upwards. Let me show you what really happened. The daily chart gave us a very clear target above with a combination of imbalance and liquidity as equal highs. And the most recent action was actually quite bullish as well. Finally, it hunted this epic target. So, we are still quite bullish as overall structure, but price needed more fuel to push even further up. This is why it had a significant crash before the $30 rally. Also notice how the price reacts to the EQ point. The Fibonacci 0.5 midpoints are great for reactions if it is supported with other price action concepts. If we just get closer here, check this out. A clear swing failure pattern, followed by strong breaks one after another. So now we need to check the momentum with our lovely indicator. If you use the lovely ICT high time frame candles indicator, finding entry locations is not a problem. What we look for is multi-level imbalance points after the deep pullbacks. Notice how perfectly price fills these imbalances in the hourly charts. However, this may not be enough. Supporting this idea with other price action concepts or smart money concepts is much better, like the demand areas such as Rally Base Rally RBR from the free YouTube trading course. So how did it happen? Price rallies, creates a demand base, rallies again, and this is your demand. Then price taps or fails the multi-level imbalance points, which we identify with our lovely indicator. And all these happen at a very special location, support and resistance flip zone, basically the PDH, previous day high masterclass amplifier. All these give you the A++ location to seek trades. Now let's observe the area and talk in detail from the lower time frames. First, check this triple equal highs above, such an amazing inner target. So we have more reasons to ride this price upwards. Okay, now we are seeking the entry, checking out the inner structure and looking for a market structure break, a bullish action. Everything is great, but you have a significant problem. You cannot enter the trade or keep missing the entry. How can we solve this problem? We will get into that, do not worry. In this example, our classic entry happens with MSP and imbalance pullback entry. But what if the price never pulls back? Then what? Because you always think this way. The market will always pull back after an MSP. However, that is just a dream. First of all, market owes you nothing. Market does not care about you, and market certainly has not have to pull back. All these are just your imagination. Then what you can do? You just need to get clever and be much smarter. This is where you shine. You use risk and order management techniques. This is the number one thing that you have to master. If you use RR, the classic risk-reward systems, what you need to do is divide your orders into 2 or 3 pieces, each half a risk. First entry, you jump the trade right after MSP with the half risk, and as your second entry, you set a limit order to imbalance location with the other half risk. The idea is a possible further pullback. This is how you master order management. Or you can get back to DCA, the cost averaging methods, like the Masterclass yo-yo technique, which I teach in the programs. First, you jump to the first cost average entry with the MSP, not waiting for any kind of pullback. Second entry is set to the imbalance, and the third entry is set to the deep liquidity points, because maybe price may crash more and more, who knows? I do not know, and if I do not know, you do not know. And if you do not know, believe me, nobody else knows. We do not know anything. This is the reality of the trading. Only thing that we can control is our risks and orders. That's it. Let me dissect another great student trade recently taken on Ethereum. Very nice setup. He even drew some annotations on the chart, just like I regularly do. All in all, this is a great setup. Now let me observe this trade using the top-down analysis, starting with the weekly chart. On the weekly chart, you can see a classic price action play out. An inner liquidity sweep with imbalance. A great source of price fuel to move in any direction. Please take note of the last week's high point, because it will come in very handy soon. Now I've dropped down to the daily chart. Here is how the daily action started after price swept the weekly liquidity and imbalance area. Notice what happens here. Price swept these equal lows right above the imbalance area as well. This is a fractal action. What happens on the weekly chart now happens on the daily chart as well. It is identical price action, and price keeps moving with the inner imbalances. Bulls are in control here. Now I am marking yesterday's high point. These are 2 very important institutional levels you need to watch all the times. Now we are on the 15-minute chart. Previously, we just got a sense of the overall bias of the price action. We know that on the weekly and daily we are quite bullish. On this chart, the first thing we notice is that we have two clear price action targets above. Last week's and yesterday's high levels, extremely close, a target just waiting to be hunted. We also have two possible support resistance flip points. If you carefully look at any chart, you can see multiple flip lines, many rejection points or supports. Both lines in this example are quite acceptable. Now, up until this moment, we made a great analysis. But how do we trade this? That is the main question. Trading is always a tricky business. Before taking any trade, we want to make sure price has enough fuel to move. Either liquidity or imbalance, or a combination of the both. You can notice the equal high price levels at the top and the bottom here. We have a very clear targets above now. There are many reasons for the price to go up. So what happens here is that the price sweeps the bottom equal lows and taps the dip into the 15-minute imbalance. If I had to place a risk-reward based trade here, I would want to cover all this imbalance in this example, because price may wanna sweep the inner liquidity a couple of more times for extra fuel before the final move. Now what happens with the multi-time frame indicator? I suggest you always check the multi-time frames to get more confluences. You can notice 4 different time frames with 4 different imbalances provide the fuel we need. But at the same time, if you closely look at the multi-time frames, you can notice the 4 different vision of the inner liquidity sweep for the final move, where the price goes into lower support and resistance area. A magnificent movement actually. Let's get back to how to trade such a setup with another option. Now the problem is that price loves to sweep inner liquidity areas inside the imbalances. So instead of using a one single big order, you can follow the price and enter with small trades with each inner liquidity sweep inside the big imbalance zone. This will help you to create a nice average entry at the end. As you notice, finding setups is not that hard actually, but trading the setups can be quite tricky sometimes. You need multiple tools and options to handle trades like this. Let's talk about trading powerful momentum on the go. This morning I noticed that Nasdaq was having a great day. When you look at this chart here in the 2-hour frame, who do you think controls the price? Who is the dominant and who is the pushing the price? It is obviously the buyers, and you can see that price fused itself up with imbalance points. If you closely look at the last price action, you can see that after a small pullback, price gets back into this multi-imbalance from multiple time frames at once to power up. Now, let's open the 1-minute time frame and talk in detail. The yellow point here presenting the 4 imbalance taps from 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 and 2 hours. If you check the chart on the left side, you can see the 1-minute vision of where the price hits. Not just that, this is also a decent support and resistance flip area. Now we have a decent price action area right here to check and learn many things. Let's focus on the entry now. In our point of interest location, what really happens? Inner structure breaks and price then dips into our imbalance area, giving us a decent entry point. Price also hits the discount area as well, just below the EQ point. This is a nice 2-hour setup, nothing wrong with this. However, I can hear you out. You are sick of this market structure craps. Then what else can you actually do here? First of all, at least try to wait for a bullish break to see some power from the buyers. Then make a manual entry, no hard stop loss, a mental large stop loss. If you check out the left side, we are actually in the bullish move with the structure box. In my opinion, placing a second order right below the inner liquidity area could be wise. At this point, there are two yo-yo will be more than enough to see what really happens, how the price action evolves, so we can observe and make new decisions on the go. So, let's sum it up. What really happened here? We know that price is really bullish, buyers dominating the Nasdaq, pullbacks just giving us some entry chances. By using our momentum layout from the Masterclass, we know that we are in this point of general interest area with multiple imbalances to look for a trade entry. Beside all this, we know that this is a decent SR Philip area as well. So many smart money combinations here. Then you notice the inner structure break and make the entry. Very classic smart money concepts you already learned a lot. I think that this Torch coin is a great example to work on, practice our skills. It has a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. If you look at this coin in early charts, you can see that there was this battle between buyers and sellers for a really long time. But in the end, the buyers won the game and made this gigantic break after the long-term accumulation. In this 3 hours chart, notice the imbalance area right here. But the thing I enjoyed more is this support and resistance flip area. See how it rejects the area around 4 times before it is breaking extremely powerfully. If I drop to the 2 hours time frame this time, you will notice another inner imbalance right at this point. And if I continue to drop the time frames until 1 hour, you can see this 1 hour deep imbalance area as well. So this is a really interesting price action. Now let's drop to the 5-minute chart and talk more about the price action. First thing you need to focus on is this very clear target above with the previous day high and the previous week's high. A great institutional level waiting for us here to be taken out. Right at this point, price taps this 3 and 2 hour imbalances at the same time. But I also know that there is this deep 1 hour's imbalance as well at the bottom. Okay, can you see the future? I don't think so. Are you the oracle from Matrix? No, I don't think so either. Do you have kind of magical abilities to guess what will happen next? I'm not sure you cannot. So, you have no idea what will happen next. Price can easily deep dive here into this 1 hour imbalance area before the rally. Nobody knows the future. But what really happens here? An inner structure breaks really strongly with an inner support and resistance flip area. Also this lovely inner imbalance as well. So your first order, your yo-yo entry, should be here, which you can jump with a market order if you wish. Now my second entry should be right on top of this 1 hour imbalance to cover for further deep dive. For a starter, 2 yo-yo would be enough here. So either way, at the end, get your 3% move and walk away. In this crazy markets, we just cannot afford to be greedy anymore. So what really happened here? Let's do a recap session. You have noticed a super SR Philip area, which actually collides with multi-time frame imbalances. But you have concerns about deeper imbalances for deeper pullbacks for the future. So instead of a classic risk reward, you divide your orders into smaller pieces. At the end, this is a very simple pattern actually that we use, especially in momentum trading. I have to say this is not overly complicated, but seeing this in real charts with real candlesticks sometimes confuses us. With this GLM coin, when you look at this daily chart, there are a couple of significant price actions that we need to talk about. First of all, this specific swing failure pattern and internal liquidity sweep, all this parabolic liquidity. Now, if we just get closer, notice the daily market structure break right here, then the price pull back into this daily balance price range area. All this signifies very bullish price action. Bulls is in general control here. Also notice this very lovely inner support and resistance flip, which is combined with the BPR location. So overall, now we know that GLM looks like bullish from the price action standpoint. Sunday, GLM became the number one top gainer coin by far. It happened by this movement here. Now, we do not care how or why it happened. It is not our concern. We know that daily price action is bullish. Also, this coin became number one top gainer. So we only care about how we can trade this right now. After this gigantic movement and becoming the number one top gainer coin, GLM slowly start to pull back into this area of 4 imbalance points. This is what we care about, a tradable area for us. Now, if you open the 5-minute time frame width on the left and momentum layout on the right together, there are some interesting price actions to talk about. This green point signifies the area of 4 imbalance taps. After the first rally happened, just price pulled back into this area. But at the same time, just check it out. What is this? A magnificent support and resistance flip location. What a coincidence. Now we have a perfectly tradable location here. Let's go down in lower time frames on this specific location and talk further. In this 1-minute chart, we know that this is the area that we will be seeking entries. First interesting thing is this equal highs above as our natural target. So this is a reason for the price to go up. The price also hits this inner 1-minute imbalance after clearing all the inner liquidity inside. Plus, what we have here? Another small SR flip location in the 1-minute chart. So we have so many confluences to look for a trade right here at this point. Now the rest of the movement is simple price action with market structure breaks and break of structures and seeking these 2R or maybe 3R compact setups. No need to go over extreme detail here because I'm sure that you know it all really well. So let's talk about what really happened here. Let's make a summary. You find yourself a top gainer coin. This is the first step. The top gainer coin pulled back into this lovely multi-imbalance point. This is the second step. This multi-imbalance point is also a very significant SR flip area as well. This is the third, probably an optional step. Interestingly, there is also an inner small imbalance with inner SR flip location as well. Rest of the trade is just following the market structure breaks and taking the trades. Nothing overly complicated as you can see. A highly repetitive pattern. As a natural long trader in the recent years who tries to avoid taking shorts, there are days that you cannot just ignore. After the massive pump with the Trump yesterday, it is very natural to see strong drops today. When you look at the markets, you will notice it is massively red today, making some sort of correction. So, this XVS coin was an interesting choice. We will also talk about how we find it at all. In this weekly chart, this massive bullish imbalance is really interesting to talk about. Naturally, you should expect buyers to push this coin upwards. But there's no power in this coin, the weakness in the market pushing the coin down today. So, you need to ask this. Are we trying to fully fill this weekly imbalance first? This is a strong perspective to hold in your mind at the moment. But more importantly, why this coin? Why this XVS? In this 1 hour chart, you can see this 20% drop made this coin one of the top losers of the day. If you sorted your list, it should be easy to see it. It was hovering in the top 5 losers all day long. But this drop already happened. It does not help us to trade. So we are looking for the secondary crash. And this is where your momentum layout comes into play, identifying the possible entry location. After the 20% drop, this coin became the top loser coin. This is how you find this coin. Then it pulled back into this multi-imbalance area, giving us a possible short trade to look for. If you open the 15-minute time frame on the left, as you can see, you will notice that 15-minute vision of the same point, where the price hit these multi-level imbalances. However, there is another confluence that makes this trade more appealing. Look at this SR flip area here. Price used the area as 4 times. It rejected. Then the exact area flipped, became a resistance location. This is a very classic smart money trick. Okay, now let's go down for the 5-minute time frame and talk about the entries. Before we go on, there is also this PDL amplifier point from the masterclass, which makes this area extra special for us. So what happens here? A weak break, then a small pullback into optimal trade entry location. Unfortunately, there is no particular inner imbalance to take a trade here, only the OTE area and price cheapness to short it. Now, this could be a way of building a 2-hour setup here. I know that some of you may feel overwhelmed by this setup. So it requires so much time and effort, and I agree with you. Okay, now let's discuss it further for optional entries. I assume that most people cannot do all of this. Too many steps to process. What other options do you have? First of all, let's zoom out a bit. Now, what do we know at this point? We know that this is a price location that, for imbalance steps, a support and resistance flip area, and the previous day's low as an amplifier. I guess that these are easy to spot as an overall entry location. Now, I am drawing a large Fibonacci here to our 20% mega drop here. And you know that price can easily, very easily pull back further and further and then fall, because none of us knows the future. And I assume that you are afraid of using RR-based trades, or you may think that it takes too much time to wait for the good setup. Then your only option is using a different kind of cost averaging techniques, such as yo-yo from Masterclass. Unfortunately, there is no alternative way of trading. Basically, what you do here, divide your order into 3 pieces and make 3 strategic entries to cover further pullbacks. This is it. In the trading world, you will either use RR-based setups, waiting for the precise entry locations, or you use cost average order dividing without any precision. Again, unfortunately, there is no third option. I'm sorry about it. On the weekend, we witnessed a rather weak market. Totals were crashing really badly, which was followed by major pairs like Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum. USDT dominance was strong. So in the days like this, it is best to check top losers rather than winners. This is why I tweeted about not USDT coin on my Twitter account. It was an interesting setup. By using our multi-time frame indicator called ICT high time frame candles, you can easily notice this extreme crash. altcoins like this one generally crashes harder compared to major coins. This area of multi-imbalances with 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour already caught my eye. This is how we spot areas to seek entries. Actually, our strategy is rather simple. So what we're gonna do is just open the lower time frames like the 5 minute here and observe the area for possible entries. And also we will discuss alternative way to trade this. So what happens here is actually a very classic price action. A strong crash followed by a slow pullback. Right at this point, you can see the inner market structure break and the imbalance created. This is what you should seek in these tradable zones. But in this trade, we had this rather long accumulation which lasted almost a couple of hours actually. For a second, imagine that. You set this 5-hour crazy setup, which I normally do not support. Instead, finding 2 or 3 setups are more beneficial in my experience. Anyway, after very long hours of accumulation, I would definitely cut the 50% trade without ignoring the future. Remember, the longer you're in a trade, the more danger you are in. As a day trader or a scalper, you should rather quickly settle your trades. Let's also talk about other ways to trade this chart. A simple Fibonacci here can give you interesting ideas about how to handle the trade. There are 2 significant areas here: the 50% EQ point and the general optimal trade entry location as well. They also combine with inner imbalances when you carefully look on the left side. In this case, setting a 2-part yo-yo setup here could be really interesting, because we do not know the future and how much the price could have been pulled back. As you can see, trading is not involving a single method. You can use multiple tactics like a chess player. The moment that you checked out charts today, you will notice the weakness in the market. Totals and major coins are rather on the weak side, while USDT is trying to be dominant. It is actually a nice day to look for short-based trades. And this Edu coin was a nice top loser. It was crushing all morning. 2-hour charts are generally great charts to see dominant movement. As you can see, the red candles one after another falling like crazy. And this nice multi-level imbalance area is actually a great spot to look for short trades. As you know, this is our classic momentum masterclass strategy. For further analysis, I opened the 5-minute chart on the left so we can see the price action much better. First, you will notice that this is not an ordinary level. It is a PDL area, previous day low amplifier. Amplifiers are actually sort of support and resistance flips in a sense. This is why it amplifies your entries. Now let's zoom in the area. Before anything else, what do you notice here? Price is keep breaking down, making new breaks downwards. So this trend is an obvious downtrend. When you draw a Fibonacci, you will also notice that price pulls back deep into the OTE area with an inner imbalance. So at this point, what do we know? 1. Today is a weekday. 2. This coin is a top loser coin. 3. We found 3 multi-level imbalance steps. 4. We also know that this coin is in a strong downtrend. Finally, we know that price are in the optimal entry area with inner imbalance, and all of this supported with a masterclass level amplifier. So what is next? Looking for entries. Now we are in the 3-minute time frame, so you can see every price action in clear sense. I'm always having this question. There is a market structure break but no pullback. What shall I do? As you can see right here, we have a clear market structure break. But obviously, price is not pulling back. It is a straight fall right after the break. We waited for this trade whole day but never made the entry. This could have been a really amazing 4-hour trade actually, if only price pulled back. So, do we have a solution here? Yes, there is. But first you must accept that markets are not your friend. Market does not owe you anything. Market may never pull back. So the alternative solution we can have is dividing your orders. I actually talked about this in the masterclass while I was teaching you 5 different yo-yo styles. So what you do is actually rather simple. You divide your orders into at least 2 pieces. For example, instead of risking 1 full hour in a one trade, you may risk 0.5 hours in 2 trades. For example, your first entry should be right after the market structure break without waiting for any pullback. This way, there is no chance of missing the trade. You will be 100% in a trade. Then optionally, you can place the rest 0.5 hour risk order into a possible pullback position as limit order for the future. Here you go. This is your alternative way of trading. So, how to recap alternative trading one more time? What can we do after market structure breaks? Let's talk about possibilities again. Sometimes the price quickly pulls back after the break. Then this is your very classic pullback entry. We already know this a lot. Your alternative is dividing your orders into pieces in this example, making multiple entries instead of waiting for the pullback. We had a beautiful setup with Nasdaq today right around the New York Open. As you already know, we have a very simple trading momentum scalping technique, and we focus on our beloved ICT high time frame candles indicator. By using this indicator, I can spot early rally starts and entry locations. So this is not a buy or sell indicator. It's just only helping me point out great trade locations. As you can see right here, we have this multi-level imbalance area. Price rallies and pulls back into 30 and 45-minute imbalances. I know that this could be a great location for a rally start, an early start point to look for entries. If you check out 1 and 2 hour time frames, you will also notice full momentum imbalances. What are all these imbalances telling me? It tells me that buyers are in control here. Remember, in these crazy markets, buyers and sellers can change hands very quickly every day, even every hour. So, if you open the 1 minute time frame on the left side, you will notice the exact point of where the pullback happened. So, this is the price location that I will start seeking entries from, because I know that this could be a great rally point to start. Now, we zoom in the area. Let's talk further. It is also an inner small support and resistance flip location in a sense. You can also see the forming liquidity upside, classic smart money tactics that I teach in the masterclass. Okay, as you can see, structure shifts here. But the small pullback is very weak into this micro imbalance. Catching the trade right at this imbalance will be extremely hard for many people. After all, this is just a 1 minute chart. Things happen extremely quickly. So what can you do here? So the best approach is jumping into trade at some point. This will give you a 1 hour trade chance, not great at all. 1-to-1 trades are actually not really beneficial. But what can you do is take the 50% profit at your main target and let the rest of the trade run. This trade will not make you rich, I'll be honest, but at least it will make you some cash. So, what really happened here in this classic price action? First, we noticed that Nasdaq was in a rally today. It created this lovely multi-level imbalance point. We acknowledged that the area as a possible rally ignition zone, and we started to seek entries. Rest is simple structure observing. As you know, we do not jump the trades. We wait for an inner structure shift to take the trade. Classic smart money and price action tactics. I think it is a good day to talk about this magnificent coin called Turbo. Yesterday and today it was just a superior day for the bull traders. I hope that you enjoyed it as well. By using our indicator ICT high time frames candles, we were able to analyze the entry locations. The coin gave us a total of 3 amazing entry areas, all thanks to our indicator. It all started right at the bottom with a multi-top location consisting of multi-time frame imbalances. Then the same thing happened above. And then the same thing happened one more time. As you can see, a repetitive pattern keeps following each other, one after another, the way I teach in the masterclass. If we just open the 5-minute charts on the left, and by using these horizontal lines, we can see how the 3 rallies started. So, we know how the 3 rallies ignited. Now let's talk about the entry models. Let me observe the price section in close action, starting with the rally number 1, the bottom rally. Notice how the price sweeps inner liquidity and taps the inner imbalance. This is how the price fills up in the price action world. And then small structure shifts. Even if you jump the trade very late, it's still tradable 2 are here. Now notice the second rally. Price sweeps inner equal lows and taps this inner imbalance for the fill. And again, structure shifts one more time. This again can give you a 2-hour setup. This time our future target is actually an institutional level, PDH, the previous day high. Finally, let's talk about the third rally. Notice what we have here. SR flip location combined with a PDH amplifier as your entry, plus an inner imbalance as well. And you will see the microstructure break or a price switch here. Another 2-hour trade shot. This time our future target will be the PMH, the previous month high. Now all these 2-hour setups are great, but actually these are not easy to build. Not every one of you will be able to build setups like this in the micro time frames. Then what else can you do? If you have trouble with micro setups, just go back to building these gigantic setups in our overall entry locations. Your entries does not need to be specific. These gigantic setups will have a very large stop losses, so you will not be instantly stopped out. So what is the advantage of these mega setups? First of all, you will be trading much less. It will prevent your over trading habits because you will be in a position in a longer time and wait. And you will not be instantly stopped out. You can just go and relax, make yourself a coffee or cook a meal or something. Let the trade play out, win or lose. Let's continue to practice and adapt to different market conditions. For example, check this chart out. What do you really see? We have this previous week high above, a possible target for us to take out, right? Then below it, we have these equal high levels, waiting for us as liquidity. Then at the bottom, we have a very nice SR flip location if you noticed, support and resistance flip. It all happens at this nice 15-minute imbalance location. Then the rest of the price section is actually very simple concepts. Structure shift followed by an imbalance, then a possible 2-hour setup. Not bad at all. But how hard is to catch this trade? Are you sitting like 10 hours in front of your computer just for a single trade. Do you really know how hard it is to wait for a single entry all day long for hours? I think this is not applicable to all traders. Keep this in mind, we will get back to this situation again. So before that, I wanna talk about one more time what really happened here. First thing we did is, we looked for a possible targets. So we looked for a reasons for the price move up or down. We already know the previous week high above, that was clear. But also these equal highs made things better for us, a better target. Then we noticed the SR flip location combined with an inner 15-minute imbalance. What is it? This gave us an overall entry location to look for opening new trades. So after all that, what happened? An inner liquidity sweep right above the imbalance and SR flip. And then the rest is smart money and price action concepts to trade. I hope all of this clear. Because these are the things that already you know really well. So what else can we talk about here? If you use the multiple time frames with the indicator, you will also see that this is the entry location of multiple imbalances. 30 minute, 1, 2, and 3 are imbalances altogether. All of this tapped at once right at the SR flip location. And all these are the things that you have been practicing for a really long time. But the trade entry is always a problem. Makes you wait for hours in front of the computer. Then what can we do about it? First of all, what do we really know here? First, we know that we have this lovely multiple imbalance location. This is a hardcore, real fact. Then, we know there is this solid SR flip location as well. So if we will not use the risk reward, how can we enter this? Basically, simple cost averaging. First of all, I set a limit order to multi-imbalance location for the first possible pullback. Then I place a secondary limit order to SR flip location because this is another key level. Lastly, I can place my order to deep liquidity levels way below. So in this case, I can create an average entry with 2 or 3 orders as you noticed. No more waiting, no more snipers, no more sleeping in front of the computer. All you do is just set your limit orders to key areas, key level zones, and leave things be. Let's talk about what was happening on this lovely Sunday. If you opened the charts today, first thing you were going to notice was this. Totals were crashing badly, along with all the major coins. Plus, the USDT dominance was really positive. By looking at this, only this, I can easily say that today was a weak day and taking short trades would be more beneficial rather than the long trades. The first coin I noticed was this virtual crypto. It was the number 2 top loser coin of the day. With the help of our lovely indicator called ICT high time frame candles, we will try to observe this multiple time frame price action. First of all, notice this little imbalance here. Also in all other time frames. This imbalance was supposed to push the price higher and higher. And it failed really badly. Then the opposite imbalance created with the momentum. You can also notice that it created this bear structure break here. Then the price pulled back and tapped this multi-time frame imbalance zone. Now, let's observe this area in extreme detail with lower time frames. Okay, now switch to the 15-minute time frame. Before moving on, let's have a larger perspective here. Notice the considerable swing failure pattern here, and the extremely large parabolic liquidity below. All this waiting for us to be taken out. Moreover, we had this previous day low below as an extra liquidity. Okay, great. We have an amazing setup here. Now let's see the 3-minute time frame in this area or in other lower time frames to check out. First, I think you notice here the same but very small version of the same price action, a swing failure pattern, followed by a weak break. But the area is not really clear, not giving us a very nice, clear, simple risk-reward trade here. However, then after some consolidation, the price is crashing with this gigantic inner momentum imbalance. At this moment, you cannot no longer use the traditional risk and reward. This is where you have to jump the trade with a market order, just like I teach you in the masterclass with the rally strategy. It is the same, but this time the price is crashing and I call it crash. Then you just seek 3 or 4% move, get in and out, be done with your day. Because as day traders, markets are very tricky. We have to get in and out as soon as possible. What you see here is the Bitcoin chart, and this pattern is very common with 4 hours and under time frames. This is actually one of my most favorite patterns. Let's explain it step by step. As you can see, price strongly breaks upwards and it creates this structure box. This bullish structure box confirms that buyers in the current control and they will need to protect this low at all costs. And the imbalance areas like this one here are great areas with cheap discounted prices to look for some trades. Let's drop to the 15 minutes time frame and talk further. This pattern generally has some sort of liquidity points for the extra fill. Price generally allows to sweep these liquidity areas such as these equal lows as in this case. As you can notice, price swept equal lows and tapped the 4-hour imbalance. If you have been following my YouTube channel or if you are in my masterclass, you will know that this is one of my favorite things in the world. Combination of equal lows with imbalance. What makes this pattern even greater is the top side. This forming parabolic liquidity as our target. Actually, this is a very nice example of the common and repetitive pattern in the price action world. But the question is how to trade this. Now let's zoom in the area and talk more. Once the price got the required liquidity and fill, see what it is doing. An inner market structure breaks with a small imbalance area, then the price pulls back into the discount zone for more precise entry. Now we use this large stop loss to cover the inner swing low area because we have no idea here how much the price can go down before the main move. Actually, this is a very nice example of a 2-hour trade setup. Now get back to some reality here. What are the chances of you catching this trade on time? Actually, it's pretty low. Mostly many miss the first setup. You may be sleeping or busy with something else there, or you just didn't see it in the first time. The beauty of this repetitive pattern is generally followed by a couple of extra breaks for further secondary entries. Notice the price breaks one more time, again drops to the discount zone imbalance area for another entry chance. And again, your logical stop should be under this very deep low to cover yourself because we have no idea how much the price can pull back. This is why we generally build setup like 2-hour or 3-hour most of the time. You cannot just go out there keep setting those 5-hour, 10-hour setups with tiny stop losses. Trading is not that simple. They will stop you out so many times. So let's summarize this pattern with even more basic visuals. Price breaks strongly and it creates our masterclass structure box with a protected low below. Buyers are in main control here. Smart money creates these equal lows below for extra inner liquidity. At the same time, this nice parabolic liquidity builds upward. Price drops to the structure box imbalance area and also sweeps the liquidity and gathers all the liquidity and fill it needed for the next rally. Then the couple of consecutive breaks with imbalances give you around 2 or 3 trade chances to enter. Okay, I hope that you like this repetitive pattern. It's actually one of my most favorite ones. Okay, let's focus on the ENA coin, which gave beautiful setups in the last 2 days. This will be an extremely educational and practical video for most of you. As you noticed, ENA has been crushing badly in the recent weeks, since the beginning of 2025. But this crash slowed down recently, just around this weekly imbalance area. ENA has become one of the top gainer coins in the recent days, getting interest from the buyers. When you look at the daily chart, you can easily see the price reaction of this SR Philip area in general. If we get even closer on the area, you'll see that buyers step in, push the coin upwards to this imbalance area. Let's drop even more to the 2 hours time frame. See what happens. Structure breaks, price pushes back into this imbalance and it reacts strongly. Now you may ask this: stop the crap, BS, bullshit, bullcrap. Where did we find the ENA coin? Because the ENA coin was one of the top gainer coins from yesterday in the Binance futures. As simple as that. I saw it yesterday, then I quickly analyzed it. Extremely simple way to find powerful coins to trade. Remember, we reside with the power, we sculpt the momentum. Now our beloved indicator, which is the ICT high time frame indicator, helps us to snipe these entry areas. With this indicator, we can see so much in a single layout. Notice this area of 4 time frames with 4 imbalances. This is how the rally ignited at the bottom. These are the areas where we start to seek trades. Now let's go down the lower time frames and talk further. Even though price dive into this 4 imbalance area right here, there's another important price level that we must be careful about. This SR Philip zone. This is a very practical and lovely zone. So we have to talk about 2 trades at once about ENA coin. First trade chance was here at the 4 imbalance top point. Notice how the price sweeps inner liquidity and further liquidity waits for us in the top area. Classic structure break and a compact 2-hour setup. I think everything is clear right now. Stop the video at this point and tell me, do you notice the gigantic power of 3? This is your homework. If you see it, please type PO3 in the comment section. What about the second trade? Second trade is about the pattern we talked about recently, SR Philip area patterns. Now this crazy gigantic equal of liquidity gathered right above the SR Philip area after our first trade. Notice the perfect equal lows. After a while, price strongly dives, clears all the liquidity, and then a low time frame structure break and another 2-hour compact trade. So, what really happened here? A massive SR Philip area comes into existence. At the same time, there is this 4 time frame imbalance tap area, which gives you a quick trade opportunity based on my momentum scalping strategy from the masterclass. This will be your first trade. Then the classic equal low pattern combined with SR Philip area. This gives you the second trade chance. This is more based on my main trading masterclass. You see different patterns and different entries based on whatever charts gives us. Let's talk about how to figure out early rally stages and how to trade the dominant ongoing movement in the markets. Do not just think about momentum coins. This can be any chart that you are looking for. Crypto, Forex, gold, or even Nasdaq sometimes. You can notice right here, price slowly pulls back into this inner imbalance with 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and the 1 hour charts. So I divided this video into actually two parts. Detecting and trading the early rally points, and then we will talk about how to trade the dominant movement on the go. We are now in a 1 hour chart, 1 hour time frame. Notice the swing failure pattern right here, followed by a microstructure break and this tiny imbalance in this chart. Let's drop to the 45-minute time frame. In here you can notice the more obvious and larger imbalance area. If you drop to the 30 minutes, the same imbalance area is also there. So, now we know that this is an interesting area of multi-imbalances. Now dropping to the 15-minute time frame for further analysis. First thing I noticed was this support and resistance flip area with multi-level imbalances. Notice how many times price rejects this price level. Keep going down until the 5-minute charts so we can see and observe the price action better and more in detail. With this vision, we have a very large and strong movement here, as you can see. If you use the Fibonacci tool, you'll notice the large tradable area with imbalance and the optimal trade entry. Now, price dives, and you can make your first cost average entry right here. Price dives again, you make your second and third entries. You can even set an order up to this deep level of optimal entry, because no one knows how much a price can pull back. As you can see, we are not using risk reward tool here, manually managing the orders. Now here is the fun part. You find all this price action right here in this area quite complex and boring. Maybe you even missed all this move. So my question is, what else can you do after this? Okay, let's check the higher time frames again, as you can see on the right. So, the question is this. You cannot catch these stupid early starting rally points. You hate this smart money concept and you're so annoyed by them. What other options do you have? First of all, I have to tell you again, you do not have to catch the early exact sniper price action movement. All you can do, trade the dominant move on the go, just like this one here, the rally on the go. Okay, as you can see, price breaks with a nice imbalance here again. This is a nice small dive area to trade the breakout. Then another fast move and a small pullback to this inner imbalance, another trade. Then another nice break and small pullback to trade. As you can see, what you do here is jumping to rally with each pullbacks using small divided orders instead of a hard stop loss with classic risk reward tool. Okay, I hear you out. You hate this imbalance bullshits and tired of smart money concepts. Then all you can do is just get back to the basics. Basically, trade the bull flag breakouts on the ongoing rally. So in simple terms, waiting for simple bull flags and wait for the breakouts and joining the dominant party with a strong move. However, you must be aware of this. This strategy will never work on slow or choppy assets. You will need an ongoing rally or ongoing crash to trade this. Otherwise, it will not work. Today, I want to do something different, talking about Euro USD. I noticed combining classic smart money concepts with momentum scalping techniques giving great results in all the markets. As usual, we will be using our ICT high time frame candles indicator to spot possible entry locations. If you notice here in the 2-hour time frame, the rally starts with Euro USD right here, the early rally. Later on, price gets a break and pullbacks and dips into two little imbalances from 30-minute and 1-hour charts. And if you look at the 45 minutes, who do you think is the dominant side? Notice the bottom, momentum imbalance, the bullish side imbalance. Notice the green candles in a row. Obviously, buyers are mainly dominating these mid-time frames in the Euro USD today. Now, on the left side, I have opened the 1-minute time frame to see the low time frames in clear price action. This yellow circle indicates where the price dipped into multi-time frame imbalances. Notice this area of perfect support and resistance flip point. Notice how the price rejects the area 4 times before in a row. And once it's broken, it is used as a resistance, right at the point of our multi-time frame imbalances. If everything is clear enough, let's talk more on the smart money side this time. This top area is our previous day high as our institutional liquidity point. If you remember the masterclass, I have said many times, smart money loves to get close to these areas, but dropping back to create some liquidity. This is exactly what happens here, a parabolic inner liquidity created right before the previous day high was taken out. Now, let's get closer in the area and talk even further. Now, we know that this is a perfect example of SR Phillips zone, also a point of multi-time frame imbalance taps. Plus, we are in the very nice optimal trade entry zone as well. From now on, the rest of the move is simple smart money concepts, structure breaks, and imbalance-based entries. Notice how the structure keeps breaking until it takes out the previous day high. This gives you 3 times 2-hour setup chances. If you miss one, you can take the other one. So, what happened here? Let's go step by step with price action again. In mid-time frames, we used our ICT high time frame indicator to spot a possible entry point. We noticed these multi-level imbalance taps and we decided to observe the area further. Then we learned that it is an area of perfect support and resistance flip location, combined with an inner optimal trade entry location. The rest was classic smart money entry setups, which you probably have seen like a million times by now in this channel. I think this Euro USD was a magnificent example of how can we combine classic smart money concepts with momentum scalping together. ARK was the top gainer coin of the day. It was the by far number one with 20% gain. The moment I saw this coin, I knew that it was tradable. By using our lovely indicator called ICT high time frame candles, I quickly determined the possible entry location on the chart. As you can see, price dipped into these lovely 30 and 45-minute imbalances, but of course, you just cannot jump to a trade here. You need to observe the lower time frame price action to make decisions. Now, let's open the 1-minute time frame and discuss further. This circle area in 1 minute presents where the price hits 30 and 45-minute imbalances, the moment of seeking the entry. I also noticed that there were these nice equal highs above as our main target. Let's zoom in the area and talk more. As you can see here, the price drop stopped and the inner structure turned bullish, making new inner market structure breaks with breakout structures. Price started to push upwards here. So in my mind, I had a projection moving upwards until we take out these lovely equal highs. Very nice idea, right? So after one of the breakout structures, I just jumped into trade with the yo-yo. I basically divided my order into smaller pieces and started making small entries. I have also placed other two smaller yo-yos under these inner liquidity points against a possible deeper pullbacks. This was not an easy or short-term trade. It made me wait over 1 hour for a decent profit actually. The moment I saw a 3% plus gain, I cut the trade. Just watch my last 50 videos or so. I keep saying the same thing. Do not get greedy. Take your profit and move away out of the market. Now let's see what really happened later on. If I kept the trade open, as you can see, I could have done over 5% move, make over probably 100% gain in the position. But also notice that price never hunted the equal highs. So what I expected did not happen. Why? Because I cannot see the future. No one can. All I can do is just risk and order management. That's it. If I had the trade so much longer, I could have easily lost the cash, and price crashed very hard later on, as you can see. So I think you understand that trading is not about strategies anymore, not anymore. You need to accept this. It is all about risk and order management. More importantly, controlling your greed for more and more profits. With my masterclass yo-yo technique, seeing these 3+% moves will be more than enough for you. Get out of the market. Trying to hold positions like for plus 10% moves is just pure gamble anymore, and is extremely high risk. Price can easily crash and you can lose all your entry cash. So as long as Trump is president, get ready for choppy price actions. Rallies will crash in a matter of seconds. Crashes will rally after a single tweet. President Trump is extremely unpredictable guy. He affects all the markets in the world. Keep your trades short as a day trader. Get out quickly with small profits. Waiting for gigantic gains is not wise anymore, I'm sorry. After all the manipulative and corrupted market moves, things are getting back to normal today. The moment you opened the charts today, this coin, BCH, was dominating the top gainers. The early rally started way back then with our classic trade setup of multi-imbalance steps. Of course, how did you find this? By using this lovely indicator, the ICT high time frame candles. I think it is probably the best trading view indicator that I ever used to spot entry locations. Later on, a very similar opportunity came back. However, this time it was just accumulated way too much before the final move. So this is what we're gonna do today. Observe this specific area in detail and talk how can we make entries. Okay, within this 5-minute chart, this is the specific point the second rally started. Before we talk about the entry, I want to talk about where is the price heading. As you can see, there are very clear equal highs here as our initial target. But it is also the Monday high as well, an institutional level. We will also see soon about the daily imbalance. Now let's zoom in the area and talk about how can we place orders. Let's do something different. Let's draw our Fibonacci for the two rallies and get ideas. In the early rally, you can see that price drops to the EQ point of Fibonacci and touches this imbalance, then starts its mega rally. But in my opinion, it is really hard and troublesome to point out the exact moment of rally. So this is the question, what shall we do here? How to approach these problems from a trader perspective? In the second rally, you can see that price pulling back to this nice imbalance with inner support and resistance flip area. Now in my opinion and experience, this is a great location to make an entry. Actually, your first set of entries. Then, if you look at below, you can notice this price level of previous week high. What is this? A Masterclass amplifier location combined with inner imbalance. A superior location to place your second order. So as your last order, this optimal trade entry with deep imbalance is a great choice. This is how you strategically set your orders and not looking for a single super trade location. Instead, we divide our orders. I think this clarifies a lot of things for you. Now let's get back to the daily chart and see the reasons why this coin rallied. In this daily chart, everything started with this very brief sweep of liquidity, which ignited these mega movements in this coin. Then the bulls took the main control, pushing the coin to fill this daily imbalance. It is strongly being pushed upwards. As you can see, price action is a very collective chart language that combines multiple time frames. You cannot just open a single time frame like 5 minutes and say I'm gonna trade only 5 minutes. It doesn't work that way. I have specially chosen this lovely Nasdaq example to show our momentum strategy can work on all asset classes. As long as the asset rallies or crashes, this is the key part. Again, I'll be using our ICT high time frame candles indicator, basically our base trading view indicator. With this indicator, spotting tradable zones is much easier and quicker for us. When I was watching Nasdaq recently, I noticed this lovely multi-imbalance area. Since Donald Trump announced new 25% tariffs again for the EU and many other countries, US stocks started to struggle a lot. Long-time rally turned into a crash in the recent weeks. You can notice this 4 imbalance step area, 30 and 45 minutes, and 1 and 2 hours all the at time zone. This basically gives the tradable area idea. If you open the 1 minute chart on the left, you'll also notice the exact point of where this multi-level imbalance tab locates. Now, let's zoom into this 1 minute time frame and talk further for other smart money concepts and price action. First thing you can easily notice is the almost perfect support and resistance flip location. Notice how many times price rejecting the same area. This easily tells you about there's so much resistance on this specific price level. If you also draw your Fibonacci, you'll also notice this is the perfect optimal trade entry location with the giant inner 1 minute imbalance. Do all of these remind of you something? This is one of the most essential price action patterns. Strong break after liquidity sweeps and a pullback to a tradable imbalance area or optimal trade area. This is probably one of the easiest and the core setups I was teaching in the free trading course. Now the next question is how to trade this. Once you spot your tradable areas, the rest is actually a waiting game. You need to be patient, waiting for the price action to go in your favor. As you can see, I think the clearest move here is this market structure shift with imbalance right here. I always find price action more messy in Forex and indices compared to crypto. So this could have been a 2-hour great setup with enough large stop to cushion yourself. This is I always advocate. You need to cushion your stop losses. Now our deep target should be this below liquidity line. But notice how the price shakes a lot of people right before reaching the target. I saw this happen probably 1,000 times. Actually, this is why I encourage people to create more compact setups like 2R or similar. When you trade, your aim should be always to get in and out as soon as possible because markets are very cruel and hard to trade nowadays. When you build these gigantic setups like 5R, 10R, you will have to wait in open positions for a really long time. And these cruel markets can stop you out so easily. Well, the only way to avoid all this using Masterclass yo-yo like cost average trades. This will reduce your stop losses and increase your win rates. However, cost average techniques have a big side effect. Your profits will be much lower compared to classic RR styling. As you can see, there is always an exchange in trading, and there is no holy grail at all. There is no perfect strategy, there is no perfect risk management, there's nothing perfect in trading actually. It is a hard business. Rally after rally, pump after pump, and jump after jump. Last 2 weeks were actually quite crazy. So it is extremely natural to have these pullback days. If you look at the majors, you will see that totals are crashing, Bitcoin's pulling hard, and the USDT dominance rallying for the day. All these are natural correction movements after big pumps. For example, check this weekly Solana chart. Notice the bullish move on this coin with giant green candles and momentum imbalances. But today, it is resisting and struggling. Check the left side. Price rejected by this bearish imbalance at the moment. And the last 2 weekly candles made an SFP, the swing failure pattern. Now, my overall view is still bullish. However, the most recent price action at the moment is bearish, a significant, temporary pullback. How about the daily chart? In this daily chart and the candlesticks, we made another SFP, tiny SFP recently, and then a strong break downwards. Then this got me thinking, why? Maybe the price is just seeking more fuel to go up. Look at this small imbalance and liquidity point below. It is quite possible price may crash further here to get more fuel before another leg of rally. Who knows? What about the momentum layout? What does it tell us? When you look at the 15 minutes, it is crashing really badly. And the sellers protected the crash by defending the highs. And this multi-imbalance zone is a quite great zone for a short idea. Why not? Let's go down to the 5-minute chart and talk more and how to take trades. Now let's see. This is the location of 30 and 45-minute imbalance steps. Do you notice something else? What a great SR flip location as well. Price is keep rejecting this PDL level, the Masterclass amplifier location of previous day low. And if you use a Fibonacci, then you will see that this is a nice discount area, actually exact location of the optimal trade entry. Then another small inner crash starts. Notice how the bullish imbalance fails and the bearish momentum imbalance takes over. This is quite a nice 2-hour setup idea here. I want to look at the wider perspective again one more time. Notice how the price taps and fills the 30 and 45-minute imbalances before the fall. Remember, higher time frames determine the direction and lower time frames will give you the entry. But check this out as well. Notice this 45-minute imbalance above. And notice the equal highs structured. How the price sweeps the liquidity and taps the imbalance before the prior rally. What a crash from now on, over $10. Remember, as a trader, you can long or short daily, and your bias and most recent price action must be updated every single day before trading. After taking a loss, I was looking for ways to cover the loss from yesterday. And this bread coin looked like a viable option for me. It was another top gainer coin of the day, and it was ideal to look for longs. In this hourly chart, you can notice that it generally respects its imbalances before rallying. Also seeing the specific price level felt really great. Support and resistance flip location combined with previous week high amplifier. And all of these were happening in the location of hourly imbalance. What a nice location to look for a trade. Now, of course, how did I find this coin besides it was the top gainer? Of course, the ICT high time frame indicator helped me a lot with this. The moment I saw the 4-level imbalance location, it already got into my trading list. Seeing the 30 and 45-minute imbalances and also the 1 and 2 hour imbalances gave me extra confidence. Plus, you can see the SR Philip location on the right side. This is why I love this indicator so much. It is just showing me the important parts of the chart, removing all the other clutter. So I do not need to get lost in so many trading concepts here. Now, let's talk about the entry. Now, in this low time frame chart, everything looks clear as you can see. Here is our entry location, which we used our indicator to find out, and also our SR Philip in clear detail. Now, for this trade, I was not specially waiting for any kind of entry confirmation. Instead, I just used our simple yo-yo to manage this trade. With the right location, I jumped to trade with the first yo-yo entry. A simple market order, nothing complicated here. Then I placed a limit order right below the liquidity point in case it drops further for an extra liquidity trap. And lastly, I noticed this great fill location, a combination of parabolic liquidity and imbalance together. I did not place any order here. Just take a note of it for a possible third yo-yo entry. Luckily, it did not need any extra yo-yo here. First entry was sufficient enough. Price rallied like 10% from my entry zone. As you can see, strategies will work and fail in a regular basis. There's no holy grail or way of always win-win-win. I took a loss, now I took a win. Trading is a long journey with so many challenges. When you woke up to this nice Monday in the new fresh week, you should have immediately noticed this lovely strong day. Totals and major coins were strongly green, and USD dominance was rather weak as you can see. So, this indicates that trading upward rallies are more beneficial compared to crashes. So I specially selected this BSW coin, one of the top gainers. It had interesting price action to watch. The daily time frame was especially educational. As you can see, price sweeps the monthly low. Since then, buyers tried to dominate the sellers. They were pushing the coin upwards and upwards in a way they were trying to fill the daily imbalance upwards, as you can see. Now in our momentum layout, you may ask this question, why this coin? To be honest, nothing special at all. The only reason I detected this coin was it was in the top gainers and had a nice daily imbalance to be filled. Very simple couple of clues. In this 2-hour time frame on the right, notice this area of Masterclass price switch, right before the rally. And right after that, a powerful rally started until the price filled the daily imbalance. So, what I want to do is discuss how to join dominant rallies today and how to jump ourselves into these bullet trains on the go. Let's open a lower time frame together and talk further. In this 5-minute chart combined with multi-time frames, you can see the dominant rally together. Basically, what I'm interested in here is the breaks and then pullbacks until we fill the daily imbalance. Because after each break, we may have some sort of chance to enter trades. You can see in close action, in very early stages of the rally, actually there is no valid or significant entry chances. Price breaks, but never pullbacks. But later, this changes. After each significant breaks, we are having a decent pullback to enter trades. Now let's zoom in the area further. As you can see, after each break, price decently pullbacks into discount zones or imbalance areas or sometimes the optimal trade zones. I think it is impossible to catch 3 trades. But if you are watching the price action, I think it was possible to catch at least one solid trade here. So let me do a decent recap for you. 1. We knew that this was a strong day and we are looking for long trades. 2. We know that best long trades come with rallying top gainers. 3. Furthermore, we also saw the daily imbalance as a target in this specific coin. And lastly, we joined the dominant rally with simple smart money structures. As you can see, trading is actually not overly complicated business, but rather waiting and patience. I think waiting for a good setup can take sometimes hours. This is the number one problem for the most traders. Waiting and being patient. Because most traders just want to open the charts and trade like crazy every single minute. But in the most cases, it is not ideal. First of all, let's take a look at the price action in this coin. Please just ignore the coin name. The only thing we care about is the price action. This could be Nasdaq, this could be gold, this could be Bitcoin. Price action is universal. As you can see, this was a bearish price action here. By taking new lows, sellers were in control here. With this imbalance area, the expected move was downwards, the logical continuation of the trend. But the imbalance strongly failed, as you can see. So buyers started to fight back. They were trying to push the price to this daily imbalance as a target. So this move here made this coin the top gainer recently. So how did we find this coin? Because it was the top gainer. Simple as that. So when we look at our momentum layout, price was rallying like a monster. And at some point it just slowed down. Thanks to our indicator called ICD high time frames, we were able to spot the tradable location here. Right here at multi-level imbalance taps. Now, if you open the regular price within 5 minutes and compare with our indicator, you will notice where the price started to secondary rally. Okay, let's deep dive into smaller time frames and start to talk about entries. What you see here is the most classic price action that you can ever witness. A very simple structure breaks with an imbalance, and then price pulls back into this small balanced price range with the optimal trade entry location. So this gave you a wonderful entry opportunity here. This was almost a 2-hour setup to use, depends on the moment of your entry. Okay, but what really happened here? In the daily chart, sellers were pushing the price like crazy until buyers stepped in and decided to fight back. So this movement made the coin the top gainer coin and created this multi-level inner imbalance area. At the same time, price was being pushed into this daily imbalance as a target, creating simple trade opportunities. Now, I want to show you something. What you see here is our daily chart again. Remember, this is the daily chart. I want you to notice and remember this large imbalance. Keep it in your mind. Okay, we are back to our 2-minute time frame this time. Notice how the price rallies and then crashes. So basically, price fills the daily imbalance to almost perfect tick and then strongly crashes. This is why we have to keep an eye on the daily and weekly imbalances as well. These are very important price levels. GLM was one of the great top gainer coins today. But how these all price actions started, let's talk about that first. As you can see on the daily chart, this price action was bearish before. Structures were breaking downwards. Notice the imbalance here. What is the purpose of an imbalance? It should keep pushing the price in the direction of the main trend. So the expected move was here to have a new break downwards. But what really happened here? Instead, the imbalance failed, and the buyers took the control back. Imbalance strongly failed, as you can see. So who is the dominant side here? It is the buyers as for today. By using smart money indicator called ICT high time frame candles, now we can observe the price action much better in multi time frames as you can see. Notice the dominance of the buyers here. This significant move made the GLM coin the top gainer of today. So the question is, how we can trade these dominant rallies on the go? Okay, now let me open the 15-minute chart on the left side and see something. Notice the inner break right here in the 15-minute time frame. Now I'm switching to the 5-minute time frame. Notice the same break here. And finally, we are in the 1-minute time frame one more time, same break right here. This kind of breaks gives us interesting trade chances. An inner time frame structure box appears right here. It is also a natural SR flip area with inner imbalance. This can be a very natural quick entry point for you. So when you trade ongoing fast rallies with the dominant side, you shall quickly enter and exit most of the time. Grab like 2-3% move and get out. So let me explain the price action again one more time. We know that buyers got very dominant in this coin. In the low time frames, you have noticed the extremely fast price action, naturally making many bull flags which you can also try to trade. But sometimes these obvious structure boxes come to life, giving us much more precise movements and entry points to trade. So these should be our great trade chances on the dominant trend rallies. Before we end this lesson, I need to talk about something really important. Why normally I try to trade the multiple imbalance points in earlier times? Because I want to catch the early rallies before it is extremely extended. Basically, each rally generally have two stages, early and late stages. When you take trades in the early stages, you will have a higher chance of successful trades because price is not extended yet. Once the price is really extended, I can still trade, there is no problem. The issue is overextensions generally crush us very hard at some point, and it is almost impossible to know when this asset will gonna crash. Let's check out this quick morning trade practice with Pendle coin, one of the top gainers of the day. What you see here is our very simple indicator called ICT high time frame candles indicator, showing me the multi-time frames at once to observe the price in much better detail. First of all, notice how the price taps multiple imbalances at once, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and the 1 hour price locations. Also, if you check out the 2 hours chart, you'll notice the dominance of the buyers. Solid, big, green candles in a row also keep taking the previous highs to push the price up. Now, if we open again our low time frames on the left side, such as the 5 minutes time frame in this case, you can clearly see the price action combined with high and low time frames together. Also, this is a very special price level. First of all, it is a natural support and resistance flip area as you can see. However, it is not an ordinary one. It is a specific price level, a Masterclass amplifier, the previous day high level. Remember from our Masterclass, amplifiers are great boosting points for your entry locations. So, if we can sum all it up, why is this price point very important? First, point of 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour imbalance taps from the higher time frames. Second, buyers dominate if you remember the 2 hours chart. Third, a natural SR flip point area. And lastly, the point of PDH, the previous day high amplifier point. All comes together and makes this area a very nice point of interest zone to look for trades. First of all, what is your logical target here? Obviously, the above liquidity point. If a trend wants to keep pushing higher and higher, it needs to take out the upper liquidity points on the go. The rest is simple smart money entry, a classic market structure, break with an imbalance. However, in this trade, unfortunately, there is no great reward. Sometimes this happens. We cannot do anything about it. This is like mostly 1.5 hour trade. Because, as you already know, I'm against very tight stop losses. We need at least some cushion, a bit large stop loss for our trades to breathe and move around. What about yo-yo averaging? Imagine that you made your first entry at this logical place, but price did not move up. Instead, it started to crash on you. Next logical area would be this inner SR with nice imbalance. So overall, this would be a nice zone to create some average price. However, if we look down further, this deeper parabolic liquidity area with imbalance also looks interesting. So it is possible that it would even crash deeper to get more fuel. But in my opinion, this is a very, very large zone. But in my opinion, 2 yo-yo would be enough here. In the worst case, cut the loss and move on. Because if the price keep crashing further and further, it also will mean that sellers are getting dominant over buyers. Remember, averaging does not mean you need to average forever. Maybe in investing you can average a lot, but in trading, there are some points you need to cut the loss. As you already know, Bitcoin made this gigantic crash from $105,000 to $90,000 in just 4 days. Of course, our main question should be how can we trade these movements from early points? Your biggest helpers again will be imbalances. Remember, what is an imbalance? As the name suggests, not balanced movements in the market. It is the definition of something big happening in the market, and buyers and sellers cannot match orders anymore. Some side get overly dominant. If you know, at the end of January, we started to have these rumors that Donald Trump will sign a policy of new tariffs, 25% taxing against Canada and Mexico, and extra plus 10% taxing for China. And in the 1st of February, this created massive reaction in the markets. Bitcoin was the earliest to react to this news. It caused this gigantic drop of 15%. Before we move on, I have to talk about Donald Trump. Trump is not your regular European president. He's very direct and tells whatever he thinks. In the next 4 years, you need to get ready for a roller coaster in all the markets. A rallying market can crash in the next hour, or a 20% crash can recover in just 1 day. Anything possible with Donald Trump. Now, day traders, I think you are extremely lucky. We will have so much momentum and volatility to trade in the markets. Joining these rallies or crashes quickly, getting in and out will be great for us. On the other hand, if you are a swing trader, it is probably be harder for you. Because the longer you hold a position with Donald Trump, it will be harder to manage because you can be stopped out anytime. However, for swing investors, especially with my working agents, it will be probably a heaven. Trump is a big supporter of the stock markets in the long run. Whenever he causes a big crash, it will be great for us to buy the dips with the working agents. Okay, back to the charts. In the hourly charts, you notice this gigantic imbalance. With Donald Trump or some other big news in the markets, the first thing you should go is down to the lower time frames, and the rest is simple price action. First, watch out all the major breaks. and draw your structure boxes. With every major break, a new protected high will appear. As long as price protects these highs, we only try to short the markets, especially a crashing or a rallying markets. But in here we have another problem. You hate the micro market structure breaks. To find specific entries, what else you can do? You can again use only imbalances. Normally, after our structure box, we are looking for a classic an order block, breaker block, a SAR Philip area. But this time, we will not look for those. We will only focus on newly created imbalances after each major breaks. We will use market orders as quick as possible and take the profits on the go. Let's see some in close action. First, you confirm the break, a weak or a strong break, and a protected high. You know that sellers are dominant. You also know that a news crushing the markets. Watch for the moment of an inner major sell which creates an imbalance like this one here. Right after the imbalance, join the sell with a market order. And you repeat the process. Again, confirm the break. Sellers are still protected. Wait for the next major sell which creates an inner imbalance and join the movement with a market order. In this style, you cannot use classic risk and reward because you have no time for it. Also, possibly stop loss will be a huge. This is not great for us. Basically, you will keep repeating the same price action until sellers lose a protected high. What you do here is using freshly created inner imbalances and selling directly after they are created. You are joining the dominant crash party with sellers with each movement until the crash stops. As I said, with this style, you must use market orders right after an imbalance is created. Join the big crashing party. It is generally impossible to set a proper risk-reward here. You will not have much time for it. You market sell and take your profit. Repeat the process until the crash slows down or stops. This is actually not a new strategy, only a different way of entry model. It is very close to my rally strategy from the masterclass. Also remember what we were doing in the classic entries. We confirm a break and a structure box. This part is similar. But in the classic entries, we were looking for a order block, breaker block, an inner imbalance or a SAR Philip area for the reaction point. Then we were opening lower time frames to confirm an inner structure break, which gives us an easier RR risk reward tool to use. But with only imbalance model, which is very similar to rally strategy, you do not need to go into deeper time frames. You directly short when you see a big movement that creates an imbalance. Of course, you shall only do this with the main direction of the market. In this case, with the crash with the Donald Trump. Okay, let's do a full top-down analysis on our great coin Solana. But before that, let's check this out. How are the markets today? As you can see, totals are quite strong. And then the major coins boosting and pushing their limits. Lastly, the USDT dominance is weak. What does it all tell me? This is a strong day, and it is best to look for long trades rather than short trades. As simple as that. When you look at the Solana chart on the weekly, there are interesting things. Notice these two significant imbalances which were holding the price. But only this is not powerful enough for us to make a judgment yet. If you go down to the daily chart, you'll notice this liquidity sweep area, which is also followed by a market structure break upwards. What else can you see here? Yes, a natural support and resistance Philip area, which is actually a breaker block in some sort of form. And also check this inner daily imbalance as well. Again, what does it all mean? It means that this is an extremely strong area where the price may react. Again, as simple as that. Let's check out the Masterclass momentum layout. Of course, we are now using our beloved ICT High Time Frames indicator. This indicator allows me to evaluate multi-time frames at once. So I can see so much at a single look. First of all, this is a very important price level. It is the PDH, previous day high. If you are in my masterclass, you will know that I use them as amplifiers to boost the entry locations. Notice the natural support and resistance flip right at the previous day high as well. But the most important thing here is 4 imbalance taps, which come from 4 different time frames at once. This is the core of my masterclass strategy. So we have everything we need to look for a trade now. What we're gonna do is this. We will observe this amazing area in the low time frames and seek more precise entries. Now, let's zoom in this area. As you know, this was the area that 4 imbalances were tapped or filled from the higher time frames. This support and resistance flip point, what I love the most. It is such an amazing and simple price action concept to look for. Now in the area, let me even zoom in more and more and talk about the specific entries. In our point of interest area, see what happens. Market structure breaks, followed by a very large imbalance. Price drops to the discount area, into this small version of SR flip. Our logical stop here will be again this protected low, a simple masterclass 2R setup. So, what really actually happened here? Let's discuss it again. Price strongly breaks and then drops back into this SR flip area. It is not just an ordinary area, it is the multi-time frame imbalance zone. Then you have your point of interest to look for trades. What is next? A market structure breaks with a small fractal support and resistance flip and imbalance. You see, all price action is actually fractal. In the weekly, in the daily, in the hourly, or in the minute-based charts, I always seek the same things. Let's learn how to take some sniper trades on a chilly Sunday. We will discuss everything from A to Z. The moment I opened the trading view today, I just checked my market list. Totals were in really bad shape and negative. Major coins like Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum were also very weak today. And the USDT dominance was on the stronger side. This was an overall weak day. Taking short trades was a better idea than long trades. And I found this coin called SYNUSDT. How did I find it? Simple, I just sorted my futures coin list and it was the number 3 top losing coin in the day. But why did I select this coin rather than the number 1 or 2? As you can see, we are now in the 45-minute chart. Notice these imbalance points. Sellers were strong on this coin. Now we drop to the 30-minute time frame. Still you can see the 30-minute imbalances, multi-imbalance top points. If you go down to the 15-minute time frame, you will also notice that we have another set of imbalances here. So, it was a really weak day and this coin was also really weak. Sellers were controlling this coin. Now let's drop to the low time frames like 2 minutes in this case. Notice what happened inside the first set of multi-imbalance points from 15, 30, and 45 minutes. And notice here the inner structure break. It is followed by a 2-minute inner imbalance. Right here, it was your first possible trade idea. But unfortunately, all these actions had already happened. It was history. However, I expected a similar action to happen again, at least one more time. After all, charts are full of repetitive patterns. Price broke and created this inner support and resistance flip zone right around our high time frame imbalances again, 15 minutes, 13 minutes, and 45 minutes. Later on, notice what happens. Exact same price action. Inner structure break followed by a 2-minute inner imbalance. This was your second chance of entry. It was 100% the same trade with the first trade. It was a repetitive pattern, as you can see. A sniper location. If you are confused, let me recap all the price action in simple terms. First, today was a weekday with negative totals, negative major coins, and a powerful USDT dominance. And the SYN coin was one of the top loser coins of the day. So, I thought that taking a short trade was a better idea today. The rest is simple masterclass price action. Here is your chart in action. Price sharply drops and creates these multi-time frame imbalance zones, and price pull back into this zone. An inner structure breaks with an imbalance. Our inner target is this recent old low. As you can see, a very simple trade idea, but we missed it because it already happened. Later on, price breaks and creates this nice support and resistance flip zone, an overall zone. An exact same price action happens. Multi-level high time frame imbalance zone, price pull back to this zone, and then an inner structure break with an inner imbalance. And here is your chance of sniper entry. This type of movements keep happening every single day actually. Let's take a look at the number one top gainer coin of the day, GTN. But before that, let's get an idea about today. Today was a strong day with the totals, as you can see. That movement also supported by the major coins like Ethereum and the Bitcoin. USD dominance was fairly weak today. All these indicates a nice strong day for us, so we can look for long bullish trades. The moment I saw the GTM coin from the list, it was already pushing like 30%. It was by far the strongest coin of the day. The daily chart was really interesting. Price reacted to this imbalance here at the bottom. And you can notice price started to consolidating for a while. Sellers finally lost the power, then the mega movement came. It destroyed this inner imbalance and headed towards the upper imbalance, as you can see. It was also trying to clear out this parabolic liquidity right below the imbalance area. When you switch to the momentum layout, you can notice the power of buyers in the last overall 2 days. Pullbacks are really small, but the rallies are gigantic and fast. This shows the power of the buyers. Just a couple of hours ago today, the same thing already happened. Price partially pulled back to this inner imbalance area. A slow and a limited pullback. Then the final rally ignited. Let's talk about two types of masterclass entries we can do here. First, the 5-minute chart. Remember this yellow point? Right here presents where the price hit the 30 and 45-minute imbalances and started to react. First, notice the perfect example of a price switch, which I teach in the masterclass. Bearish imbalance fails and bullish imbalance appears. Basically a price switch. And the rest is very simple rally entry, jumping to the rally with a market order. No hassles, just a quick entry. You ride the rally like 3% and get out immediately. You are done for. No grid, in and out. Now let's drop to the 1-minute chart and talk about more classic smart money entries. First, notice the liquidity gathering above and the swept liquidity right below. A small inner market structure right inside this gigantic imbalance area. What else supports our ideas here? Again, notice this failing mega imbalance. Failure of this imbalance gives us clues about the weakness in the sellers. The rest is simple 2-hour setup with in and out entry again. No grid, no fantasy. We just take our profits and move away. Okay, let's talk about this Omni coin. I was watching this coin a lot this week. It had very interesting and educational price action to learn and improve your trading skills. As usual, we will observe this coin starting from the weekly and do a full top-down analysis. When I first look at this coin, this very large weekly imbalance interests me so much. Price struggles way too much inside this imbalance. Remember, the purpose of any kind of imbalance: push the price and create new break and let the trend continue. But this imbalance fails really badly and the buyers take the control back. When we take a closer look at the price, there is very exciting price action here. Extremely large wick which pierces the imbalance, but the imbalance holds really well here. It is just like a tennis ball. But this rejection wick is just insane. It is a 40% rejection. All I can say is that there was an insane manipulation here. Big whales manipulated the price and liquidated so many people here. But I love big rejection candles in the high time frames. It means that many people are already manipulated. Now, the normal rally, normal price action may start. When I look at the momentum layout, I use our best indicator as usual, the one called ICT high time frame candles. By using this indicator, I can point out and learn about the pattern of the asset. For example, you can see that earlier in a rally started right here at this point with the 4 imbalance taps. And this is a very repeatable pattern for me. If you look at above, the exact same thing happens one more time. The secondary rally starts. When I activate the 15-minute chart as well on the left, as you can see, all the inner highs started to being taken out. This also proves me the buyer power in the low time frames. Okay, now let's observe the rally to right at this point in much more closer price action. Okay, we are in the 3-minute chart to talk and learn more. Remember, this is the close-up point of 4 imbalance taps happening in the momentum layout. Right at this point, you'll notice an almost failed imbalance followed by a momentum imbalance. Basically, a masterclass price switch. Now let's zoom out and talk more about the possible entry models. Let's assume that you noticed all these price actions really late. What can you do about it? First of all, you have a very strong indication on high time frames with the big rejection in the weekly chart and supported by momentum layout imbalances. So our idea is longing this price. I do not have to be paranoid here. After a micro price switch or market structure break, even if I am late, I can build a simple in and out 2-hour setup here. A quick get in and out, as you can see. Will it work or not? I have no idea, but my bias is long here. Or if I am really late to enter the trade, I can just divide my orders into pieces and use a quick masterclass yo-yo entry. So this way, I can try to grab a very quick, very tiny move from the market like 3-4%. Again, a quick in and out. However, the rest of this move is just a fantasy. I do not know the future or I cannot see the future. I get in and I get out. Control my greed and risks. This is the only secret of surviving in the trading game. Okay, you woke up today and decided to take some trades. But before anything, you need to check some things. How are the markets doing? As you can see, the world is quite flat nowadays. We do not experience very strong rallies with stock markets or gold. However, crypto is not the same. If you remember on Twitter, I said that once we broke the 100k level, there could be a deep pullback. Totals are very weak today, as you can see. This shows me that whole crypto world is weak today. When I look at the major coins, it is the same. Solana and Bitcoin are especially weak. And look at the USDT dominance, how strong it is. So altogether, all this picture indicates to me that we are in a really weak day. It is better to look for short trades rather than long trades. Zcoin was in the top 3 loser coins today. It was very interesting and educational to study. As you can see, we are in this large imbalance area in the daily chart with a support and resistance flip at the bottom. This coin tried to rally really hard a couple of days ago. It actually rallied $65 to $75, a 20% rally, not that bad. But today was a really weak day, as you notice with the totals and the major coins. And this coin could not hold its rally. So the question is this. This coin tries to fill this daily imbalance and top this SR flip area or not. This gives me the bias idea for this coin. When you open the momentum charts, I'll teach you an easy trick. Just observe the previous imbalances. That will tell the story. If you look at the right side, the 2-hour time frame, you will notice these gigantic bearish imbalances. This is my first sign for the power of the sellers. Then the failure of this bullish imbalance shows me the weakness in the buyers. A simple and quick trick to understand which side is dominant. Rest is about finding an entry location. If you notice this area, you'll notice that price pull back and tops 3 imbalances right at this area. So this zone gives me ideas about where we can enter or where we can seek some trade opportunities. Now, we are in the 1 minute time frame to get a closer view on the price action. Right here at this point, this yellow circle is where the price taps 3 imbalances from the momentum layout that you just saw in the previous section. It clears the liquidity with a swing failure pattern, and the above imbalance forced the price down. This is where we have our market structure break. Let's have an even closer look at the area and talk more. First of all, I'm gonna admit that it is not easy. You see, after the structure breaks, the price pulls back and taps the imbalance and straightly falls down. Let me ask you a question. How many of you can catch this movement just at this moment? Probably not many. So, what can we do about this? The only solution is jumping to trade with divided orders. This is why half of my trades involve masterclass yo-yo techniques. Why do we cost average like this? Because most of the time it is impossible to catch the perfect entry point. Not because of our strategy. It is all because of perfect timing required. But if you use a simple cost average with divided orders, you can catch a trade like this, a 7% movement here, instead of trying to achieve a perfect sniper all the time. All you need to do is cover the logical entry areas with divided orders. A simple strategy, a simple master plan. Divide and conquer. This way, you will catch most of the trades without failures. Before even trading, let's take a look at the day first. As you can see, we have a strong gold today, but stock markets are on the weak side. Also, do not forget, stock markets were in the pre-market when I was looking at the charts. So at the end, world is a mixed bag right now. However, we have these extremely strong totals. After the mini crash, coins are getting their power back, especially today. The major coins doing really great. Bitcoin wigged the 90K and now powering up again up to 95K. And the dollar is really weak, as you can notice. So, all in all, by looking at this, I can say that we are in a really great strong day. A good day to look for long trades. Scalping was the interesting top gainer today. It was in the 5 top gainers and it was aiming for higher. When I look at the weekly chart, I can see that it was coming from a really long accumulation period. And with the recent elections, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, this coin also powered up. It was just a little bit late boomer. What was fascinating is this weekly imbalance point as our bias. It was riding to tap it. It was so powerful. In the daily chart, you can see that this coin used this inner daily imbalance for the last jump before touching the weekly imbalance. And if you look at the history, the patterns, it was using its daily support and resistance flip points to make the next jumps. All good and great. We have power and the bias. But how about the momentum? This triple imbalance point area was our last fuel station before the weekly imbalance point. Remember, more imbalance taps are better for us. So, what we are going to do is try to explore this area in the lower time frames and learn about different kind of entry models, risk management, and order organizations to make better decisions. Okay, let's observe this low time frame chart and educate ourselves on the progress. First of all, you can notice the nice liquidity gathered right below the weekly imbalance. I showed this many times, many examples in the masterclass. This is a great smart money trick. At the bottom, we have this large 5-minute imbalance and the deep order block. Plus, we have this nice support and resistance flip area. So, if you ask me, this was the best possible entry location to take an entry. But life is not sunshine and unicorns. Not everything works as we plan. If you get even closer, you can notice that price taps 5-minute imbalance, accumulates, sweeps the liquidity, and then breaks the structure. Finally, it rallies towards the weekly imbalance. What you see here is actually a small version of a power of 3 combination, which we learned about free trading lessons with many examples. However, in my opinion, this is a very tricky trade here. The bottom area confuses me a lot. So what can I do here? What kind of order and risk management that I can use? Option 1. I would use this gigantic 1.5 hour setup and cover my deep area. If I do this, I would feel really comfortable with a trade against possible pullbacks. Because in this trade, in this position, we have a high risk of deep pullback here. What else can we do? Second option is our Masterclass yo-yo averaging system. Nothing too big or complicated. For such a trade, I only look to cover the bottom area. So I would only need two positions, a simple average, to protect against me a possible deeper pullback. As you can see, strategies may change. They are only for finding ourselves an entry point. What we need to learn is our order management, how to divide our orders into pieces, and how to be clever about managing the risks. Because we do not know the future. We can only know and control our risks. I want to start with Algo coin and its daily perspective first, and then we will keep going down. First of all, as you can see, we were in this very long-term downtrend. Sellers were in full control here. They kept pushing the price slowly during the last couple of months. But in the light of the recent coin rallies and the election, we started this mega rally, basically taking out all the protected highs above. So the buyers step in and take control of the price now. The rest is our classic price action. Price pull back to an imbalance and then starts the second leg of the rally. This is a great daily power. However, this coin do not have a really clear bias above. Please keep that in mind. Okay, now let's go. In the momentum layout, I will try to observe this imbalance area because it is very educational and useful. We'll talk about different order management techniques inside this area. Okay, if everything is clear by now, let's move to the lower time frames and talk further about the entries. Okay, this is our entry zone imbalance. And we had this extremely well, really good SR Philip area above. Structure breaks, and there is an imbalance there. A perfect, almost A++ setup. But this trade fails, as you can see, an almost super setup with a super fail. Right at the bottom, another market structure breaks and there is another imbalance. This time it works perfectly. So the question is here, how to know which MSP will work? Can we even know this and avoid the stop loss? The clear answer is no. We mostly have no idea which MSP will work. We have no certainty. Why? Because we are not from the future. Unless you can see the future or come from the future, 99% you will not know what will happen next. So what is the answer then? Answer is order management. We cannot know the future, but we can control what we know and increase our chances. Imagine this is our entry imbalance zone from the higher time frames. And the price is falling into our imbalance. As you already know from the masterclass, imbalances and gaps have tendencies to be filled. It can be fully filled or react anywhere in the area. So what is our solution for avoiding the stop losses? First solution is dividing our trades into pieces. Instead of using our 1-hour risk at once, we can divide into 2, 3, or 4 smaller pieces. So basically, you are not actually avoiding a stop loss. What you do is increase your winning trade chance by making more entries. A simple and a magical solution. Our second solution is obviously masterclass yo-yo techniques, basically using a bunch of cost averaging managements. Instead of using our full risk in one single entry, we try to make multiple entries. This way, you can create an average entry. This will again increase your win rates and lower the stop losses. Remember, no one in the world can escape some stop losses. It is inevitable. But you can increase your winning chance and cover the losses from the stop losses by using simple order management techniques. Okay people, long time no see. Let's have a talk about the Dogecoin today. But before that, let's see how the markets are. As you can see in the world, we had this fairly stable day. Not much gain, just around 0%. But today, coins were mostly great. Look at the totals. Over 1% gain in the day. And the main coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana followed them. By looking at this data, I can say that we had a mostly powerful and strong day. In the daily chart with the Dogecoin, you will notice important smart money structures. First of all, the strong rally started back then with a swing failure pattern and followed by a weak market structure break. But more importantly, this SR flip was the main source here. When I see these great support and resistance flip areas, I get overly excited. When you get close to in the daily chart again, you can notice that structure breaks one more time and pulls back to this imbalance right around our SR flip zone. And our 2-day rally starts. What does this tell me? Buyers gaining power on this coin. This coin may continue to rally in the upcoming days and weeks. Please watch this coin closely. Now, let's take a look at the momentum layout and talk further. Notice this triple imbalance area. These inner imbalances support the inner rally. And you can notice this inner support resistance area. This is called fractalism. Basically, 100% same thing that happens with the daily chart is now happening in the hourly based charts. Same pattern in multi-time frames. Now let's talk about the low time frames and the entries. Lower time frames may look complicated at first, but it is fairly simple. Just watch. This is our triple imbalance point from the momentum layout and our inner support and resistance flip area. Plus, please notice how the price clears the liquidity before moving upwards. Now let's get even closer and talk further again. I want to talk about two types of entries here. First of all, Masterclass price switch with Masterclass rally. As you can see, right here around our SR flip, our final imbalance fails. And price starts a strong rally right after that. This is where the nice rally entry happens, giving you at least 2+% move. Actually, after this video, this coin rallied like crazy. Just check it right now if you wish. But what about the traditional risk and reward? As you can see right here, we have our weak market structure break happens. And then price pulls back into inner imbalance. Now this is a tricky setup. It is like 1-to-1 ratio. Not much of a profit if you ask me. If you see setups like that, try to pull your stop loss a bit higher to cover the imbalance at least. Try to aim for 1.5 or 2 hour setups. This will improve your gains. Let's talk about this beautiful trade setup with ARC coin and talk about how we can improve our chances with higher quality day trading setups. As usual, we will discuss every single detail starting from the weekly until the minute-based charts with top-down analysis. When you look at this weekly chart, the first thing you notice is this simple swing failure pattern that is followed by a market structure break. This alone gives me clues about the buying power. Later on, price pulls back to this imbalance, powers up for the next weekly rally. As our bias target, we can assume that buyers took control of this asset and trying to balance the market by filling this imbalance. This is all very simple and easy 101 smart money concepts. In the daily, you can see price jumped right here with the daily support and resistance flip area, which is inside the weekly imbalance. As for more precise bias target, we can assume that price is trying to fill this daily imbalance area. Okay, very good, very great bias. But how about the momentum? As usual, we will stick to our best indicator called ICT, High Time Frame Indicator, which will help us to identify the best possible momentum entry areas. According to our indicator, the area right here was a great zone to look for entries if there will be a secondary rally. As you can see, price deeply pulls back, then price all powered here and a sudden rejection. Now let's go deeper and try to understand what is happening inside this area. Now, what you are looking at here is a 2-minute time frame with momentum layout together. As you can clearly see what really happens in our momentum supercharge point. Seeing two things together will improve our vision to understand how our Masterclass 3 layout system truly works. Now, let's zoom in the 2-minute time frame and discuss it further. Right at this point, you can notice the 2-minute market structure break followed by the imbalance. Price nicely pulls back into our discount area, which also collides with the simple breaker block. I love this setup, bringing back all the memories from the free course and all the basic smart money concepts. Now, as a scalper or a day trader, you see the setup, you take it, then you get out. 2R is more than enough here. Get in and get out. A nice, high-quality trade setup. Let's talk about a really troubling trading day with Anna. We will discover and talk about many things like Masterclass yo-yo and risk management. We will learn how to adapt to changing and unstable trading environment. Let's start with the top-down analysis again. When I was looking at the weekly chart, I noticed a nice power with Anna. We kept making new highs and getting really powerful recently. When I was looking at the top, I noticed this upper weekly imbalance. I was thinking, oh, it's nice. Maybe we can rally towards it. And this SR flip point could have been a nice early target for us. Since Anna was one of the top gainers, I thought we had a really nice power. When I looked at the momentum chart, this was the area that I was looking for a trade chance. Because we were having these nice pattern-based movements. If you check the below, the early rally ignited right here with imbalances. I was thinking that we can do the secondary rally with upper imbalances. However, there is no free lunch in trading. There are no free candies. Let's check out the low time frames now. Now, we are in the 1-minute time frame to talk further. This was the point of our momentum layout imbalances. I have noticed this weak break with imbalance. This was my point of entry. I also noticed these nice equal highs above, and I thought I had more good reasons to rally upwards. So, as a good trader, you shall not be greedy. 2R setup was great here. But look what happens. This trade was chopping itself for hours. It was so dramatic. Up and down, up and down, up and down. It was boring and annoying. This is why you need to cut trades sometimes, break even them. And look for new trades or new coins without over trading. Okay, if risk reward is not doing great and price is very choppy, then what to do? So basically, switching back to do our masterclass yo-yo, a basic cost averaging technique. In order to do a yo-yo, first you need to determine good entry points. My first entry area was this nice SR Philip area. Second area was this nice, really big imbalance point. My third area was the combination of parabolic liquidity with imbalance. If you have watched the masterclass, you'll see how important these areas are, especially with the combination of parabolic liquidity with imbalance. Okay, basically, this is where you make your first entry. And then you make your second entry. So, you averaged yourself now in the middle. After that, you are making your third entry and creating a final average. And the rest is just taking the profits. As soon as possible, never get greedy because we don't know what will happen next. Take the profits and move on. You see how simple is this? But you wish. Nothing is simple or easy here. This whole trade took more than 6 hours of my day. 6 hours, for God's sake. I had back pain at the end of the day watching and managing the trades. Today I opened the charts and this altcoin was the number one top gainer in my list. As I said to myself, why? Why did this coin become the number one? Can we track this? Anyone making money out of this coin right now? Let's find the answer with the full top-down analysis from the weekly to minute-based charts. In the weekly, I have noticed the most simple, most basic price action happening that every single smart money trader knows really well. A simple swing failure pattern followed by a weekly market structure break. Such an easy and simple method. And then this giant weekly imbalance boosted this coin in the direction of buyers. As our target, the market was trying to balance itself by trying to fill this weekly imbalance. Now, in the daily chart, we did not have much, but this balanced price range with the daily price switch boosted the coin and started this 5-6 daily non-stop rally until it clears the liquidity above. Up until this point, we have confirmed our strong bullish bias. Now, what about the momentum? What does our best indicator tell us? The ICT high time frame indicator. It is telling me that something was happening right in this area. The point of supercharge, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour imbalances all together. Before the rally was fully completed, I tweeted about ARC because I knew somebody was already making money on this coin. Okay, if we are all good and great, let's observe the lower time frames now. On the left, I have opened the 5-minute time frame as you can see. And on the right, we have our momentum layout so you can see everything clearly together. Notice our supercharged momentum layout area and the 5-minute time frame. You can see the perfection at sniper entry point. And then what else do we have here? We have a magnificent SR Philip area. I do not know what else to teach you now. Have you ever seen anything better than this? Let's get closer in the area and talk more. First of all, please notice the liquidity gathering right at the top. It is just creating us a nice and juicy target to hunt. Now let's zoom even more. Ironically, the liquidity below is fully cleared now and price taps the 3-minute imbalance. Now, what we have here a great fill, a combination of swept liquidity with imbalance. The worst thing in this trade, we do not have a market structure break here. Actually, there are some in 30 or 15 second charts, but not very useful for us. Instead, what we have here is an alternative method. Masterclass, price switch, and rally strategy. Now, this move gives you a nice and clear 3% move. It is more than enough to be profitable. This is not the best rate in the world, but money is money. Actually, later on, the ARK is rallied like crazy if you check the charts right now. Today, what I want to do is actually a little bit different concept. I want to talk about pattern recognition, seeing things before they happen, catching big rallies before they rally. We will talk about the meme coin today. This coin actually had no offers in the weekly chart that I really enjoyed. But the daily charts were speaking to me, like whispering in my ears to watch it. You can call me now Coin Whisperer. This is why I tweeted this coin today. The first thing I noticed with this coin was this daily price switch, the failure of an imbalance and the following momentum imbalance. This alone tells me how powerful the buyers are. And this gigantic imbalance was a magnificent target. It was basically calling the price to itself. We still have this really nice parabolic liquidity above as for future target and reference. Now, let's dive into the momentum layout. Again, we will use the best indicator we can ever use, ICT High Time Frames indicator, that allows us to see multi-time frame rally points. Let's try to understand the basic pattern in this coin. The earliest rally we can see started right here with the help of these two imbalances. After that, the second rally used triple imbalances to supercharge. In the following rally, another triple supercharged imbalances pushed the price. Then later on, a duo imbalance pushed the fourth rally. And finally, the final crazy move caused by this only 30-minute imbalance. Now, basically, what happens here is a ladder-like rally. Rally, rest, rally. Rally, imbalance, rally. The one strategy that we have been trading for a really long time. Let's go deeper and deeper and try to understand pattern recognition for predicting rallies. This is where I posted a tweet saying meme, basically signaling the meme coin. I honestly hate signaling things because signal services only will make you weak and bad at trading. You should be able to see all these yourself. Once you get used to it, it is not that really hard. Now, as you know, these are the 5 imbalance points which created all the rallies. Now, what I want to do is to see what else we had here. An SR flip area combined with the imbalance, which boosted the first rally. Then, another same pattern, imbalance, SR flip, and the rally. Now, the third rally only used the momentum layout imbalance, so this SR flip is never used. But the next rally used the SR flip area with combination of imbalance again. Now at this point, we had this amazing level of data and repeatable pattern. This is why I tweeted the meme coin here. The final rally was obviously coming soon. So, what was the general pattern here? A combination of imbalance and SR flip points to boost the coin until it fully fills the daily imbalance. Great bias and great momentum. Today I will not talk about the entry. I will leave it as your weekend homework. Let's have a little chat about this gas trade. It was a simple masterclass 3-layout system trade. Once you get the process over and over, things will be much easier to understand and implement it. Okay, as usual, we will start with the top-down analysis. From the weekly chart, what do I see here? A nice swing failure pattern followed by a weak market structure break. This is your initial and the most simple bullish sign for the high time frames. Then the price pulls back to this weekly imbalance and boosts itself up, probably targeting this imbalance in the future. However, as day traders and scalpers, we have more concerns about much closer targets like this previous weekly high right here. This is a nice weekly bullish bias. In the daily chart, we can notice this price was using this daily imbalance as well to boost itself up. It made a nice price switch on the daily level. So, weekly and daily charts tell me that this coin has more bullish interest compared to bearish interest. Okay, how about the momentum layout? In the momentum chart, I have noticed these early imbalance areas and I marked to check them later for possible trade opportunities. If you follow me on Twitter, I actually tweeted this and told you about are watching these areas. So, you need to follow me on Twitter and watch the YouTube videos regularly because I give small hints for the future. We will observe the entry with 5 and 1 minute time frames. In this 5-minute chart, I have to show you something first. So this yellow point area was our regular momentum area which is coming from the momentum layout. As you can see, the early journey of hunting the previous week high started right at this point. This yellow point where I started to seek the entry. I need you to notice this magnificent SR Philip area. Please seek for SR Philip zones all the time. These are the most basic price actions for your trades. Your strategy, it does not matter. SR Philip areas make every strategy much stronger. You can use it with RSI, Mete, trend lines, and just add the SR Philips to increase your win rates. Now, let's take a closer look at this entry within 1 minute time frame. As you can see, the structure breaks, pulls back, and breaks again. I missed the first entry, but I'm waiting for the break of structure pullback. Right here, we have the combo of imbalance, order block, and the discount area which comes from the premium and discount zones. This is a nice plus 1.5R trade, a bit shaky, but it delivered well at the end. As you can see, we are not getting rich here. We are not buying fancy cars with every trade. We are not driving Lamborghinis. We just make extra cash for the house. That's it. This is what trading for. Makes extra bucks. This is how I see trading and it will never change. Remember, this is a business of 90% traders keep losing the money. Let's talk about this nice beam trade and try to improve our trading skills to the next level. As you already know, we start from the weekly and discover what is going on in the other time frames. This way, you will learn to see bias, momentum, and the entry. There was not much going on with the weekly chart as you can see. This price was being held by this nice weekly imbalance. Obviously, sellers were pushing the price down and the buyers were resisting really well. At the top, we have this nice imbalance, but it is a far away target for us. It is not very usable if you ask me. Daily chart was similar to the weekly chart. This precise imbalance with small support and resistance Philip area was holding the price really well. However, this time we had this great imbalance area to be filled, as you can see at the top. So my conclusion is this: there is a big fight between buyers and the sellers in this coin. I cannot really say one side is overly dominant over another. Then you may ask me why I chose this coin to trade. The answer is actually extremely simple. First, this coin was in the top 5 gainers. Second, the momentum layout was great. All thanks to our lovely indicator called ICT high time frame candles. This indicator showed me everything I needed in under 10 seconds. Let's see what this indicator is telling us. It shows the price taps the 3 time frame imbalance points in one layout. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour imbalances. This is our fuel station if we really wanna rally again. So, we have some data in our hands. Let's check the lower time frames to make an entry. This 2-minute chart was really interesting to observe. First thing that I do is spot my supercharge point from the momentum layout, as you can see. This yellow circle indicates I can look for trades now. And this impressive downtrend liquidity is great because it gives me more confidence there are some other reasons for the price to go higher. Later on, structure breaks strongly, as you can see, and this price deeply pulls back until this nice balanced price range. Moreover, this price is now in the discount zones to buy. I hope that all of you remember the premium and discount lessons from the free trading course. This was another great sign to long. Okay, right in this area, price was holding really well. This is a very clear 1.5 hour trade setup, a little lower than that I normally do. But why? So, due to our Masterclass 3 layout system, we have 3 elements. Bias. In this example, bias is not extremely clear. There's a fierce battle between buyers and sellers. Momentum is perfect. We have the initial rally, rest, and then the 3-tap imbalance for the supercharge. Entry. And the entry is clear enough with market structure break and the imbalance. When I was looking at the top gainers, I noticed the hook coin. It was not the number 1 top gainer, but it had a really interesting price action. If you're ready, let's observe the price action and talk more about this coin. The daily chart was really interesting first of all. Price was trying to fulfill this imbalance area and try to tap the order block above. There was this intense buyer power kept pushing the coin higher and higher. If we just zoom in the area, you can notice that price was using imbalances and occasional support and resistance flip areas to move upwards. So, as you can see here, what do we have? We have a strong daily power and we have strong daily bias. Great high time frame analysis with certain direction. It is time to use our best indicator, the ICT high time frame candles. Before we start, please check this indicator. It has gotten many updates and fixes recently. Try to update it when you have time. As you can see, our indicator shows that the earliest rally started at the way bottom with these 3 imbalance tap areas. And that second leg of the rally started right in the middle with the imbalances again. And the last and the third rally, again the same structure. So what we're gonna do is we will observe the rally 2 and rally 3 and talk more about entry models. Now, this is the close-up chart in 1 minute time frame. This is where the rally 2 started. Sorry about my mistake. It is supposed to be labeled it as rally 2. And the last and the final rally again right here. Again, I meant the rally 3 here. Sorry about the wrong label. But you got the idea anyway. So these 2 locations are where the price fell into multiple imbalance points in the momentum chart. If you look at this larger image, you will get a much better idea. On the left, we have 1 minute chart, and on the right, we have 30 minute, 45 minutes, and 1 hour charts. All charts in the one single screen. You can see the sniper precision. This is why we keep talking about the importance of combining high and low time frames together before taking any kind of trades. So, if we look at the first entry area, we kind of have a small structure break or a masterclass price switch with a large, big imbalance. I actually built a setup here, a very simple 2-hour setup, but the price never pulled back deeply. Buyers were so strong and the price flew away without me. And the next rally point, the same thing, the same similar structure happened. This time we also had this great support and resistance flip area. So at the end, as you notice, what we do here is not very or extremely complicated. We use one strategy and one indicator and looking for the same or similar setups over and over again. So what is the problem then? The biggest problem we are facing is time. Waiting for the right setup takes too much time sometimes. I think the biggest challenge of all traders in the world is the time itself, and unfortunately we cannot fix this. Okay friends, hope you are doing really great and have an amazing Sunday. Today, I want to talk about Solana, one of my most favorite coins to invest and trade sometimes. We will be looking at the recent price action and possible trade chances. We will improve our trading skills starting from the weekly charts and do a full top-down analysis. When you look at the Solana in the weekly chart, you can see that we were in this massive rally recently. Price moved from $120 to almost $250 in a matter of weeks. You will notice that price were taking previous highs recently, weekly highs. This is the power of buyers. Buyers kept pushing the price and rallied to almost all-time highs again. Now, let's talk about the momentum chart a bit. In the momentum chart, we'll be using our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles. So, this indicator shows me that there was this massive rally recently, and now the price was pulling back into these imbalance zones. 30 minutes, you cannot see now, but it is there. 45 minutes, 1 hour, and 2 hours. A massive area to look for entries. Okay, now I want to talk about the lower time frames. This is the same chart, but much lower time frames to seek an entry. This yellow point area is where the 4 higher time frame imbalances are located. Right at the top, I can instantly notice these lovely equal highs. Now we have a combination of the previous week high and the equal highs together. Much more reason to go up. Right around our entry imbalances, as you can see, structure breaks and creates our entry imbalance. And it gives you this magnificent almost 4-hour setup. But not so fast. How and when you know that we will hunt the previous week high? Can you see the future? I do not think so. Do not build fantasy setups. Be compact, in and out with 2-hour or below setups. This will be much better to control and work on. Then you can leave some trades as your runner if you wish. You need to create a win-win situation. Now, here is the big problem. When we have a high time frame bias like weekly highs, that gives us a bias to move towards, a direction to take trades. Bias is for bias. Bias is not for trading. So what you do is take compact trades with your bias. Do not build big fantasy setups. And if you struggle, keep using the Masterclass order management techniques. Let's have a little talk about this STX coin, one of the top gainers of the day. We will try to do a little top-down analysis and discuss how to find trade entry areas with our beloved indicator. What a lovely weekend we had. Bitcoin broke all the previous records and almost all coins are rallying now. This coin has an interesting daily chart. Right here we had this very strong break. Until this time we had this very strong seller power, as you can see. Basically and logically, we would like to this bearish trend to continue and make new breaks. And this imbalance here is supposed to push the price further down and make a new break for the trend continuation. But what really happens here? This bearish imbalance fails badly. And the contradicting opposite imbalance starts to work. So basically, bulls take the control and make a new break upwards. And with the recent election, we are now fully powered. We have a really good bullish outlook. So, what was our indicator? ICT high time frame candles. This lovely indicator helps me to find good entry points in the momentum coins. If you look at here, we had a very nice 4 imbalance top point to rally. This is a good zone to seek the entry. However, this coin has one major problem. Yes, we have a really good daily power, but we do not have any kind of good daily or weekly bias. This is why we need to be extra careful on this coin, because this is not a ++ setup. In this 3-minute chart, you can see this area. Where are 4 imbalance tops here? We will try to dissect this area furthermore and talk about the entries. First of all, you can notice the liquidity gathering above. Plus, we have a really nice trend breakout. Very ancient trading technique. Probably one of the first strategies you learned when you started trading. Along the way, you can notice some tiny breaks. Not great breaks, most of them are really weak. And imbalances left behind. This is a nice area build a position. But as I said before, we do not have a clear bias on this coin. And any setup should be quickly in and out, nothing more than 1.5 hour or 2 hour setups. Now, if you think the traditional RR, risk reward, troubling you, you have to switch back to the classic yo-yo cost averaging trading here. It can be very troubling to manage yo-yo trades, but they have much higher win rates compared to RR-based trades. What a crazy day. Isn't it? President Trump one more time, coins started this crazy rally. And Elon Musk, big supporter of Trump, Bitcoin gained really good momentum and broke another record. Trump is a company man. I'm sure that stock markets will be affected well with this movement. Gold is lagging at the moment. I expect the money pour into the cryptocurrencies and the stock markets in 2025 with Trump and the interest rate cuts. Very, very strong day, as you can see. If you follow my Twitter or previous videos, I always said I was bull in cryptocurrencies. 2025 will be another bull year for me. Okay, I want to talk about this LPO coin, one of the top gainers today. As usual, we will be using our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles, our best companion to find out the best entry areas. This coin had an interesting price action and it is really educational. I want to observe it very closely. What I noticed about this coin was this crazy previous week high line. Look what happens right here. price comes this close, almost a couple of ticks, and then heavily crashes. This was such an interesting price action. Price crashes back to around this triple imbalance point and hangs a bit. Later on, the secondary rally starts and finishes what it started, hunting the previous week high. Now, I have seen this price action hundreds or maybe thousands of times repeat itself. It is not gonna work every single time. It is impossible. But it is highly accurate. And trading is all about finding patterns and high accuracy repeating movements. Now, this 1 minute time frame is really educational. I want to talk about many things here. First of all, notice again, price is really close to previous week high and strongly crashes right from that price level. Where does it crash to? Yes, our classic masterclass momentum layout, which is the mid-time frame imbalance areas. This is the area where we seek the entries. Right here, as you can see, a clear market structure breaks with an imbalance. This would be a perfect 2-hour setup for us, very logical in an out trade with a clear bias. However, life is not perfect. Let's be honest, myself and most traders would cut this trade right here at the break-even. And nothing is wrong with break-evens. Today's lesson is do not be afraid of break-evens. Trading is actually the easiest job in the world to lose the money. Yes, losing money in trading business is very easy. Remember, once you do a break-even, you keep your account intact and secure. At least you will sleep better. And you can look for the next trade chance. There will be always another chance. Do not forget this. Okay, let's talk about the Alpha coin. This coin was the very obvious choice today. I'm sure that everyone saw the very clear setup here. First of all, Alpha was the #1 top gainer coin today with a gigantic 30% gain in one single day. It is time to do a full top-down analysis from the weekly until the minute-based timeframes. In the weekly chart, there are things that we have to talk about first. I want you to focus on this failed imbalance here. If you remember the masterclass lessons, the purpose of an imbalance is actually pushing the price into trend direction until it makes a new break. This imbalance was never able to push the price into trend direction. There was an unending bull-bear fight here for weeks, basically a very long accumulation of orders. And above, we had this great imbalance as a target. Today, we noticed that buyers were rallying this coin towards this weekly imbalance. In the daily chart, we can notice the 100% same thing with the weekly. An inner failing imbalance. Buyers took the control and switched the price and rallied the coin today. All this gives me a great ideas about the buyer interest on this coin. Moreover, we had this very long-term downtrend liquidity gathering. Now, time to check the momentum. Now, we know that buyers are in control of this coin, and it was rallying 20-30% today. So, how can we join this ongoing rally? The answer is the momentum layout from the masterclass. The early rally started right here, if you can notice. A little tap to the 3 imbalances ignited the very early rally. I'm sure everyone missed this move. It happened very early. However, the same thing happened right here at this point. 3 imbalances, basically a supercharged point. So you can notice the repetitive pattern here. This was our obvious second entry area until we rallied towards the weekly imbalance. Now, this is not the most amazing trading plan in the world, but it is a very solid strategy to play with. And it is extremely easy to identify once you get used to it. Okay, on the right, you can notice the 5-minute time frame. You can see the 5-minute version of the momentum imbalance entry zone. What we are going to do is observe this area in close action and talk further about possible entries. The first thing you can notice is the super support and resistance flip area. Now I want you to pause this video and quickly check out my last 50 videos on YouTube. You will see something incredible. It is almost 100% identical all the time. What you see here happened at least 50 times in the last 2-3 months. The rest is a very classic and simple price action entry. Market structure breaks with a nice imbalance, price pullbacks, and we take the entry. This is not a crazy profitable setup here, but at least it had a solid 1.5 R. It was clean and straightforward. So, what we had here today is a perfect example of the Masterclass 3 layout system. 1. A great bias. 2. A great momentum. 3. A great entry. As you can see, when everything aligns, trading becomes much easier. I think it's time to talk about big time and why I tweeted about this coin before the 25% rally. We will do a full analysis from the weekly towards the minute-based charts. We will observe every single detail. The moment I have opened this chart, I have noticed these swing points, which created our weekly-based market structure break. And of course, the magnificent imbalance, which is created by the structure break. Price boosted right around this imbalance area. This was the bias power. How about the bias target? First of all, this liquidity pool gathering above with the weekly imbalance was our great bias target. Okay, all this great. How about the daily chart? In the daily, notice what happens. The same thing happening one more time. Swing points, market structure break, and the imbalance. What you see here, what I teach you in the free trading course. This was actually our very first basic lesson. Okay, now let's talk about the momentum layout. In the momentum layout, I saw this very nice area, our multi-level imbalances to supercharge the coin. When I saw this area, I had to tweet about it. We had great bias and great momentum. This was an insane rally. However, I did not trade this. Let's discuss why. First of all, no one knows the future for 100%. We can try to predict, we can try to guess. Actually, as traders, all we do is just educated guesses from the previous patterns. I was expecting a rally, but not expecting like 25% movement. In the entry area, I also saw this great support and resistance flip with the inner boosting imbalance. Up until now, up until this point, everything was A++ masterclass level trade setup. Now let's talk about the problems. The problem, there was no great early market structure break or no great rally strategy entry. As you can see later on, structure breaks with these hours of price chop. What is the result here? Great bias, great momentum, bad or late entry that I have missed. Sometimes trades will not work really well. Sometimes trades run like crazy. Some days you will wait for hours, like me, for a clear entry, but it will never come. Another day it will chop you and make you stop loss and then rally. Trading is unpredictable, trading is art, Trading is a crazy business. We have no option but to accept all these rules. Let's talk about this magnificent coin called Saga. Today we had at least 4 or 5 amazing coins. I do not know where to begin. However, I will focus on this coin because it is extremely educational. As usual, we will start from the weekly. The buyer interest started back then with the swing failure pattern. Then this weekly market structure broke with this gigantic imbalance. And then a small pullback to the imbalance pushed the rally forward. Now, all this gives good information about the buyers and their willingness to push this coin higher and higher. However, as day traders, we are more concerned about closer price action. So this previous weekly high was our daily target. Now, the daily chart did not offer so much value, I had to skip it. But the weekly was telling me everything that I ever needed for the bias. Okay, as you know from the masterclass, momentum chart is the most important layout ever. Notice how the earlier first rally started by using triple imbalances. Price basically supercharged. Then it follows the exactly same pattern one more time with 3 imbalances, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and the 1 hour time frame. Price pulls back and then supercharges to hunt the previous weekly high. It is our classic strategy. Let's focus on lower time frames and the entry. First of all, I have opened the 1 minute time frame with momentum layout together so you can see and understand what is happening better. Notice the supercharged imbalance area from the momentum layout. And now focus on the 1 minute time frame. Do you see how precisely where the rally started? Plus, what do we have here? Again, a spectacular support and resistance flip area. As you already know, SR flips make every other price action strategy much more powerful and stronger. Let's get closer to the 1 minute time frame. Do you see how the liquidity is gathering right below the previous week high? This is a very classic smart money tactic. Extra liquidity gathering right below an important institutional level or the high time frame imbalances. You can see the little snapshot from my masterclass on the bottom left. This stuff keeps happening daily. Now, let's get even closer to talk about the entry. Actually, the rest is easy. Market structure breaks, creates an imbalance, and a very nice 2-hour clean trade. I hope everything is very clear by now. We just made a full top-down analysis. As usual, please focus on 2-3 hour setups. Get what you need and exit from the market. The rest of the movement is just a fantasy. Enter, get your money, exit. Keep repeating this small process. Now, as you can see, where we entered is the sniper point actually. I did not see and used any other strategy out there finding the rally starting points like our momentum trading strategy. However, never ever forget this. No one in the world knows what will or may happen the next. Let's take a look at this SXP trade and talk about all the concepts that we have learned. As usual, we will start from the weekly charts to get ideas about the bias. Then we move to the daily, hourly, and minute-based charts one by one and discuss every single detail. From the weekly perspective, all I can see here is the weekly imbalance. Price fulfilled almost perfectly, and now it is reacting strongly. Actually, there is nothing else here because the previous week's high was already hunted. I did not see anything else particularly. On the daily time frame, the first thing that I have noticed was this magnificent SR flip area. Look how the price holds the same level twice. Regardless of the time frames, I love support and resistance flips in every single time frame. The other thing I noticed was this failing daily imbalances. Remember the masterclass. The purpose of an imbalance is to push the price and create a new breakout structure in the trend direction. As you can see, they fail here. So at the end, bias is not perfect in this coin, I have to admit. But I get these bullish vibes. Plus, SXP was the #1 top gainer coin today by 20-30% gain in the same day. Over the momentum chart, the rally was so strong, it was pushing like almost 40% movement, as you can see. Buyers dominated this coin and sellers were destroyed. If you look at the 30-minute time frame closely, you'll notice the inner boost areas. There were these two main boosting points. Yes, normally I prefer 2 or more time frames to supercharge, but this coin had insane movements. Now, let's have a look at the lower time frames and discuss further. Now, we combine the 1-minute time frame with the momentum layout in the single screen. You can see the boosting points and sniper moments. After the mega rally, notice how the price ranges and accumulates in the 1-minute time frame and where the price boosts the first ever boost. Then the price rallies again and then again pulls back and accumulates more orders. Then the second rally ignites. We will observe the second boost. As the inner target, you can notice these small relative equal highs. This was your initial end target. Look what happens in the second boost point. Market structure break and the imbalance. And this is your 3R trade setup. However, since there is no A++ bias in this coin, I cut the trades early, just made money quickly and got out of the market as soon as possible. I left the rest of the position as the break-even, and the price hit my break-even, unfortunately. So, this 3R setup worked great as usual, but markets teach me 3 things. Profit is great in my pocket. Greed is my biggest enemy, and no one knows what will happen next. Let's take a look at the SUI trade, new week and the first trade. As usual, we will dissect everything from weekly to minute-based charts. SUI was in the top 5 gainers today, but it was not a coincidence. I will explain it soon. In the weekly time frame, notice what happens here. A weekly market structure break occurs here with a small tiny imbalance. This simple price action ignites the mega 6 weeks rally. However, there are more interesting things here. Buyers are extremely strong. They keep hunting the previous week's high every new week. There is no chance of any pullbacks. Sellers are destroyed. No chance at all. This is one of the strongest bias that I have ever seen recently. There is also this current year high waiting as a target here for the future reference. In the momentum chart, I am using our best indicator, ICT high time frame candles. With the power of this indicator, I can see the inner rally patterns with hourly and minute-based time frames. Let's see what this indicator tells me. The first inner hourly rally started right here with the supercharging imbalances. Then the price broke out and started to pull back, as you can see, resting and fueling up for the second rally. Now after that, recently I have noticed this imbalance area for the possible third rally. Now, what do I have here? A place for third rally and a very strong bias, a previous week high waiting to be hunted. Remember, in the last weeks, buyers hunted the previous week highs. I asked myself, why not hunt another weekly high? My Masterclass 3 layout system works perfectly here. I have a very strong bias with an excellent pattern-based momentum rallies. There is only one thing left to do, just find an entry. Moreover, this area is actually a nice, very good support resistance flip area. This is another sign of extreme confirmation for me. Okay, now let's get closer to the entry area. Right here, market structure breaks with a nice imbalance as you can see. However, I missed the first move. Later on, structure breaks one more time, giving you the first break of structure with the gigantic imbalance. Now, this entry has a big problem. We have a gigantic imbalance and the target is very close actually. There's no close place for a proper stop loss point. This is why I used here the Masterclass rally strategy instead of the regular traditional risk-reward based system. With RR based system, the profit will be so small. In this trade, I risked the money without any fear. Why? Because the perfect bias with the proper momentum patterns. However, we are not greedy. 2-3% gain is more than enough. Get in and get out. We are done for the day. As you can see later on, the price moved like crazy here. As I told you, buyers are so strong in this coin. However, this move is just a fantasy for day traders and scalpers. If you want to survive in the trading game and turn into a professional long-term trader, you need to leave the greed out of your system. You get in and get out. Rest of the market and the movements does not concern you. Get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. No greed or no hope. You need to become like a robot, a machine. Let's take a look at the Wu coin, today's number one top gainer coin by far, making over 20-30% gain in a single day. This was a nice and easy trade setup if you have followed the masterclass steps. Let's start from the weekly and go down to the minute-based charts and discuss everything in extreme detail. First of all, from the weekly candles, you can see this coin was in a strong rally for weeks. Buyers dominated the sellers recently. We have these two significant weekly imbalances that may pull the price. As you remember, imbalances and gaps act like magnets and pulls the price. Moreover, imbalances and gaps enjoy being filled. However, for the empty imbalances, I consider them as strong momentum. Because one side is extremely dominant, there was no time to fill the imbalance. As you can see, the strong momentum imbalance. When you open the daily chart, you can see more precise imbalances and more room to be filled. As you already know, other jobs of the imbalance provide the market the necessary fuel to rally. In this case, this imbalance acts as fuel, a gas station, and ignites the daily rally. So, we have a strong bullish bias on this coin. But the bias is only one small piece in the puzzle. We need to check the other parts. Next, the masterclass momentum layout. Without momentum, there's no rally. Momentum and rallies are generally ignited by inner imbalances, mostly based on hourly or high-minute based charts. As you can see, price makes its first gigantic rally. Then it slows down. Then it's pulling back to its imbalance areas to get more horsepower. This double tap of imbalances where we gather necessary fuel if there will be a secondary rally. Now, everything is clear here. Let's check the area in the lower time frames and discuss it further. In this 1 minute chart, I have seen one of the most clear setups ever we can trade. Very simple and very straightforward. This yellow point is where we have our double imbalance taps from the momentum layout we just recently seen. Look what happens later on. A market structure breaks with an imbalance area. And this is a clear 2-hour setup to take. The market continues to rally later on, but we cut the trade. Why? If you want to survive in this trading game, you must take out your profits at certain levels and be consistent with your targets. Greed and hope are your biggest enemies. Leave some runners if you truly wish it for. I do it most of the time. We are in the time of trouble. Markets are so shaky and choppy. Even with years of trading experience, I have reduced my trading time. So, what can we do during times like this? Just practice your trading skills with less cash or go back to the simulated trading. Please do not lose your money with these choppy market conditions. Now let's talk about the super coin and starting from the weekly. When you look at the weekly chart, you will see something very interesting. This coin fully fills the weekly imbalance to the tick, a perfect imbalance fill, and now reacts very strongly. Remember this very well. When an imbalance or a gap fully filled, a big reaction is generally expected at first. When you look at the daily charts, you'll notice something else. Price also holding and reacting around this daily SR Phillips zone. So basically, weekly and daily charts shows me that buyers are holding the price around this price level, a very reactive price zone. But daily and weekly charts can only give us limited knowledge. We must consult ourselves to the momentum layout. In the momentum layout, you can also notice something great. Notice the imbalances around this price level. 4 imbalance, 4 taps, a multi-supercharge point for us. Now, the last question remains for us. What can we do with all this knowledge and how can we enter the trade? Let's observe this area in the lower time frames and seek for entries. Now, in this low time frame chart, what do you see first? The obvious equal highs at the top. I know that this could be a great target for us. At the bottom, look at what we have, an imbalance and SR Phillips area, just like the daily chart. You see weekly, daily, hourly or minute-based charts, does not matter. We always seek the same price action concepts. This is called fractalism. Now let's observe this area with even closer time frames and talk more about entries. Let's imagine that you are very excited and jump to this first rally. As you can see, the setup failed here. This is a clear loss. But a loss does not mean anything for us. We only care for the end results of 100 trades. Now we have a secondary rally. We jumped this one and this pulled back so deeply. But still, it protects its love. This is a win. But let's accept it as break-even if you want. Then the price rallied strongly enough and we jump to the very late rally. This time a clear win here, a late winner. In any way, there was a clear plus 2% move to catch here. If you struggle with single rallies, just use the yo-yo strategies from the masterclass and divide your risk into smaller pieces. This will relax you and make you give unstressful decisions. Let's imagine now you wanted to make a traditional trade with structural breaks, not using rally or yo-yo. Here is your weak market structure break here. And right after that, you have the first break of structure. This is a structure box from the Masterclass. And the clear imbalances give you the entry here. Due to your grid level, you can set up a 3R tight trade, or my choice would be 1.5R relaxed trade. The end choice is yours. Okay friends, we are definitely in tough trading times. Take breaks and relax. I know that many traders are struggling now. It is very natural. It's not easy to trade nowadays. Time to focus on other things and reduce our risks. We are still in the complex market times. Everything goes up and down, up and down, up and down, making all the people go crazy. Tough and hard to trade, or even invest nowadays. However, there are some coins to trade like the SUI here. Let's start from the weekly. When I look at the weekly chart, to be honest, there's not much to talk about here. I cannot say this very tiny imbalance was holding the price. This imbalance not convincing me of buyer interest. Looking at the top, I have noticed the perfect equal highs. But the problem is, this is the weekly chart and it is far away and it is not concerning me at the moment. How about the daily chart? In the daily, you can notice this gigantic daily imbalance, which is holding the price perfectly. I like this one. And here you are, a masterclass trick. Failing imbalances turning into support and resistance areas. Notice how this failed imbalance here turns to a support area. Plus these daily close equal highs give me a good bias. Daily charts are very promising compared to the weekly chart. But the real magic happens with the momentum layout. The reason I chose this coin was, it was the number 2 top gainer, and this momentum layout proved it why. Notice how the first rally started with the help of inner imbalances here. And the next rally, see what happens. Yes, another repetitive pattern. This is the magic of trading. Finding the repetitive patterns in charts, turning them into strategies. That's it. Let's observe the lower time frames and discuss further. If you check out my last 10-20 videos, you will see the same thing over and over and over again. Same repetitive patterns. This green point is our multi-level imbalance top point from the momentum layout. Notice the supportive inner imbalance in 5 minutes, which is holding the price very well. This is also a great support and resistance flip area. A perfect location for seeking trades. Then the rest is classic masterclass price action. You get your first market structure break here with the tiny inner imbalance. This is your first entry chance here to play a 1.5 or 2R trade. Okay, you missed that trade. Then wait for the next break of structure. Later on, structure breaks again with a nice big enough imbalance which provides you with an entry and a good trade. And this is your second trade. As you can see, all this just classic price action we have been trading in the last years on this YouTube channel. So, what we do is waiting for structure breaks and using protected low points as our stop loss points. It is just like a ladder. We sometimes win, we sometimes lose. There's no such 100% winning strategy. It does not exist. Do not waste your life to search for it. All you need to do is just managing your risks. Let's talk about my last trade and how I predicted the movements from the previous video. Please watch the previous video first to see how I predicted the rally before it happened. Okay, As you remember, we were looking into this LQTY coin. Now, as I mentioned, the weekly chart did not provide us with good bias, but the daily chart gave us incredible insights about the possible future movements. Okay, let's remember. Price did this weekly and daily market structure break, which showed me the first interest of the buyers. Then this gigantic imbalance area was really interesting. It was fully filled, as you can see, but it never failed. It was holding the price for days. This shows me the second sign of buyer interest. Finally, this inner imbalance with the support and resistance flip area was a great location for me to understand buyers. Buyers use imbalances heavily in this coin. And in the last video, I said that this upper imbalance here was calling the price. Now, I had this complete 100% long bullish bias on this coin. All that bias things were great, but without momentum, we do not have a rally. In the last video, I have pointed out this significant imbalance area and how the asset used these imbalances to ignite the first rally. Now, all I had to do was just wait for the same thing happen again. All I needed was the history to repeat one more time. Remember, we only trade one strategy over and over and over, a repetitive pattern. Here is your second rally point with 3 imbalances and plus support and resistance flip areas. The moment I saw this area, I knew that this was the point of my entry. All I needed to wait for a possible entry here in the lower time frames. Now, using the 5-minute chart, everything was just so clear. I knew my momentum imbalance tap point. It was supported with inner 5-minute imbalance and this magnificent SR flip area. Support and resistance flips are just something I really love to add additional support for my trades. Let's zoom in the area with even lower time frames and discuss it further. First of all, notice this parabolic liquidity was building here. Magnificent. Smart money generally does this a lot, building liquidity before taking them out. I teach this concept in extreme detail in my masterclass if you remember. If you forget it, please watch the first masterclass again. Now, right before the final move, you will generally see the final liquidity hunt. This time it was in the form of an equal loss. Price takes them out and breaks the structure and it gives you this clean and extremely well 2R or 3R setup depending on your entry moment. This is an excellent masterclass pro level trade. Okay, let's talk about TIA trade. What made this coin particularly special? TIA was in the top 10 coins today. If you know my masterclass, I enjoy scanning top 5 or top 10 coins quickly to find setups. And I saw something very interesting with this TIA. Let's start from the weekly. First thing I have noticed was this gigantic weekly swing failure pattern. Price quickly reacted to this area and now turning back. Later on, I noticed that the price was heading towards this previous week's high. These two little signs already created by the initial bias on this coin. From the daily chart, I have noticed this lovely imbalance right above the previous week high. You should know the magnetic power of liquidity and imbalance combos. I love these combos a lot. Beside all this, look at the recent 2 weeks. This coin was rallying for 2 weeks straight. It got like 30-40% gain. I would not want to short coins like this. It is obvious that there is a high buyer interest in this coin. Now, we have a very strong bias, a bullish bias upwards. We should identify good entry points. Thanks to our multi-time frame indicator, I have noticed this 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour imbalance combo point. The moment I saw this area, I knew that this was a great area to seek entries and trade opportunities. Very classic momentum masterclass action. Now, let's check the lower time frames. This nice yellow point is my high time frame momentum field point. This is the point where I will seek new entries. As you can see here, structure breaks nicely and price pulls back to the imbalance for me to make an entry. Our target should be the close liquid to the point. Never get greedy, you will get burned a lot. Our stop is below the swing point as our protected low. This was a very challenging trade, as you can see. But I trusted the bias because I saw this many times happened in the past before. If you have very strong bias, trades generally work great, but it may take some time. Let's talk about a bit yo-yo type entries. If you find yourself getting stopped out a lot, you should learn the masterclass yo-yo trades really well. Basically dividing your orders into pieces. For example, in this trade, I would do my first yo-yo entry just like a normal and regular trade right at this point. For my second yo-yo entry, I would choose the low swing point. Why? Because sometimes price enjoy the one more swing to grab that extra fuel before moving the main bias targets. This may happen or may not happen. There's no certainty in trading. Again, this was not an easy trade at all. A very tough area in here, as you can see. Even I have debated myself to cut the trade at break even and stop the trading for the day. But when I see these very good targets, strong bias points upwards or downwards, I just try to give the trade some chances, okay? Because sometimes you need to trust the system. You cannot just break even every single trade. What a crazy day of rallies. Today we will look at this altcoin because it gives us very interesting lessons to learn and trade. We will discover how to trade ongoing rallies if you miss the early entries. Let's start from the weekly. This coin had this mega weekly imbalance above, and that was acting like a gigantic magnet. It was like waiting for a nice market rally to pull the price. Other than that, weekly chart was not so exciting at all. But the daily chart can teach us a lot. First of all, this daily imbalance inside the weekly imbalance was a nice, precise bias target for us to pull the price. If you look at the bottom, it all started right here with the daily price switch. One failing imbalance, one momentum imbalance. And the buyers are getting full control back and the rally starts. Now this time we will use the momentum chart to spot ongoing rally. You can notice here price used this 30-minute imbalance to ignite the early rally. And the mega rally started until the price hits the daily and weekly imbalances, as you can see. Now I have a question for you. You have missed these early stages of the rally. Now the price is rallying so fast. And you have this very clear bias above. Daily and weekly imbalances, they act like magnets. Okay, my question is, how can you trade this ongoing rally? The answer is within the low time frames. We are in this 3-minute time frame to have very clear vision on this low time frame price action. We are here to discover how the price acted until it hits the weekly and daily imbalances. How was this journey? This journey all started right here at this point after the high time frame momentum imbalance tap. From that moment To hit the daily imbalance, price made a total of 8 break-off structure. Within these 8 breaks of structure, price gives us total of 8 imbalances to make possible trades. Now let's observe every single imbalance to discuss them further. If you look at the first 2 imbalances, these were very clear trades and easy wins. Price breaks and pullbacks to the imbalance nicely. Very simple and clean price action. Third imbalance happened so fast and the pullback was so small. I count this as a missed trade. Number 4 imbalance was a really great one, but as you can see, price never pulled back. Number 5 imbalance was amazing one too, but the price ignited with this very small pullback and rallied. I think no one in the world could have entered this trade so fast. Next imbalance was so clear, with a nice pullback, and this could have been used as a nice entry point. Number 7 imbalance was also very big and useful, but again, if you look at it, price was never pulled back here. And the last imbalance, but this one is very tricky. Look what happens. We hit the daily and weekly imbalances now. Remember, the first touch to the daily and weekly imbalances may cause huge reactions at first. Because of this, I count this as a no trade. So, basically, what really happened here? This rally gave us a total of 8 trade opportunities, but only 2-3 of them were really useful for us. As you can see, trading is not easy. It requires patience and waiting for the right moment. However, right strategy with managed risk can do wonders if you are putting the real effort. Let's have an extremely quick weekend recap. Let's check this coin power. We will work on a speedy top-down analysis as we always do, and then we discuss targets and profit taking. Okay, let's go. Okay, first of all, what do you really see when you look at this coin with the weekly chart? It looks like exactly the ARK coin from the previous video, right? This very nice swing failure pattern at the bottom and the imbalance target at the top. It is like an exact copy. And at the above, we have this maybe an imbalance for the future. This is why I love trading a one single strategy every time, because I only look for one single thing. With the daily chart, you can notice the rally started right here with this imbalance. This is a 5 days mega rally. And then you can see the power of buyers with this mega imbalance. Daily and weekly is very nice. It gave us an easy bias. What about the momentum? With the momentum layout, you can notice the pullback kept happening around these 4 imbalance points. As you know, I call these areas gas stations where the price just fuels up for the next rally. So this particular yellow point is a nice idea and area to look for trades in the lower time frames. You see how quick our strategy is assessing the bias and the entry areas. Simple and extremely straightforward. No complexity up until this moment. Once you have your bias and overall entry area, the last action is seeking our entry and waiting for the right moment. As you already know, this yellow area is our supercharged point from the momentum layout. This is the point where we start to seek entries. And it is exact point of support and resistance Philip level. As you can guess, I love SR Philip points. I use them everywhere, scalping, day trading, swing trading, or even in investing. Extremely helpful. Right at the top, right below the weekly imbalance, you can notice these lovely equal highs. This gives me an extra confidence for the target and my overall bias. As for our entry, look what happens here. Market structure with a nice imbalance, a balanced price range. Now, just stop here and open my last 20-30 videos on YouTube and tell me how many times you have seen this setup. 100% exact setup. Yes, all of them are the same or extremely similar. This is the power of mastering one single strategy. Now, for your entry, this setup provides us with a 3.5-hour setup. However, as you can see, it did not fully hit the target yet. But if you build a 2-hour fixed setup, this would be already a hit target. So greed plays a big part in this trade. Now, after trading for many years, I have learned my lessons. With a very strong bias and target, it is like 80-90% of the times we hit the target sooner or later. But sometimes it takes a very long time, sometimes days or even weeks. I have seen this happen many times. We never fully know how the smart money operates. They can chop the traders for a long time before hitting the main target. Take this as a lesson. Long-term success comes with controlling your greed and taking your profits. We will observe the WIF coin because it is an extremely educational coin. It will teach great lessons on bias and trade management. As always, we will do a full top-down analysis, starting from the weekly chart, going down to the 1-minute chart step by step, so you will never miss anything. Weekly chart is really interesting. It is in a very long range. However, this coin gained the title of one of the top gainers today. Why did this coin become the top gainer? Let's see. First of all, the price rallied towards this previous week high, but it never hit it at the first time. At that time, it gave us a clear entry chance. Moreover, we had this great weekly imbalance above for an extra pull. From the daily chart, we were in this long time up moving structure. And recently we started to use this nice daily imbalance as the fuel to take out the previous weekly high point. Okay, now everything is really great up until this moment. But how about the momentum? How this coin become the top gainer? The first rally started earlier in the day. Probably we were all sleeping with the power of these imbalances. It was a strong rally and it made the coin one of the top gainers of the day. However, by a miracle, it did not hunt the previous week high at once. So we have the early rally and clear bias with previous week high. All we had to do was just wait for the price to pull back a bit to get the power, get the necessary fuel to hunt the previous week high. This is a 100% clear masterclass trade setup. This 30-minute imbalance was good enough to start the rally. To be honest, I would wish 2 or more imbalance taps to get much more fuel. But you cannot have all the things you wish for, right? Now, we are down to the 1-minute time frame to observe the price action in much more detail. This is the point where we had the 30-minute imbalance tap. If you carefully observe the area, you can notice that price also sweeps these inner equal lows and fully fills this inner 1-minute imbalance. Now all these give the asset an extra boost to move, an inner fuel. Right around here we have the inner structure break with a nice imbalance. This is your clear 2-hour setup here. Clean and nice, just as I teach you in the masterclass. Now, your main target should be this inner equal high above. Get in and get out. Do not be greedy. Do not hope the price will fly away forever. This is a big mistake. This move here is only fantasy. No trader in the world knows how much the price can go or fall. You can get in and get out as soon as possible and leave some runners as you wish. Let's take a look at this interesting coin FTM, which is a very educational and great practice coin. As usual, we will start from the weekly chart and we will do a full top-down analysis. We will discover every single detail. It looks like this 4-week rally ignited with the small imbalance back then. After that, price gained this crazy momentum. If you carefully look at this coin, doubling its price in just 4 weeks is pretty insane. So, this coin was heading towards this weekly imbalance and trying to balance itself. Nice and clean, bullish weekly structures here. If I check out the daily chart, what I notice is this price loves imbalances a lot. As you can notice, price using its daily imbalance points to power up and gather needed fuel for the next rally. It created a nice pattern here. Let's discover the momentum. Of course, we will use our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles. By using this indicator, I can see and work on multiple time frames in one single layout. This gives me the power of finding our best possible entry zones. First of all, notice this insane rally in the 1 hour time frame. All green candles. It's pretty insane. Then the price starts to pull back for resting to grab extra fuel for the next rally. Basically, this is the area of seeking entry for me in the lower time frames. Now, with this 2-minute chart, we have so many things to discuss and learn. First of all, this yellow point is our intersection point of imbalance steps from the momentum layout. This is the exact place to start seeking entries. As you can see, structure breaks, creates a nice imbalance and gives us this entry area. And at the top, we have this gigantic parabolic liquidity area waiting for us to target. Now, this looks like a nice 2-hour trade setup right here. It sounds simple and clean. However, the problem here is this deep pullback. The question is, can you hold this trade when it is almost stopped out? If you ask me, it is extremely tough and hard to handle this kind of conditions. You have a couple of options here. Cut the 50% of the trade and minimize the losses and let the next half to play out. Or go back to the Masterclass yo-yo strategies and learn to divide your orders into smaller pieces. Remember, no strategy is perfect. Every single strategy in the world has flaws and weaknesses. Trading is a game of statistics and mathematics. Let's take a look at one of the top gainer coins today, GLM. This coin was really interesting and extremely educational to learn the risk management. As usual, let us start from the weekly charts and do a full top-down analysis. In the weekly chart, you can notice the mega swing failure pattern at the bottom and this large imbalance area at the top. These two are great signs for buyers, but as a day trader, we are more concerned with much closer price action. What I have noticed this coin was very close to its previous weekly high. The asset was directly heading towards here. This was boosting my bullish bias on this coin. However, the daily chart was not that much exciting. All I could see here were two things: the ongoing rally for a really long time and this previous day low sweep, which can be more fuel for the buyers. Now, up until this moment, everything is great. I got my strong bullish bias, and what is next? The next step is using our momentum layout, basically our most important layout from the Masterclass 3 layout system. And of course, we'll be using our free indicator called ICT high time frame candles. Let's discover that what is this indicator showing me right here. First of all, notice this bottom area. Price was ranging for days and hours, basically accumulating the orders. Remember, after long accumulations, a rally is expected. This is our initial rally. We almost never trade initial rallies because we miss them most of the time. Generally, we sleep. But with our indicator, we are here to catch the secondary rally. Notice this 30-minute imbalance here. Price pulls back, rests, and fuels up. This is our entry zone. And then the secondary rally starts. But where is the secondary rally heading towards? Yes, to take out the previous week high. Now do you understand the importance of what I teach in the masterclass with 3 layout system? Now, I want to get closer in this 30-minute chart again, one more time, before moving even lower time frames. Notice this yellow point really carefully. Price taps it, and the second leg of the mega rally starts to take out the previous week high. In my opinion, this is a masterpiece. Now, let's drop to the 1 minute and seek entries. In the 1 minute chart, things change because we have serious problems. I see this very nice downtrend liquidity above. This is great. However, the problem is I see the same thing below. This is a very high risk trade right now because price can make one more downswing to take out all the liquidity before rallying upwards to the previous week high. No one knows the answer here. The only thing I can do is here reduce my risk, cut in half and risk less money if I am to take this trade. As you can see, there is a weak market structure break here with a nice imbalance. This is your entry point for a clear 2-hour in and out setup. Now, if we observe this whole trade, what we have? Very good bias. This is great. Okay, momentum, just using one momentum imbalance, but very bad, poor entry area. So the 3 layout system is not perfectly aligned in this trade. So what did we do? We just reduced our risk and dynamically managed the risk. Let's have a little chat about today's #1 top gainer coin, the USTC. This was an interesting coin to scalp. It had hard and easy parts to identify. Let's do our regular full top-down analysis as you like. On the weekly basis, this coin made a swing failure pattern with a market structure break. Other than that, we did not have a real clear bias, a close bias that I cannot see. However, I can say that buyers have a really good interest in this coin. As you can see from this 5-week rally, all the short traders are generally destroyed. All this just gives me bullish vibes. From the daily perspective, look at what happens here. Price sweeps previous daily low and taps the daily imbalance. This is boosting the coin, creating today's rally. That daily imbalance acts as big fuel to charge this coin up. This above point is actually previous week and previous month's high combined at the same point. If you ask me, this is a far away target and not concerning me so much at the moment. But as a reminder, I want to keep this in mind. Finally, the moment of truth, the masterclass momentum layout. And of course, our best indicator is called ICT high time frame candles. Thanks to our indicator, I can observe and analyze multiple time frames at once. As you can see, our indicator showed me that this is a really nice gas station to fill up, which is supercharging right here. And obviously, it is a nice entry area where I can seek lower time frame entries. What else here? Please check this area and notice how the early movement in the rally started. Yes, a nice price switch. This switch here created our rally zone. Now let's talk about low time frames and talk about the entry. Now, first look at this 1 minute chart. It can be confusing, but actually it is not that bad. First, you must identify the supercharge point from the momentum layout. As you can see, this yellow point this is where we start to seek entries and not before it. On the top, we have this nice liquidity gathering for us to hunt. But at the bottom, price sweeps these inner equal lows and taps the 1 minute imbalance. If you are a long-time watcher of my YouTube channel, you'll already know that how much I love the combination of liquidity and imbalance as my fill points or targets. It works both ways. Now, right here, our masterclass price switch happens, followed by a failing imbalance and the momentum imbalance. The rest is simple rally strategy, which I think all of you mastered by now. Let's take a look at one of the top gainers today, Alt USDT. I will admit today was a really hard day to trade, but we had a great masterclass level setup with manipulation bugs. Let's start with the weekly and daily to do a top-down analysis first. In the weekly chart, we do not have much to talk about, a very simple chart. There was this extremely huge gap and price was trying to fill this. This was not enough data for the bias. Let's take a look at the daily. The daily chart is even worse than the weekly, to be honest. Look at this choppy movement. When you see a chart like this one, with really ugly candlesticks, what shall you do? The answer is very simple. Reduce your risk. If you normally risk 1%, drop your risk to 0.5%. If you risk $100, drop your risk to $50. Very basic math. Cut your risk in half. Even though we had a poor bias, I have noticed that there is this double imbalance taps here with 30 and 45 minute charts. Moreover, this gigantic imbalance fail in the 4 hours time frame giving me more ideas about buyer power. It is obvious that people try to get in this coin. Let's drop to the minute-based charts and talk more. So, what we have here? We have poor weekly and daily bias. Alright, almost fine momentum with middle time frames. What about the low time frames? This point right here is the moment when the 30 and 45 minute imbalances are tapped. Notice how the price reacts and pushes upwards strongly, creating our first market structure break in the lower time frames. And with the new created imbalance, you are taking your first trade, a simple 2-hour setup. Nothing complicated here, a simple smart money trading until this moment. Now, you have missed this trade and you are impatient and solve this new break-off structure and jump to this trade with a new small imbalance. And you got stopped out. This is 100% valid and proper trade. There is nothing wrong here. 99% of traders in the world would have stopped out here just like me. A perfect and a normal loss. Here is the manipulation box trick. If your trade got stopped out, you must ask this question immediately. What is happening? Why am I stopped out? Are the smart money creating a manipulation box, which I taught you in the Masterclass program? Now notice what really happens here. Price first sweeps the early long traders and makes a new break-off structure. This is a manipulation box. When the smart money hunts the liquidity first, then you look for an imbalance trade. Okay, today's lesson was all about accepting stop losses and moving on quickly. Always look for the next trade. We are not concerned about 1, 2, 3 trades. We only care about the result of 100 trades. That is the only thing that you should care. Let's take a look at how to take trades on Sundays. We will again discuss this coin with top-down analysis as usual, starting from the weekly. You might ask us, why this coin? Because it was the number 1 top gainer of the day when I opened the charts. We will also learn to read our great indicator and how it helps us to trade. From the weekly perspective, what I have noticed this morning was this. Previous weekly high is waiting for us. An institutional level for our bias. Price was really close to this level, and I said to myself, why not take it out? In the daily chart, what I have noticed was price took out this inner liquidity and started to rally. And beside this weekly high, I have noticed this parabolic daily liquidity as well. So, as you can see, what I do here was brainstorming to find myself a bias, a target, a level that price can move towards. Let's check our best indicator. Why do I keep using this ICT high time frame candles by Fadi? Simply, it is an amazing indicator. It shows me multi-level imbalances at once, just like here as you can see. So I knew that price was rallying upwards to take out previous weekly high. And our indicator shows that the early rally started right here. It happened while I was sleeping. However, the price came very close to taking out this previous weekly high, but not taking out. I ask myself why. I showed this example in the masterclass many times. Price needs fuel. Our indicator shows that this 30-minute imbalance was our closest gas station to grab some fuel. Let's go down to the lower time frames and see what happens there. The rest of the trade was no-brainer at all. Right in this SR Philip area, price tapped the 30-minute imbalance, which our indicator showed us. And then notice what happens here. A small micro market structure breaks. There's also a price switch that I showed you in the masterclass. Rest of the trade is just a waiting game. If you are very close to these institutional levels, like this previous weekly high, you can target them, but it needs to be really close, like in this example. I think this is a great example how we use our indicator, how we use price action and smart money concepts. Another week, another set of wins and losses. As a trader, we keep continuing our journey no matter what. Let's take a look at this lovely Joy coin setup, and let's do a full top-down analysis starting from the weekly chart. The first thing that you can notice here, price swept this weekly liquidity area and reacted very strongly. And we have one question in our minds. Where is this price heading? You can notice that weekly BPR point is a clear gap to fill. The rally is aimed to attack this imbalance area. Now, from the daily chart, we can see what happens in a closer action. Right around here, price switches from the daily perspective, a strong buyer rally ignites. Notice these 5 large green daily candlesticks in a row. It's so obvious that this coin has a buyer interest nowadays. Let's get back to our momentum layout with our best indicator ever. The ICT high time frame candles. Thanks to this indicator, I can monitor every single time frame at once and point out possible great entry areas. Notice these 4 imbalance taps in the earlier hours and how the price switches, then the crazy rally starts. But we are interested in closer and more present time rallies. Again, as you can see, price makes a small pit stop in a gas station to grab more fuel right here with the 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances, and the rally continues again. Let's take a look at what happens in this area in lower time frames. With this 1-minute time frame, we can easily see that price hits hard to 30-minute and 1-hour imbalance areas before the rally. There's always something going on inside those high time frame imbalances. First of all, you need to scan the identical smart money concepts on the screen. You can easily see that price was building this inner trendline liquidity above. So many trend traders took short positions and placed the stop losses according to the trend line concepts. And at the bottom, you can notice the inner uptrend liquidity is already taken out. Now we know that the liquidity is building upside. We have more reasons to take long trade here. Right here inside are 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances, some manipulation going on. Smart money is building one more time a liquidity trough with equal lows here. Then the price hunts it and makes a strong market structure break with a large imbalance to use. And this is your trade. A nice and clean 2-hour trade setup, a setup to use get in and get out. Or using the Masterclass rally strategy to grab a 2% move. However, for this coin, we did not have good range, enough percentage to use rally strategy. It was more suitable to use risk-reward based setup. What a crazy weekend! All coins are rallying. A heaven for our momentum scalping strategy. We will focus on this SSV coin because it has crazy good setups one after another. Again, let's work with the top-down analysis and keep using our best indicator. When you look at this weekly chart, you can instantly see that we try to balance this gigantic weekly imbalance. This coin is obviously trying to balance itself by filling this gap. Also notice the SR Philip point. This can give you an extra bias idea as your direction to move. Remember, we do not target this. These are just giving us bias ideas. With the daily chart, we can get some precise ideas about the bias and direction. We obviously balance this daily imbalance. It is very clear. If you look at the last 1 week in this asset, buyers have the full control. I would never want to short this coin if I see daily power like this. It is clear. Bias was long. Okay, it is time to check our indicator. As you know, using the ICT high time frame candles gives us the power of seeing multiple time frames at once and reading its patterns. With the power of this indicator, you can see that earlier we tapped the 30-minute, 45-minute, 1-hour and 2-hour imbalances at once, and this supercharges the coin. And price switches, then rally happens. With the help of this indicator, I can see this clearly. And this morning, look what happens again. Thanks to our indicator, we supercharge exactly the same. We get full fuel for further rally. A new price switch happens. Now, do you see the power of this indicator? It helps me to find out repetitive and reusable patterns on every single asset in the world. Now, let's see what happens before the last rally in the lower time frames. Now, with the 5-minute chart, I can get a better view about closer price action. First thing that you can notice is this liquidity building above. This easily gives your inner target. Okay, good. We have the inner target in our pocket. Now, what is the significance of this yellow point here? This is the point of supercharge. It is the moment of price taps the high time frame, 30-minute, 45-minute, 1-hour and 2-hour imbalances all together at once and grabbing the rally fuel. Then notice this gigantic inner momentum imbalance. Buyers step in powerfully. This is your masterclass level rally entry. You can also find market structure breaks if you go lower time frames if you need it. But the rally was so clear here. This gives you a clean 2% gain until your inner target. We do not have high greed in these markets. We make some money and get out of the market. How about your stop losses? A tight stop loss should be placed at the imbalance, which will give you a good range against further imbalance pullback. However, a more relaxed stop loss should be under the swing point. The choice is yours. There's nothing certain in trading. We all just make decisions and manage the risks. That's it. Today I want to talk about something a bit different. It is about how to adjust your risk and what makes you increase or decrease your risks. We'll talk about this clay coin. It is a very interesting setup. Let's start from the weekly charts. In the weekly, what I see is this gigantic momentum imbalance. This coin has a big buyer interest. However, the problem is this counter imbalance. It is fully filled and it is holding the price well. So, the sellers pushing this coin down right now. We also have this previous weekly high waiting for us. So, this is a very complex issue here. When I see these complex setups without clarity, I have only two options. 1. Reduce your risk. 2. Skip the trade and look for another setup. In the daily, things get much more complex than normal. Price also fully fills the daily imbalance to the tick and reacts like crazy. In the most recent price action, we also have this previous day high as well as a target. What a complex issues. If you are a beginner, skip this kind of trade. Do not touch it. Thanks to our momentum layout and our trading view indicator, we can get some clues and setups to trade if we have a high appetite for trading today. As you can see, price taps 3 imbalance points here and price is holding strongly. If you really want to trade, if you really want to risk your money in such a complex trading setup, this is the point of searching for a quick trade. Thanks to the IC the high time frame candles indicator, I can spot these locations very easily. Now, in the 15-minute charts, there is something really interesting. This magnificent support and resistance Philip point. Whenever I see these, I know that a great trade potential is coming up. And if you can combine it with high time frame imbalances, you will increase your chances even further. So basically, good SR Philip combined with imbalances towards a bias, like daily or weekly highs or lows, will give you great entry points. Okay, let's go down even further and talk about the entries. Now closely notice here, this is the latest break downwards as you can see. Which seller point makes this break? The highest point in the structure box. If you forget this, please watch the first masterclass again. How we use structure boxes and find protected lows and highs. Now that seller point is broken right here. Remember, a weak break is still a break. A weakness in sellers and a new imbalance is great point of seeking the entries. So this is your relaxed setup with 1.5R trade. You can tighten your stop loss to the inner swing point to increase your profit over 2R. These are the small choices you have to learn to make because in trading there is no certainty. However, high time frames for this coin is extremely complex and I see many problems. So it is better to skip this kind of setups or risk really small cash. Do not waste your money. As you remember from my last video, I talked about this super coin and how it had a great potential to rally. But why did I say that? And how I used our indicator to predict rallies. Let's start from the zero, starting from the weekly chart. In the last video, I warned you that filling imbalances can cause huge reactions. Just like here in the weekly chart, once the price filled this gigantic imbalance to the tick, it reacted like crazy and it ignited an amazing rally. In the daily chart, we already talked about how this SR Phillips zone was holding the price. It was a simple attention of buyers. Buyers obviously like this coin. Notice this gigantic momentum imbalance here. This price obviously wants to clear this parabolic liquidity area. Now, all this is great, but all the magic happens with the momentum layout. In the momentum layout, we will use our best trading view indicator called ICT high time frame candles. We have a simple aim here, finding the repetitive patterns. We already know that buyers have a great interest in this coin through daily and weekly charts. That is clear. Now let's see. Notice the bottom imbalances here. How those ignited the first rally at the bottom. Then notice the mid-level imbalances here. These are fueled by for the second rally. And finally, the rally today, ignited by these three imbalances. Now, this price is supercharged. In trading, we always seek repetitive patterns and try to play with them to make profits. Now, all this is great. How about trading and making entries? Let's deep dive to the lower time frames. Low time frames can make you feel overwhelmed, but do not. First of all, point out where the midterm imbalances tapped. This green point where this coin is supercharged with multiple midterm imbalances. Ironically, notice what happens here. Price sweeps liquidity and gives you the market structure break. And with this gigantic balanced price range, this gives you your first entry. Nice and a clean trade here. A beginner level price action concept here. Naturally, you have missed that trade. Nothing wrong here. We all keep missing trades. But later on, it gives you the first break-off structure with a nice imbalance area. And this gives you the second trade. Nothing confusing. This is a straightforward trading here. Now all this is awesome, but you have missed that second trade too. Then it is making another break-off structure with a nice imbalance. However, this time you are manipulated and stopped out. It is part of the trading business. Even the best traders in the world would have been stopped out here. There's nothing but nothing wrong here. We all get stopped out. So, if you were watching this coin as I suggested in the last video, you should have been making 3 trades today. 2 wins and 1 loss. This is not a bad result. Actually, it is a pretty good day for even pro traders. Okay people, let's see what happened on this lovely Sunday. Why did this CKB coin gone crazy? We will dissect every bit from the weekly to the minute based charts. Let's start now. This weekly chart is like a beautiful painting and tells me so much. First of all, this mega weekly imbalance with perfect support and resistance Phillips area. This is the point of heaven for buyers. If we just close up a bit, we will see so much in detail, especially these 2 failing imbalances. Remember, whenever imbalance fails, it means the opposite of the trend gaining attraction. It is as simple as that. There is an incredible amount of buyer interest in this coin. Since the weekly charts tell me so much, the daily chart is secondary this time. But this gigantic momentum imbalance here confirms the buyer power. As you can see, this coin was rallying for days. It is really very hard to short this coin. Now, finally the momentum layout and our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles. Okay, with the help of our indicator, I can identify the inner momentum field points here using the 3 different time frames just right here. Now, after this, I only have one question left. How can I trade this? We need to discover what happens right here inside our imbalances. I am particularly interested in this point right here because this is where the price is fully filled with mid-time frame imbalances. You can easily notice that this area also interacts with the 3-minute imbalance and inner support and resistance flip area. What a coincidence! This same pattern kept happening all this week, almost every single day. If you do not believe it, just watch my last 7 videos on YouTube and you will see the same setup over and over again. Now, right here, structure breaks with the inner imbalance. And then, price pulls back into the deeper imbalance. This is also below the EQ point in discount areas, as you can see. Everything was great up until this point. This is a nice and clean 2.75 hour setup. But as you can see, the price is stuck around 2-hour profit and it is having really hard time. At this point, what shall you do? First of all, move your stop loss. Quickly move it from bottom to break-even entry point. This will secure your money. Secondly, take some profit. Never be afraid of taking profits because no one knows the future. This coin may crash 50% from here right at this moment. No one in the world knows the future. What if you use the Masterclass rally strategy? Now, if you use the rally strategy, this coin moved around 5+% from your entry. However, this is greed. With a rally, you should be securing most of your profit with 3 or 4% gain at maximum. Traders' biggest enemy is always, but always is greed. Never forget this. Let's have a talk about today's number 1 top gainer coin, the ARK. A beautiful price action. We will discover everything about this coin from the weekly to minute-based charts. Let's go on. From the weekly, the first thing I have noticed is this great swing failure pattern at the bottom and the uptrend liquidity created above. Finally, this nice weekly imbalance that was calling us for a trade. Okay, all this good. Now we also have this gigantic mega imbalance above. This is a big maybe. If the global coin rally starts, we will definitely hit this imbalance. Actually, most of the coins were accumulated for weeks and months by now, which is a great sign. Daily chart also has a nice indications for us. First of all, we have a brand new daily market structure break. There's a high possibility of a pullback and another rally in the upcoming weeks. Please watch this coin carefully. But we are interested in today, of course, daily scalps and day trading. With the full momentum here, this coin gained the top gainer status today. Let's move on to the momentum chart and talk about our best indicator called ICT high time frame candles. Thanks to this indicator, we can see the optimal entry zones. As you can see, price hits this middle imbalance at the same time with 4 different time frames. And this is where the price fuels up for the next rally. It is basically accumulating orders in the lower time frames. Okay, now all we need to do is seek entries in the lower time frames. At the point of supercharge, we almost hit this lovely support and resistance flip area. It is just a tiny miss. Price also gathers this nice downtrend liquidity for us, trapping to short traders. After supercharging, we create our microstructure break, as you can see, and the imbalance is our entry point. Now, the market gives you a very clear 2R setup here. No greed and no ambition. Take your 2R and move on. But as you can see, this was a tricky and hard to hold trade. I would cut a break even here probably. I'm not sure. What about a yo-yo strategy? Let's discuss a masterclass yo-yo entry now. If I were doing a yo-yo trade here, my first entry here would be the same with traditional trade setup, as you can see. My next entry would be this deep imbalance area. The last imbalance inside our structure box. My last and final and the third entry would be this combo of liquidity and imbalance for final fuel point. I would create this nice average and wait for the profit. As you can see, trading style is just a simple choices. After a long practice, you'll decide on what really suits you. Let's talk about today's number one top gainer coin by far, the Celo coin. This coin was rallying like crazy. However, this trade was a really bad one. Today you will learn how to manage bad trades and how to survive these harsh conditions. Let's start from the weekly again. So, what did I do today? Let's start from the beginning. I sorted my coins list as I teach you in the masterclass. Then the Celo was the number one coin already. First thing I noticed was how powerful this coin was. This coin was rallying for 3 weeks, and this mega weekly momentum imbalance was confirming the power of buyers. But something was concerning me here. This coin was already fully filled on the opposite side of the imbalance, this imbalance. This is a warning for me, a warning for price may react really soon. When I opened the daily chart, I wanted to observe the area in detail. What I noticed was the weekly imbalance was fully filled, but the daily imbalance still has a little part that was not fully filled yet. So all this data gives me confusing and unreliable information for me. Oh, by the way, if you wonder how this mega rally started from the beginning, all happened right here in the daily. With a single tap to this daily imbalance, price went crazy. Okay, as you can see with our masterclass momentum chart, you might see the little unfilled part of the daily imbalance before my trade. Now, in the momentum chart, we only tapped the 30-minute imbalance, as you can see. Now at this moment, I keep debating in my brain. Shall I skip this trade or risk the money for it? Trading is so hard because you have to make critical decisions every single day. Actually, to be honest, trading is not the hard part. The hard part is making decisions. The decision stresses people so much. Okay, let's go down to the lower time frames and seek for the entry. With this 1-minute chart, this yellow point is our 30-minute imbalance tap point. So this was the area that I would be seeking an entry. As you can see, market structure breaks and gives us a very nice imbalance to enter. Now at this moment, we have everything set for a clear 2R setup. However, my bias and momentum charts are not fully supporting me for this trade. Now I am worried about this trade and I need to handle it dynamically. First thing I do is take my profits early and move my stop loss to break even. After this moment, let the rest of trade be. I have no idea, zero idea what will happen next. But the main question was, how much should you risk such a trade? The bias and momentum charts are not great, to be honest. Should you risk 1% of your account for such a trade? No, you shall not. If the bias, momentum, and entry, three layout system from our masterclass are not aligning really well, you shall not risk full. Risk like 0.5% or even 0.25% of your account. As you can see, this trade worked, but the next 10 trade may fail. We have no idea. We shall only risk our full amounts if the three layout system really aligns and it gives us a A++ trade setups. Okay, let's talk about the UNFI coin and how I traded this coin before the rally happens with my masterclass methods. I will try to explain everything from the beginning so you can get great knowledge and improve yourself. So, I was basically checking the markets today before trading. Stocks were really bad and weak. Gold was weak and the Bitcoin was really weak with a 2% daily drop. So, all the markets indicate to me that today is not a great for bullish momentum trading. So, I wanted to skip the trading today and do something else, but I wanted to check the coins once at least. Now, this is a live footage of today's trade. This is a live analysis before the rally and not a replay. As you can see, everything is moving dynamically. All I did here was I sorted the coins and started to check the masterclass three layout system to trade. As you know, today was really weak, but the momentum layout in the middle showed me something interesting with this coin. So I decided to check this coin and take a small yo-yo trades with lower risks. Let's make a very deep analysis now. So in the weekly chart, what I have noticed was this: gigantic failed weekly imbalance. And this 5-week non-stop rally. As you can see, this coin is dominated by the buyers. They pushed the price from $2 to over $3. All I want to do, make small trades with the buyers. In the momentum chart, I have noticed that price has dropped to this multi-supercharge point. Basically, 30-minute imbalance, 45-minute imbalance, and the 1-hour imbalance points. And this yellow point was an intersection of all three time frames. Still, today was a really weak in all markets. So I had to be really careful. Now let's see what happened in the lower time frames. So in the lower time frames, I was waiting for some sort of confirmation. I was not really waiting for a rally strategy this time due to the weak markets. I wanted to see market structure break for a stronger confirmation. So right after our supercharge point, this price is also supported by a 2-minute imbalance and the support and resistance flip area. All these were great signs for me. Once I saw the market structure break right here and a nice large imbalance, I took the trade. I made a small injection with a yo-yo entry, risked less money and waited for a classic 2% to 4% gain, and got out with 3% move. This trade did not make much money, as you can imagine. All I wanted was to practice my trading skills and improve my trading with horrible market days like this one. Just like you, I learn and improve every single day. And the only way to improve yourself is consistent daily practice. Okay, today I'll teach you selecting better coins and trade late rallies. Remember, there's always a trade, as long as you are patient and wait for the right chance. We will look at this TNSR coin, Again with a top-down analysis from the weekly until the minute-based charts. In the weekly, the first thing I noticed was this. This coin in a momentum rally. Does it try to fill this weekly imbalance to balance itself? But this was not enough data for me. I had to check the daily level as well. In the daily, I have noticed this coin was rallying towards its previous day high level, and it was one of the top gainer coins. When you look at this chart, you may say this: there is nothing impressive beside previous daily high. Why in the world did you choose this coin? Yes, you are 100% right. If I was looking weekly and daily only, I would never touch this coin. But why did this coin interest me? Why did I choose this particular coin? Why I like this one more than others? Let's learn. The answer was the momentum layout. The moment I noticed this triple imbalance tap right before hunting the previous day high, it got my attention. Remember, first, I had an institutional level bias to move towards, which was the previous day high. Secondly, I had a triple time frame imbalance tap to get the fuel from our gas station. However, something else caught my eye. This momentum level support and resistance flip area. So as you can see, these three things got my attention. So basically, I had everything to trade this coin. I selected this coin with all data and years of experience. Why? Because I have seen this same thing happening over and over for years. If you practice enough, you will see the same things in time. Do not rush yourself. It is impossible to see what I see in a 6 months time frame. You will need lots of practice. However, what was the problem here? I was way too late to trade this. I missed an amazing early price switch, which would be a sniper trade. Then I have another question for you. Can we trade this coin in very late stages like here? The answer is yes. As long as we have a fresh bias target and institutional level waiting for us, such as the previous day high, we can do it. Now let's deep dive to the lower time frames and talk more. Now we are in the 1 minute time frame. After triple tap of multiple high time frame imbalances, price shifted right here. It happened way too early and you have missed this. It is 100% acceptable. We can't stay awake for 24 hours to catch every single price rally with an early price switch. However, now look at what happens afterward. Price makes continuous breaks of structures with small structure boxes. Just like how I teach you in the masterclass. This was 100% masterclass based setup. And each structure leaves imbalances behind for us to trade over and over. There are 4 entries here. But I'm a practical person. Imagine that you have missed all of this. You were so busy feeding the baby in the house or something else. Can you still trade the very late stages of the rally? The answer is yes, because we still have the bias. We still have this previous day high waiting for us and we are so close. A one last trade at the peak of this rally. Notice this nice imbalance with a gigantic SR flip area. But this is your last trade before hunting the previous day high. This is your one final Yusuf Dikeç shot to take out the previous day high after the extremely late stage in the rally. Remember, price switch started way below that you have missed it. However, since then, the price gave you 5 times to trade in 90 minutes time frame. This is a crazy number for day traders and scalpers. Let's keep checking this magnificent alt USDT coin. I think there was a series of masterpiece actions happening on this coin. I will start with a top-down analysis from the weekly as usual. In our previous video, we talked about this weekly imbalance. We did a brainstorming if this was filling the weekly imbalance or not. Now I want to give you some tips and tricks about support and resistance flip points. As you already know that I love SR flip areas to take trades. But do you know that you can use the SR flips as targets as well? Yes, you heard it right. It can support your ordinary targets with imbalances. When I look at the daily, we were filling these tiny imbalances and buyers gained full control here. They pushed this coin as much as higher possible. Now all this great, but we need momentum to trade. Let's take a look. Okay, what do you see here? Come on, what do you see? Tell me. Do you notice this inner SR momentum flip? It is almost visible with every single time frame here. And notice what we have here. Yes, our supercharged triple imbalance tap. If you remember the masterclass, I told you about the importance of SR flips, and combining it with our price action concepts makes everything much more powerful. Now, let's check out the lower time frames and discuss about possible trades. What is the importance of this point? Why in the world I only choose this point, this swing point, but not others? This is the point where the price taps 3 different imbalances from the higher time frames. And it is also supported by the 3-minute inner imbalance. Now notice the price switch here. Okay, here's my second tip for the day. Market structure breaks or price switches. These are almost everywhere. I can point out 10 different price switches in this chart. But the most important thing is how you combine it with higher time frames, just like in this example. So, with this rally entry, even if you are late, that is a clean 5% move to catch here. A clean and good trade. Now, if you have used risk-reward entry with a large stop loss like this one, the stop with the low swing point which covers the deeper imbalances, you still could have caught a clean 2-hour trade. Rally or risk-reward. The choice is yours. As usual, you missed that beautiful entry again because you're a very busy person and impatient to wait any kind of trades. Jokes aside, how to trade this again? Remember, there is always a next trade if you are patient enough. Notice what happens here. Price strongly breaks upwards, creating a very lovely structure box, which is also filled by this inner imbalance. Remember the masterclass and tricks of stronger structure boxes I have taught you. Then you have 2 entry possibilities with these 2 imbalances. Which one is going to work? I have no idea. No one in the world knows which imbalances will work or not. It is all about being patient, waiting, and watching the reaction. Notice what happens here. Price comes down here and makes another micro price switch. And then you make your micro rally entry. In this case, there is a still clean 3% move to catch here, even if you missed the first trade. And if you use the risk and reward here, you can still have a 1.5R or even 2R clean trade here. Again, the choice is yours, and it depends on your trading style. Let's keep working our momentum trading with our best indicator. This ARPA coin was the #1 top gainer by far, but it is by far the strongest coin of the day. Let's do a top-down analysis with weekly charts and keep going down. In the weekly, what I have noticed was this gigantic failed imbalance. This little sign gave me idea about buyers and sellers. I have sensed the weakness in the sellers and power in the buyers. This was already gave me the bullish vibes. And at the top, we had this another gigantic imbalance gap. I directly asked myself, are we filling this gap or not? Now the daily chart, this did not give me so many ideas about the bias as you can see. There's nothing particularly interesting here. All I can say is buyers are trying to take the control here as you can see. Another important reason that I have chosen this coin, we did not have any other great setups or coins today. Markets were not exciting at all to take trades. Here is our best indicator, which I love the most. As you know, it's called ICT, High Time Frame Candles. I love this indicator because it shows me multiple entry points in a single chart. It is compact and extremely easy to use indicator. So, due to our indicator, I have noticed that our assets were supercharging right here at this point. It literally tapped the 4 different time frame imbalances as you can see on the screen. And I said, this is it. If I was going to seek a trade, this was the right place to look for it. Please take a note of this counter imbalance as well, right here in the 30-minute time frame, because we will use it later on. Okay, now let's drop to the lower time frames to seek entries. Now we are in the 3-minute chart. Right after 4 different high time frame imbalance taps, I started to seek an entry. I was so happy because it was the first trade of the new week. I have noticed this lovely, strong market structure break right here and a nice inner imbalance to take the trade. Oh god, I was 99% sure I was catching a great runner here. However, the first trade of the market became a failure. Basically, I became the liquidity for the market makers. I started to debate, shall I quit trading now? It was it for me. I was sure of quitting trading. Why? Because this strategy failed and I stopped out. In the school, when we fail at an exam, we quit the school, right? All jokes aside, as you know, I can stop out 10 times in a row. But it does not matter. What we do, we always seek the next possible trade because we focus on the long run of 100 trades, not 1 or 2, 3 trades. Since I became the liquidity for the market, I have noticed we were building a nice power of 3 here. And where does the PO3 generally build? Right above imbalances, just like the one inner imbalance here. What I have noticed here was Masterclass level price switch, which I taught you in the Masterclass program. Rest of the trade was just a matter of risk and order management. Okay, do you remember the 30-minute BPR point which our indicator showed us earlier? I already knew that price was going to react around that area. That BPR was a great take profit point for me. And the rest of the trade is just classic price action. Let's talk about Floki. This coin kept having great setup all this week. It had extremely high potential, so much to play with. We will do a top-down analysis as usual starting from the weekly. We already talked about this gigantic weekly imbalance and price may try to fill it recently. There's also this specific BPR area at the top. As you can see, there are good reasons to go up for this coin. Price tries to balance itself to achieve healthier price action. From the daily perspective, you can easily see that this coin has been in a constant rally since the last 5-6 days. Buyers had high interest on this coin. It's no joke. This coin kept becoming one of the top gainers almost every day. And this parabolic liquidity can give you another set of ideas. Price was trying to clear this downtrend liquidity. Let's get back to our momentum layout with our best indicator called ICT High Time Frame Candles. Thanks to our indicator, we can see the history of this coin. What does our indicator tell us about this coin? Let's see. Notice this multi-time frame imbalances and how the price reacts to those areas and start the first small rally. Then it pulls back to another set of multi-level imbalances and starts to rally for a second time. If you have missed all those entries, no worries. Our indicator shows us the third rally. It is less obvious compared to the first two, but still taps the 30 and 45-minute imbalances and starts a micro rally. So, our indicator shows us this. This coin loves its imbalances to power up, to get that rally feel before big actions. Let's see what happened today with the last rally in 30 and 45-minute imbalances. Now with the power of the 1-minute chart, we can see the action much better in extreme detail. If you watch my last 20-30 videos, it is almost identical. These things keep happening almost every single day, as I showed you in the Masterclass program. This yellow point is not an ordinary point. It is the momentum of when the price taps 30 and 45-minute imbalances at the same time, which magically happens at an SR Philip area. What a coincidence. Just like in the Masterclass. And look, this downtrend liquidity already gathering upside. A nice target for us. Then the market structure changes and gives your entry with a stop with the protected low. Enough cushion to cover the imbalance, as I always say. This is a solid 1.5R trade. Not the best trade in the world, but it is better than not finding a trade. Even if you use rally strategy with an extremely late entry, still there was a 3% move to catch here. I hope this video is useful for you to learn and improve your trading skills. Similar price action keeps happening almost every day. It is not a 100% winning solution, but it is a strong and valid strategy, and it is very simple to identify. This week I was mostly busy, and it was also not a great week. Most charts were really ugly, and there were no great setups at all. However, it was until today with UMA coin. As you will see, if you wait for the right days and the right setups, things just work great. Let's start our top-down analysis with the weekly chart. As you can see from the weekly, we are in this crazy rally with this coin. It all started with the weekly liquidity sweep. But as a scalper, we are more interested in the most recent price action. We already know about the rally, but now we have a very close target here. As you can see, the previous week high. This gives us the first bias idea. When we move down to the daily chart, things get more interesting. Price sweeps the previous daily low and rallying towards weekly high and also previous day high. These are all classic smart money movements that I teach in the masterclass. Moreover, we have this interesting daily imbalance here. It is between working and failing conditions, but somehow it keeps holding the price. So buyers have a high interest in this coin. It is time to check our best indicator, the ICT high time frame candles. With the power of this indicator, I can point out the best entry areas possible. An entry place that can possibly carry me towards my bias. As you can see, the price taps the 4 different imbalances here and it is supercharging. 30-minute imbalance, 45-minute imbalance, 1 and 2 hours imbalances. Now, what do I have here? I have my bias and now I have my entry zones. What is the next step? All I need to do is to go down into lower time frames and wait for the right entry. Remember, waiting and being patient is the key here. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart and discuss further. First of all, what is the importance of this yellow area? Yes, it is where the price supercharges with high time frame imbalances. It is magically at the area of support and resistance flip with an inner imbalance. If you check again, Momentum Masterclass entry models, you will see the 100% the same example. Then structure breaks with this gigantic imbalance and gives your entry chance. Now, let's discuss the targets and stop loss positions here. First of all, these inner equal highs here, your first and your main target. Remember, carrying the price until weekly or daily high is not ideal. Price can chop us a lot before reaching those targets. This is your safe setup with a 1.5-hour target, a compact and a nice setup with the stop loss under the swing point. If you want more adrenaline and get excited, you can set your stop under the imbalance. This will give you the 3-hour setup, but a little bit dangerous setup. The choice is yours. Once you take out the large portion of your profits, the rest is just fun trading. You can leave like 10-20% of your positions in until the weekly or daily high above is for your runners. This can provide you with an extra cash. Welcome back, friends. I had to take some break due to my real estate business outside. Now trying to get back in the trading life. Today, I want to talk about complex trades with complex setups. How can we find trades even on the worst days? Let's talk about this. When I was looking at this bond coin today, especially in the weekly, it was one of the ugliest charts that I ever seen. But you can also notice that this coin has very huge range for trading. It is a 30% range and it keeps going up and down. It's just incredible. What makes this coin special for today? Because it was one of the #1 gainer of the day by far. And this coin was on a rally towards the previous week high to hunt. Now, this question remains the same even though the daily chart is also very ugly. How can we trade coins like this from the #1 top gainers? The answer is in the momentum charts, because as momentum traders, we ride with the momentum. When you look at the momentum layout, you'll notice that this coin is rallying like crazy towards the previous week high. It keeps leaving these massive momentum imbalances behind. But the problem here is this coin never stops for fuel in any mid-time frame imbalances. This coin has never superchargers. There is this insane buyer interest behind this coin. Sellers cannot even respond today. So, how can we handle coin rallies like this one? Let's go down to the lower time frames. The only way to trade rallies like this, going into the lowest time frames and seeking structure boxes, just like I showed you in the masterclass. Sometimes coins like this never stop until they reach their target. If you carefully notice, there are 5-time break-off structures until the previous week high taken out. And this gives you 5 different structure boxes to play with until the previous weekly high. Now, inside those 5 structure boxes, there are 4 suitable imbalances for entry points. But not all of them works. First 2, as you can see, are clear winners. Third one could be stopped out or break even due to your risk appetite. And the last one is a missed trade because price never pulls back to the imbalance. As you can see, trading is just a math game with lots of patience needed. A combination of wins, losses, and break-evens. It is all about waiting for a trade chance, taking the chance, accepting the result, waiting for the next trade, and keep repeating the process. Let's take a look at an extraordinary trade today with LQTY. This is a very interesting coin which was in the top 5 of the top gainers of the day. As usual, we will start with the weekly chart and keep going down as our classic top-down analysis. For this coin, the weekly chart was poor. There was not much to see in the weekly chart. All I can say was this coin made a weekly structure break, and after the deep pullback, it is trying to rally. What is fascinating with this coin is the daily chart. Let's check the daily. In the daily chart, price was fully filled by this gigantic daily imbalance, and price had this price level so well. It was like some secret power was holding this price level here. The buyers never letting it go. If you check the closer price action, you can notice that price was reacting to this inner imbalance with classic support and resistance fill-up area. And this gigantic upper imbalance gives me more ideas about the bias. It is like price was being called by this imbalance here. But what really matters is the momentum. Thanks to our best trading view indicator called ICT high time frame candles, we can identify the fill points as classical entry point. If you closely look at it, our indicator shows 4 imbalances here with 4 different time frames. As you can see in the yellow circle, the price taps the 4 imbalances at the same time. And that small tap causes a gigantic rally with the price. This coin is supercharged at this point. All thanks to our indicator, we can see all this in a single layout. Now our question remains the same. How can we trade this? The answer is in the lower time frames. Now we drop to the 5-minute time frame to see the price action in detail. This yellow circle where the price hits 4 high time frame imbalances, our critical fill point. We also have this extra 5-minute imbalance here boosting our coin even further. But what else do we have here? Notice this beautiful downtrend here. Imagine the liquidity gathered here. How many stop loss orders waits for us? And with the opposite side, we have this perfect uptrend liquidity. But uptrend liquidity is already cleared. So our asset not only uses the imbalances, but it also uses the liquidity as the fill. It is combined with imbalance and liquidity. Let's zoom in the chart here. We're still in the 5-minute time frame. Notice the small structure shift. Right here at this point, right after the price is supercharging by high time frame imbalances. As it creates this lovely inner low time frame imbalance, this is also the EQ point of premium and discount zone. Now this is a perfect 2R setup here. If you check the channel, I have published over 200 videos and we talked about over probably 500 trade examples, and most of them are very similar to this trade. I hope that this video clears all the questions in your mind and helps you to improve your day trading skills. Let's talk about this beautiful cover setup to enhance your trading skills. This is a very nice example of how to use all smart money concepts with our best indicator. Let's do the top-down analysis first. For this coin, I will start analyzing from the daily chart because in the weekly there was nothing exciting. But the daily was a masterpiece. First of all, this little imbalance area at the bottom stopped all the sellers and ignited the first steps of the rally. And this gigantic daily imbalance above had this magnetic effect. All these are great, but what interests me the most is this failed imbalance right in the middle. This mega daily imbalance was not able to hold the buyers. Buyers destroyed this imbalance, and this gives me the main bias here. Buyers have this extremely high interest in this coin, a bullish bias. But what really matters is our momentum chart, of course. This is where we decide if we make a trade or not. By looking at this chart with our indicator, which is called ICT high time frame candles, I can easily see the possible entry point. If you check our indicator carefully, you'll notice a particular supercharge point, 4 time frames and 4 imbalance taps. Whenever I see this happens, I'm getting chills. It is the sign of our game being on, but making a specific entry depends on the low time frames. When we look at the low time frames, which I love the 5 minutes a lot, you can see this particular yellow point which determines our entry zone. This is the point of supercharge with the 4 different high time frames. Let's zoom in the charts within 5 minutes again to seek the entry. You can also notice here price also taps the 5-minute time frame here, an extra boost for us. Okay, everything is great up until now. Let's get back to the Smart Money 101. Do you remember the range and deviations? Yes, what happens here is a micro deviation area. Notice what happens inside the deviation. Structure breaks, gives us a nice imbalance for an entry. This is a very clean 2R trade setup, very classic price action. As you can see, your setup is this: neat and clean 2R setup. Get in and out without any greed. Rest of the journey is for only runners. I have no idea, zero idea, if the price would run to the daily imbalance or not. No one in the world knows the future. I have no idea. My job is, as a day trader, getting in and out. That's it. Okay, people, I want to talk about this Arkham coin. Why did this coin become one of the top gainers? Did this top gainer coin give us any chance to trade? How did we use our best indicator to spot the best entry points? If you wonder, let's start from the weekly again. If you look at this gigantic weekly chart, you can easily notice that this price stopped falling with this imbalance. If we have to be more precise, the rally started early on with this weekly support and resistance flip zone. However, all these are just really big pictures. As a day trader and scalper, we are interested in the much recent price action. This is why we need to switch to the daily chart. Before we starting the daily chart, I need to point out the importance of this price level. It is the previous month's high, an institutional level for all the traders. Now the price is in a rally for days and kept getting closer to the previous month high. It was using the daily imbalance as a ladder to fill up. However, what I care about is this mega daily move. What made this coin the top gainer? How did it give a chance for an entry? The secret lies in the momentum layout. When we look at this momentum layout, we will decipher the secrets. Thanks to our indicator called ICT High Time Frame Candles, we can have a much better look at this coin with unlimited time frames in one single layout. Our indicator shows us we had a crazy rally recently, as you can see, and the price stopped for a while and pulled back to fill up again. This is where the accumulation is going on for the next rally. Right around here with 3 different imbalance points, price charges up again, getting the necessary fuel to rally towards the previous month's high. Now, we have a very strong bias with a very strong possible entry area. The last piece of puzzle is making the entry itself. Okay, now right around our momentum supercharge point, we also have this 3-minute inner imbalance to boost us up. We also have the parabolic downtrend liquidity to hunt as a close target. All we need to make is the entry itself. As you can see, structure breaks and it gives us a very nice entry point. But wait a second, price never pulls back to our entry imbalance. All our waiting and patience are wasted. Can we build this 0.5 ridiculous trade setup? The answer is no. All our profits will be gone to the fees. Then what shall we do? These are great moments to use yo-yo style entry strategies. What we do is basically split our orders into smaller pieces without any stop loss. But be careful, because in yo-yo, the stop loss will be our total position itself, which is our predefined dynamic risk. Placing our entries into strategic places to create an overall average. This will provide us 2 advantages. 1. We will never miss an entry again. We will be able to catch any rally. Second is, during the deeper pullbacks, it will help us to avoid quick stop losses and create an optimal entry price level. Let's have a quick talk about today's price action and how to handle problematic trades with bad bias. Pepe was the most significant coin for me today. However, it had a really bad bias. We will do a top-down analysis and talk and discuss how to handle this kind of positions. In the weekly chart, I directly noticed that this gigantic weekly imbalance was almost already filled. Fully filled imbalances are big red flags for me, as I teach you in the masterclass. Because now there are 2 things that may happen right now. We can witness a very big reaction, or this weekly imbalance may fail and the buyers can take over. No one in the world knows the answer right now. Only thing we can do is observe the price action or just reduce our risks and do risk control trades, which I will show you today. The reason I was watching the Pepe coin was this momentum chart. I noticed that price created a really great imbalance area as our possible fuel station to boost the coin for the second time. As you can see, the price was deeply pulled back. Unlike the most of the other examples, this pullback was so deep. This was caused by the weekly filled imbalance. It was pushing the price very deep. All these are little signs that keep worrying me, and I need to be careful now. When I look at the lower time frames, especially in the 2-minute time frame, this yellow point was the great entry area where the high time frame imbalances first tapped. The price was obviously filling up here, and we were in this perfect support and resistance flip area. You know that how much I love SR flip zones. This zone makes my trades much more powerful and stronger. Notice how the structure breaks here and also gives us a small imbalance to enter. We also have this classic parabolic liquidity above. Okay, just open any YouTube video on my channel, you'll notice that we have seen this exact same setup probably over 500 times by now. This was a very nice 3-hour setup here, very simple and clean price action. But as you can see, this trade failed. Remember, the main problem was our bias here. Our weekly imbalance almost fully filled and pushed the price strongly back. We had this very problematic bias. If you have a bad bias, then just drop your risk. This is how you avoid bad stop losses, by losing less money and protecting your account. Because as long as you have the money and the account, you can still trade and recover the losses in the future. Later on, as you can see, structure breaks again, right around our SR flip zone. One more time. You know, SR flip zone are really dynamic and strong. It obviously, the price tries to clear this parabolic liquidity above. This time it gives us around 2-3 hour trade setup. Now with bad or problematic biases, you should try to risk less than 1%. Divide your orders, positions into much smaller pieces and take multiple chances. This way, you will protect your account, and being stopped out will be meaningless. You will survive in the days like this. Once in a while, with all kinds of markets, we have these certain crushing days. During such times, there is no point in fighting with the markets. WIF is one of the best examples of today. This coin were crushing like hell. Let's work on the top-down analysis on this coin. From the weekly outlook, I always ask myself, what is this asset trying to do right now? Is it clearing liquidity or filling an imbalance? As you can see from the weekly outlook, it looks like it was filling this weekly imbalance. The market tries to balance itself. We also had this down liquidity area, but it is far away target, but an idea to keep in the mind. When you look at the daily outlook, you will get a much more precise idea about what may happen. Filling this daily imbalance looks like the daily goal. Maybe it will fill it and react, or it may react right now. Or maybe a crash will continue to wipe out this daily equal lows. Again, this bottom liquidity is far away target. I am not concerned yet. However, just look at the recent price action. This coin is crashing badly. There's no point to have a long bias on this right now until we see a price switch and the power of the possible bulls and the buyers. I hope this gives you all the ideas about how to get a bias ideas when you look at the weekly and daily charts. With the momentum layout, this crash is very obvious. The early price switch happened yesterday already, but many probably missed it. If we look at today, this 30-minute imbalance was a nice point of entry to check out. It taps and powers down. And if you check the hourly charts, look at all the imbalances. Sellers took the full control of this asset. Buyers have no power at all. Here's a tip for you all. When you see an asset fall like this crazy, a falling knife, do not push your luck to long it. You can try to long this as an investment method. But for trading, you will get burned a lot. If you really want to long this asset, just wait and observe the price action. Wait for buyers to step in really strongly. Wait for failing imbalances first. Let's have a look at inside this 30-minute imbalance and talk more in detail. Once the price taps the 30-minute imbalance, the first thing you should notice is the insider swing failure pattern and the market structure shift. This is how the sellers take the control and price switch in structure boxes with lower time frames. Remember, in high time frames, sellers are in full control. In low time frames, buyers and sellers keep switching places. But with this market structure break, both low and high time frames are controlled by the sellers. Rest is simple price action with smart money concepts. Keep shorting the asset with imbalances or bearish order blocks. However, let's ask a question here. Can you enter this trade differently? Let's talk about that. I know that many of you are having hard times with entries, especially with low time frames like 1 or 3 minutes. As in the Masterclass, I said that 1 and 3 minutes will have many fake moves due to being liquidity for higher time frames such as 5 or 15 minutes. However, you have one option. Use gigantic and very big trade setups. Check this entry model here. It is a gigantic entry for all the beginner traders. The entry. We entered the coin right after a market structure break, not waiting for any kind of pullback. The stop. We use the stop as the protected high point of the sellers. Why this mega stop loss? Because price can pull back here. We do not know that. We just caution ourselves. The target. If you cannot find any targets such as liquidity or imbalances, just use a fixed targets of 1 to 1.5 R. I think 1 to 1.5 R ratio is great for all the beginner traders. Here you go, a beginner trade setup. Now go watch a Netflix or something. Not everybody has to be a 1-minute scalper. Scalping is hard. It is extremely hard. Try it yourself. If you do not like it, just go on higher time frames. Save yourself and save your money. What a strange and tough days to trade or even invest. Markets rallying one day and crashing the other day. Very exciting for traders, but at the same time very confusing. Let's check the Saga coin again. As you know, I was longing or shorting this coin on a daily basis. Since we have the global Monday crash today, just go with the flow. But always ask this question. Even if it's crashing, where is this coin heading? We were already hunted the previous week low, then what is next? Yes, it is the previous month low, the next institutional level. Remember, if it is a crashing market, it still has a purpose of hunting a liquidity point or filling an imbalance gap. From the momentum layout, you can easily see the crash. This crash started on Sunday night, while I was sleeping actually. I'm sure that many of you missed the beginning of this crash, but it is no problem. Check these gigantic momentum imbalances. This shall prove you the power of sellers. It's simply big shareholders selling. Not much of a pullback to take a trade here. However, if you have some patience, if you just check out the 30 minutes here, you can notice a nice pullback to the 30-minute imbalance right here. This is your chance of entry. Let's have a much closer look at this 30-minute time frame again. Notice what really happens. Sellers take a momentary break from the mega crash, and buyers try to step in here. But later on, sellers takes the control back with a 30-minute bearish momentum imbalance. This was a simple concept I have taught you in the free imbalance lessons. If I remember correctly, I called this concept as Imbalance 2.0, the next generation of imbalances. Very simple concept. Price pulls back to an imbalance, price reacts to imbalance, price creates a new momentum imbalance. Now, let's check the 15-minute time frame. First, notice the nice support and resistance flip area here. I love SR flip areas because it is one of the most ancient chart patterns. However, it really works with high accuracy if you combine it with smart money concepts. Notice small 15-minute imbalance fails here. First fail of low time frame buyers. Next, the 15-minute momentum imbalance. First sign of the seller power in the low time frames again. The next is a simple price switch and crash strategy. Do you see how I combine high and low time frames with a full top-down analysis? I never pick a random imbalance. All this is a full combination. This was a nice 10% crash up until we hunted the previous month's low point area. However, never trust these markets, believe me. These are crazy days. This closer liquidity point was a much better target for us. Remember and never forget, as a trader, you have only one and only one single purpose. Make money with in and out quickly. You are not investing here, okay? You are not predicting the future. Get in and out, be done with it. Let's talk about Saga. What a crazy coin to trade. Remember the last video. Yesterday this coin was the top loser coin and I was shorting. But today it is the top winner coin and now I am longing for this coin. How do I find my bias in this madness of complex markets? How can I change my bias quickly? Let's talk about this. Remember the previous week low. I told you this was our initial target up until we hunted this. So I shorted this coin. This coin was crashing really badly. If we switch to the daily perspective, you'll also notice this coin also hunted its previous daily low area. So we hunted the PWL and PDL areas. If you check the left part, you can also notice this was a level of daily balanced price range. What a crazy price level. But what is next? Now, Masterclass students, please remember the Masterclass, what we have discussed there. Remember, price always seeks two things, liquidity and the imbalance areas. Daily and weekly levels are also the institutional smart money levels compared to lower hourly timeframes. Once we hunt the liquidity and tap the imbalance, there are two possibilities. With a high amount of fuel, price may reverse. This is where you watch the inner structure. The second possibility was price destroys this level and the imbalance fails really badly. In that case, this PWL and PDL with failed imbalance becomes the amplifier, our support and resistance flip areas. Anyone remembers the amplifiers from the masterclass, right? Now let's see what really happened here. What happened at this level with the previous week and days low hunt and the daily BPR area? Price switches. In the 30 minutes, you can also notice the low time frame structure shift. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, a masterclass level price switch happens. Remember, it is all about momentum imbalance, failed imbalance, or the inner structure shifts. After that, all the price action, the rally starts. You see, I had a full short bias on this coin yesterday. Today, I am longing this coin with the long bias. After the rally started, we all needed to catch some quick inner rallies, a quick scalps. Notice the 30-minute imbalance tap in this area. Let's take a look at this area and learn what really happens. From the 5-minute perspective, this little yellow point where the price tapped the 30-minute imbalance. After the tap, what happens? An inner bearish imbalance fails, and a new bullish imbalance tries to hold the price. Buyers step in right here and try to take control from the sellers. This is a micro low time frame price switch. Then you join the rally strategy. Remember, your biggest enemy is you. You want the trades run forever and make 500 or 1000% gains with each trade. But trading reality is much more different. As a scalper or day trader, you get in and out with certain price levels with certain targets. 2-3% gain with leverage is my ideal goal to make money with rally strategy. This coin can crash like 50% right now. Who knows? I do not know. Let's change the subject a bit today and try to talk about continuous micro scalping of ongoing rallies. Today's top gainer was the TRB coin, a massive rally. First, let's see the price action with the top-down analysis. TRB reacted to this weekly balanced price range area already. It was hanging strongly. Our initial target was this previous week high. And the further target was this nice imbalance above. However, this imbalance was far away, to be honest. When I look at the daily chart, I'll be honest, I do not see anything impressive here in the daily chart. So, for TRB, my only bias is the previous week high and the further imbalance area above. Here is the most crucial part with momentum layout. The rally started way too early with the price switch. You can see those magical imbalance switches with the buyer power and interests. But my question is different. How can we microscope this green rally area in 1 minute? This is a very fast price action. No room for pullbacks. How to do this if you want to make money at the end of the day? Now, you are looking at the 1 minute chart. This is the same green area in the momentum layout, but now using the 1 minute time frame. This is where the momentum price switch happened. And you have missed the early price switch, now you try to scalp it. This is a 6-7 hours non-stop rally window. What if you sit down on your computer and try to scalp this green rally for hours? But how? You just go to the basics and try to trade every single micro price switch. As you can see, there are around 15 micro switches happening in the 6-hour window. What would happen if you sat and traded every single price switch here on this chart right here? I would start with these easy wins, as you can see. Very nice price switch happens here. Quick grabs from the market. However, as you can see, I would be chopped to death after. I'm sure 100% with the long bias, nothing wrong there. But not every price switch works. Not every strategy works all the time. I would easily get 3 losses in a row here. I know myself. There's nothing I can do. Loss is a loss. Accept and move on. After those 3 losses, I would be much conservative with my trading and cut the trades with break-evens as soon as possible because I don't want to lose my account. Because once you are in a losing streak, you can blow the account if you are not careful. The last part would be a mixture of bags between losses, break-evens, and wins as usual. However, at the end, if you carefully check it out, if I sit in front of my computer for 6-7 hours and try to trade every single price switch inside this mega rally, my winners would outcome the losses and break-evens. At the end of the day, I would be making money. This is what is real trading. We traders never win every single trade. It is impossible. Do you understand the importance of data, mathematics, and statistics? It is all about the end results. One win, one loss, one break-even has no meaning. It does not mean anything. I can lose 3 trades in a row. I can win 5 trades in a row. Every single trade I take today could be break-evens. It does not matter. What matters is, did my account grow after 100 trades taken or not? Let's take a look at one of the best top gainers of the day and how we traded this, the Zeta coin. How I avoid being stopped out, we will also discuss this. Again, we start with the full top-down analysis as usual. Weekly chart is not giving me big bias ideas about the price action. Price obviously hunted this previous week low and trying to make a reversal after a big drop. Now you may ask this, is this coin going for the previous week high? For me, it is far away target. If you remember the masterclass, I already mentioned that I'm mostly interested in close by concerning targets, not far away targets. Daily gave me better ideas about the price action. Price was obviously trying to balance this imbalance here for a healthier price action. Remember, price never dumps or pumps forever. It needs corrections, it needs fuel to move. How about the momentum layout? We had a very early price switch. If I can wake up around 4-5 a.m. in the early morning, I can easily catch this, but it does not suit my morning routine. It is way too early for me. Instead, I seek to jump to ongoing rallies from the small fuel stations, just like here in the 30-minute imbalance. If you can also see the 1 and 2 hour time frames, we have the momentum also. This proves to me that buyers are in control with the price at the moment. Let's take a close look at this 30-minute imbalance area in the lower time frames. Besides the 30-minute imbalance, we also tap the 15-minute imbalance as well. We have so many signs for a long and bullish bias here. You can also count this area as a nice overall support and resistance flip zone. Okay, let's go deeper within 5-minute time frame this time. Notice this bearish imbalance here. With the first top, it tries to push the price down, but the buyers are much more powerful on this asset. As you can see, with the power of 30 and 15-minute imbalances, buyers are already pushing the price up. This was a nice, quick rally trade setup from the masterclass. Take your profit quickly with 2-3% gain or with the closest liquidity point, and leave some runners for a possible further movement. Personally, I like leaving small 10-20% runners for a possible further movement. Let me say a couple of words about being stopped out a lot. As you can see, this rally continues, and you're still trying to trade this powerful trend, imagining it will keep going forever. But the price reversed here, as you can see. It started to drop and you stopped out. It is mainly you are not checking your daily and weekly levels enough. Once we have fully filled the daily imbalance here, it is dangerous to take the trade. Once any kind of imbalance fully fills, it can strongly react or it may fail. We have no idea. We have to sit and watch the price action. As you know, in the last video, we talked about Zeta coin. We talked about how we hunted the previous week low and we started rallying above. In the last video, I did not consider the previous week high as a close target. Price was far away to be hunted. But today something happened. This coin again became one of the top gainers. Price got extremely close to this price level, and it became my concerning liquidity for the day. And the weekly imbalance right above it was my concerning imbalance area. When you check out the daily time frame, you can instantly understand that with the failed imbalances, buyers got great power. Failed imbalances always show me weakness on the other side. In this case, it was the sellers. From now on, all I needed was just a gas station to power up, to fuel up, to hunt the previous week high and the weekly imbalance. This 30-minute imbalance was a great place to seek for an entry. We are already in a very strong rally, as you can see, with all these momentum imbalances. Buyers are in the full control here. Let's take a look at this 30-minute area and talk more about the lower time frames. This is a case that we always see. I have shown you hundreds of examples in the masterclass. This is the 3-minute chart. History repeats itself again and again. Price is strong. A structure box appears here. This specific yellow point is where the price taps the 30-minute imbalance. And it is the overall support and resistance flip point. We are also in the premium and discount area EQ point right in the middle. But more importantly, price comes close to the previous week high. This close. Just look at this area. This is close, but it is not taking it out, just like in the masterclass. Then the structure shifts here with the market structure breaking. And you make an entry right with this imbalance right here. As you can see, price pullbacks here again. This is a common smart money trap. Imagine that you stopped out or made a break even. Will you give up now? Check this out. Price creates internal liquidity, extra liquidity as well. This generally happens right below or above institutional levels. And with the micro price switch, price rallies upwards. Actually, none of this matters. You need to focus on something else here. We are right below the weekly fresh imbalance never used. Weekly high never hunted. We also created an inner equal high. It is 99% obvious that price wants to go up here. This is a universal masterclass sign that I teach you all the time. This price wants to go up. Then you do not need to overthink about this. Do yo-yo, do dollar cost averaging, enter 3 trades in a row. None of this matters. Just long this price somewhere. Never be afraid of failure. If you fail with a setup like this. Let's do something really different today. Let's work on the daily and weekly charts to improve your entry and stop loss timings. We will only focus on the daily and weekly today to master the momentum scalping. Okay, let's see. This is my first example. Do not mind the coin names, those are irrelevant. In the daily time frame on the left, the coin makes a swing failure pattern, a bearish pattern, as you can see. And if you look at the weekly chart, you can notice the price fills the weekly imbalance and reacts like crazy. Now, right at this moment, the moment price fills the weekly imbalance, you must be really careful before taking a long. Daily made a swing failure, weekly fully filled the imbalance. These are not good signs to long anymore. This price may go upwards to fill those weekly imbalances. But right now, we must stop and watch the price. Notice the falling knife on daily. Notice the failing imbalances and bearish momentum after the weekly imbalance fully filled. So the lesson is this. Watch the imbalances carefully on the daily and weekly time frames before taking any scalping trades, even 1 minute. Let's see another example. Notice how the price fully fills the imbalance. It also pierces through the imbalance and rejects really badly. Now this daily imbalance may fail. It looks like it. But we do not know this for sure yet. I would be very hesitant to open a long trade on this coin right now. When you look at the weekly, a new imbalance is about to be born. This could be a great target in the future. For now, this coin is very hard to trade for me. Another example here. When I look at this weekly chart, the first thing I notice is the weekly imbalance above, with the parabolic liquidity below it. Price will want to take this out sooner or later. When I look at the daily chart, I see a nice price switch. Bearish imbalances are failing, and bullish imbalances are working great. These are really good signs for the buyers. This coin has much better shape to trade when I compare the first two examples. You see how the daily and weekly charts give me clear clues about future movements, about scalping the charts. Here is another example to talk about. Notice this daily failed imbalance, which shows me the power of buyers and weakness in the sellers. And the price rallies until this upper imbalance. Do you see these two daily candles here? This was your longable area for low time frame scalping. However, right now, right this moment, this price fully filled the upper imbalance. Now, I have to sit and watch the reaction here. I have no idea what may happen right this moment. This daily imbalance may fail, or it can cause a crazy reaction. I have no idea. One more great example. Notice the daily chart here. Price switched and rally started until we fully filled the imbalance right here. All clear. Let's think about the lower time frames for a second. Imagine this is your low time frame, like 5 or 15-minute charts. Imagine this coin was the #1 top gainer and it was rallying like crazy. Now you saw this break of structure and jump to trade. And this coin crashed 50% from where you entered. This coin was rallying 100% until you entered. Somehow, the moment you enter, the whole world, whole markets start to crash and you quit trading. What is the problem here then? because you are not fully aware of your high time frames. You try to long the asset at the worst possible point. This daily imbalance may fail or not. We have no idea. We can get a 1000% rally from here. We have no idea. But as a risk manager, we must consider the reaction of this daily imbalance. We had a fantastic setup with Sui today. This was a masterclass level setup to watch, observe, and trade. I'm sure many of you got this lovely trade. Let's do a full top-down analysis as usual from 1 week to 1 minute. We will cover everything. The moment I opened the charts, I noticed a couple of things in the weekly. We had this great large momentum imbalance, which indicated to me buyers love this coin and try to push it hard as much as possible. But the main question was this: where was this coin heading? I did not clearly see any imbalance. What I have noticed is that this perfect equal highs above. This was the closest and the most concerning target to hit nowadays. From the daily, there were not many things to discuss. Price swept the liquidity and changed the structure. As you can see, buyers keep pushing this coin up. I only had one question in my mind: how can I long this coin? Since I got my bias, I had to check my momentum layout. You can already see the ongoing rally with intense momentum. I have noticed this triple imbalance top here with the 30-minute, 1 and 2 hours time frames. The moment I saw this, I knew that this was the area that I will seek entry. Let's drop to the 15 minutes and discuss even more. As you can see, this price falling into this 15-minute imbalance. In my head, I already knew that this price was filling up here. However, I had no idea when this price would go up. This is one of the reasons you stop out a lot, because you jump every single imbalance that you see. How do you know this price will turn here right this moment? Maybe it will keep falling forever. Who knows? The answer is in the 1 minute time frame. It is crazy, right? We analyzed the chart from 1 week to 1 minute. We have analyzed 1 week, 1 day, 4 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and now 1 minute. This is just madness. Thanks to our best indicator and masterclass layout system, we can do all this with a single chart at once. Okay, what is happening in the 1 minute time frame? Let's see. Price now taps the 1 minute imbalance. Can you see how many different time frame imbalances are tapped here? Price is now supercharged here. All we need is the right signs to enter a trade. We are patient. The key of trading is being patient. Notice how the market structure changes here. It breaks and makes a small pullback into the small imbalance area, and it keeps rallying. This is your 2-hour safe setup. Enough big stop loss to cushion you against a deeper pullback, and sweet enough 2-hour profit. Now you may ask this question: will we take out these weekly equal highs? I have no idea. It can take days or even weeks to hit this high time frame target. I have no idea. Leave a runner and grab a tea or coffee. All I know is here I had a long bias, a bullish bias, and taking small quick in and out scalps. I get in and out. I do not predict the future. I do not know the future. This coin may crash like 100% right now. I have no idea. I get in and I get out. Let's talk about this ORB coin today. It was nice fun. However, we must be aware of a couple of things here. As usual, let's start with the top-down analysis from the weekly charts. As you can see, this weekly chart is kind of a mixed bag. I have this previous weekly high and the previous weekly low below. If I have to lean on and be concerned about one side, it would be definitely be the previous week high with the imbalance. But I do not love this chart. On days like this, it is best to reduce the risk. Our daily chart is even worse than the weekly. Look at these ugly candlesticks. It is certainly a tough day to trade. Here is a trick for you. In this coin list, we have over 200 coins as you know it, and only 20 or 30 of them green as you can see. All others are red. This is sign of a big weakness for the day. In a day like this, I have to be careful and manage my risk even better. Okay, back to our momentum layout. First of all, I have dropped the time frames here. I did this to catch a much tighter reaction with imbalances. In a mixed bag days like this one, this can help you to spot better trades. If you carefully notice, price fully failed 4 different time frames here. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour and 2 hours. A classic masterclass level setup. Let's take a look at this area to analyze further in lower time frames. Now this is 1 minute chart. Notice what happens. Price was dropping like hell. Keep making bearish break-off structures. The moment it fully fails the 4 different high time frame imbalances, it reacts like crazy as you can see. This is where your first structure box with market structure break comes into life. And this imbalance gives you the first entry. Imagine that you have missed that first entry. You are busy taking care of your cat or dog or something else. Then the price makes the first break-off structure with a new structure box. And as you can see, it gives you the second imbalance as your entry. Both trades are acceptable. Catching 3 or 4% moves in these crazy markets in a day like this one is really good. Remember, you get in and out, no greed, just risk management. Let's have a good talk about today's number 1 top gainer coin to trade. Yes, I will talk about the TON USDT. We will cover everything from the weekly to minute-based charts for top-down analysis as usual. You can easily understand that this coin was heading in a certain direction. It was our institutional levels the previous week high and our weekly imbalance. I want you to notice this. Weekly rally here, a 40% rally. You need to see this. This coin was in a rally way before, hunting the previous week high or weekly imbalance. This is not a new rally. From the daily chart, you can already notice this daily imbalance. And see this, with a single tap to imbalance, an inner daily rally ignited. All the rallies were designed for one thing, hunting the previous week high with the imbalance above. We can say this is a designed smart money action here. You already know this daily imbalance ignited the daily power for the rally. Again, all this happens before hunting the weekly high and weekly imbalance, before reaching our bias. I want you to notice this middle section area because it is very important. Let me stretch the chart a bit to see things clearly. Notice how the price takes a little break at this gas station area to fuel up, to get some power, to continue to rally. It is using the 30-minute, 45-minute and 1 hour imbalances. Let's go down to the lower time frames and read the price action in a more detailed way. Okay, everything is great. I know that this is a universal intersection point of 3 different higher time frame imbalance steps. Watch what happens afterward. Price makes a market structure break and it gives you your first entry with the imbalance. You can jump this rally to gain around 2% move. Not your best day, I know that. But this is trading. You will do what you can do. Okay, you have missed that entry. No problem. Wait for a new break-off structure with a structure box to enter. Remember, 90% of trading is all about waiting and being patient. Here is your second chance. Now this second entry is how to make a rally. If you cannot do a rally, just use a very small risk-reward based trade. Build a 1.5 hour or 2 hour setup very quickly in and out. As a day trader, you must fight your greed. Do not imagine that your trades will go forever. I used to do this a lot. I was entering a trade and imagining it will go up forever and ever. But markets are really cruel. They taught me the real lessons in a hard way. Get in and get out. Be done with your trade. Okay, now let me do a quick recap. We have a very simple trading idea here. We first define our bias, an institutional level liquidity or imbalance, a place, a target that price may move to in high time frames, such as weekly highs or lows with imbalances. And then we wait for a good entry. Here is your secret. Waiting and being patient. Yes, 90% of trading is all about waiting. And then day trade or quickly scalp towards our bias. However, we do not imagine that our trades will go forever. We get in and out. Okay, people, this is all for today. I will admit that we are going through a really tough time. Nothing gives me that joy to trade any kind of assets. Markets are mostly crashing all around the world with all the political tensions between countries. We do not have much choice but to crash the assets with the markets. Let's take a look at this top loser, the Saga coin. From the weekly perspective, Saga did not have much to offer us. Since all the markets are crashing, I only try to short the weak assets. This previous week is a great bias for me at the moment from the weekly perspective. From the daily perspective, the only thing I could have focused on was this equal loss, which screams to be taken out. Remember this, when you are looking for any kind of bias, you have two tools. Liquidity and imbalance are your first guidance to read the bias. From the momentum layout, what I have noticed is this: balanced price range with both 30-minute and 1-hour charts. As a side note, balanced price ranges are much more powerful than regular imbalances. However, I have a problem with this asset. Look at these candlesticks. This asset is a very choppy one, and it does not have a very clear trend. I would normally avoid trading this asset because it can chop you a lot. Nonetheless, it can give you a quick grab, get in and out style trading. Let's take a look at these 30-minute balanced price ranges and check for a low time frame entry. Hopefully, we had a more clearer price action in the 3-minute time frame. After high time frame imbalance taps, a micro price switch happens here. How did I understand this? Notice the 3-minute imbalance fails here, and the momentum imbalance appears. A nice micro price switch. This is how to enter the crash strategy, which is the exact opposite of the rally strategy. There's no difference at all. Just flip the charts. Now, this trade had a 6% crash. With 20x leverage, you could have gotten around 120% gain. Really nice, right? However, you shall never do this. Do not let your greed fog your mind. Take your profits with 2, 3, or 4% at most and move on. Markets are very cruel and very tough to trade nowadays. It is crushing, yes, but do not trust any movement. Get in and out, get in and out. Keep repeating the routine. Let's go over multiple examples of different methods, starting with this nice AVAX example. Notice what happens below. Price sweeps nice liquidity levels with previous day low. Then the price powerfully reverses from that point, and it keeps pushing upwards and upwards, making structure boxes one after another with protected lows. Right here, you can see the small imbalance area which collides with an order block. This presents us a really nice entry opportunity. This could have been your first and nice trade to take. Let's imagine that you have missed that entry. If you follow the price action, you can notice the new break and structure box. This area gives you the next entry chance. All great, but what happened here? Let's make a deep dive. At some point in history, price reverses, and it starts to keep pushing upwards and upwards towards a certain direction. In this case, heading to previous day's high area. During this momentum, we witnessed some structure boxes and large imbalance areas to enter trades. As you can see, nothing complicated here. How about this example? Even a 5-year-old child can see this upwards trend. Let's take a closer look at the final price action and discuss. What I notice is here an imbalance powered structure box with a protected low. Inside this box, we have actually inner box. You do not have to identify boxes in boxes, but it can help you to determine powerful entry areas like in this case. Here, this nice order block and imbalance area is an extremely interesting POI area. Also, the gathering liquidity above, a tasty target for me. You can easily build 2-hour setups here. Okay, let's assume that you have missed that trade and you have noticed this crazy break, a new structure box with strong buyers. And from this imbalance and order block area, you decided to take your entry. I want to state this. There is nothing wrong with this trade. This is another example of perfect loss here. However, for this example, we have one issue. Look at the time. It is 9:30 a.m. in New York, the moment where the market went crazy. It is best to avoid trades right before NYO. But if you trade it, just move your stop loss to your entry point. We shall analyze this price action again in simple steps. This is an uptrending and strong asset. We determine a structure box during the up momentum. We found a very nice entry area and we placed the entry. All good and simple. But you have missed that trade and noticed a new structure box, taking the long trade from the new break. But you are unlucky today. You get caught in NYO madness at 9:30 a.m. Remember, market opens and economic news is when the market goes crazy. Always watch out these events. In this final section, I would like to talk about manipulation boxes, which my masterclass students know very well. Again, we are checking the top gainers. You notice the RNDR coin. Two nice structure boxes, one after another. All good and simple up to this point. From this imbalance area, you have taken the long and stopped out, no problem. Then you have thought that market is broken down. Our next box is the bearish structure box with strong sellers. This time, your short trade stopped out and you go mad. This is where the manipulation happens and the manipulation box comes to life. Market makers take both sides of liquidity before its main move. Let's make it very simple so anyone can understand what I am talking about. You have noticed a nice upwards break and taken the long trade and trapped. Then you thought it is broken down. This time you are taking the short trade. You have trapped one more time. So, at this point, the market maker got all the liquidity ever needed from long and short traders. This is when we assume will move the market into a certain direction. It is actually a very simple idea, but the problem is seeing this very hard sometimes. Finding manipulation boxes on a chart could be troublesome from time to time. These are ultimate boxes to trade. Let's take a look at the number one gainer coin of the day by far, WIF. A crazy comeback after an incredible crash. Let's have a chat about this coin. Of course, we will do a full top-down analysis again. In the weekly time frame, we do not have much to discuss. As you can see, it just hits its previous weekly low and made a very deep fall, but now it is trying to come back. Not much else to say here in this weekly chart. However, when I look at the daily chart, it tells me a better story for me about a possible bias. It is obviously trying to balance this imbalance for a healthier price action. Remember, imbalances and liquidity points are great for your bias. Now, how about our momentum layout? What does it say? What I need is momentum and the power. This rally is going really fast. We already know that we try to hit the daily imbalance. If you carefully check it out, this asset makes a small pit stop in the gas station to get some fuel within the 30 minutes and a small hourly imbalance right here. Let's observe the price action in the lower time frames for a better outlook. Now, we are in the 3-minute time frame. By the way, I added a small indicator on the top right corner, as you can see, which shows the name of the asset and the time frame we are in so you can see it better. Okay, what is happening in this 3-minute chart? Price already tapped higher time frame 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances. We already know this. But 3-minute gives us a much better picture. It comes to a deeper 3-minute imbalance and a support and resistance flip area, as you can see here. What we really have here is a classic masterclass structure box, as you can see. And if you check this out, parabolic liquidity right below the daily imbalance. This is a classic market maker movement. Building liquidity right below an imbalance. I have seen this price action so many times. A classic smart money move. If you carefully check this discount area, you will notice the micro price switch. Remember, price switches are an alternative way of entries compared to market structure breaks. But in this case, we already in the discount area of a structure box. We already trading a discount and optimal trade entry. of a classic break-off structure. Even if you jump this rally later, very late, it was easy to catch 2, 3 or even 4% move on this price action. All you need is very quick moves. Never push your luck. Get your money and get out from the market. I hope this was a clear and helpful video. Remember, for better trading results, you must check these 3 things all the time. 1 is your bias. 2nd is your momentum trend. 3rd is your low time frame entry. Okay, people. A new week start with new chances. Cryptocurrencies were crumbling in the last couple of days, but this week looked rather stronger and powerful. Today was generally a strong day. Strong totals and major coins were the first sign. And the daily week USDT dominance signed us for a possible long trades. FXS was the obvious choice today. It was the number 1 top gainer in our coins list with an average of 30% gain in a single day. Weekly chart was looking great. This coin shifted its structure a couple of weeks ago and it was just pulling back deep into this imbalance. Supported by the imbalance and the order block, it was the reaction day. In a way, this is why this coin was the top gainer today. Above, we have this nice target area. However, it is far, far away at the moment, a future goal maybe. Let's drop to the daily chart and talk more. First of all, notice how these inner imbalances failed here. Price piercing through at one single movement, showing a nice power for the buyers. As a closer bias and target, I think this is more meaningful to choose this inner BPR area. Okay, all great. How about the momentum? As usual, we will use our loved ICT high time frame candles indicator. With this indicator, I can point out possible rally starting locations. I know that after extreme movements like this, it is hard to get into trades. However, these simultaneous 4 imbalanced top points were a great location to seek lower time frame entries. If it's all clear, let's see what happened in the lower time frames right now. Okay, now we are in the 5-minute chart, just at the point of 4 imbalance taps. First, you can notice the gathering liquidity above. Right here, you can see how the structure shifts and our initial structure box comes into life. Do you remember the weekly chart in the beginning of this video? Exact same thing happens here. And an inner imbalance with order block. 5-minute or weekly chart has no difference. It is just fractal price action. This is where you build your 2R in and out setup without any greed, because we do not know what will happen in the future. In the trading markets, we need to get out as quick as possible after our trades done. One thing bothers me a lot in this chart. Price never tapped this inner 5-minute imbalance. So there was this possibility of dropping more before the rally. It can happen, we do not know. Sometimes price action can be really tricky. When you encounter these tricky situations, it is best to divide your order into smaller pieces so you can enter easily. Today, I want to talk about joining ongoing rallies. Today's and yesterday's top runner was the Myro coin. It had this crazy run over 20-25% move in couple of days. Let's learn how we can join rallies. From the weekly look, we already know that just like most coins, the price is switching. Most imbalances fail and markets try to balance their old imbalances, a way of fixing the market itself. From the daily look, price was actually reacting to this imbalance. But in this reaction, what really happened? I want to talk about inside action here because some imbalances are extremely powerful, causing crazy movements. Okay, let's see. The most important layout. Remember, I like bias, but I do not need bias of weekly or daily charts to trade. The most important thing for me is the momentum layout. I need momentum and power to trade anything. Within the daily imbalance, you can see the price switches in all time frames. 30-minute, 1, 2, and 4-hour time frames. And this gigantic rally starts. Then this Miro coin becomes the top gainer coin to trade. However, how can we jump this ongoing rally here? How can we ride the fast waves? Let's talk about it. Now, I have dropped to the 5-minute chart and we will observe this 25% move. We will look into the micro price switches, how many of them, and which ones worked or failed. We will observe everything here. After the price switch, the rally started with early signs. Then let me draw every single price switch here, micro price switches, and let me observe them one by one. As you can see, there are more than 10 micro price switches here. So many of them. Let's talk about them one by one. The first micro switch happens quite fast and does not rally a lot. If I had taken this trade, I would probably break even here because I would not be satisfied with the small upwards movement. The next two price switches are much better, as you can see. At least it gives you chances of nice movements upwards and secure some profits. With the next price switch, I would be break even again. The movement happens so quick and pulls back quickly. Very hard to manage this one. The next one would be a great win in my opinion, because you can notice the very large movement. Now, this is so important. I know myself, if I have taken this trade here, it will be definitely a loss because price pulls back hard and it would be taking out my stop. What did I do wrong here? I still see people, they think they are doing something wrong when they stop out. Nothing you do is wrong, okay? It is impossible to do something wrong in trading. You just stopped out, accept it, and move on. Learn to accept the loss and wait for the next trade. That's it. Then the rest of the setup keeps going on like this. You see, trading is all about end-sum game. In here, if I traded all this, it will be like 5 win, 2 break even, 1 or 2 loss, 1 or 2 missing trades. You see, you have to wait for the end statistics for your trades. 1 loss does not mean anything at all. Okay, let's make a quick recap. I will not go about every single detail here. But the only way to jump to ongoing rally is waiting for micro price switches and grabbing quick shares from the market. Quickly in and out and wait for the next setup. Let's have a talk about this beautiful coin and A++ trading setup with ID USDT. It was such a delight to trade this. It was a very high quality momentum masterclass setup, exactly as I thought of you in the program. Okay, let's do a full top-down analysis on this coin starting from weekly. First, I want to show you the overall look from a distance. This coin actually was reacting to the weekly BPR area, as you can see. And this area was naturally a support and resistance flip area as well. However, as momentum scalpers, this view is far away for us. This is generally good information for investors. rather than day traders. We momentum scalpers only need to be concerned about the most recent price action. This coin was trying to hunt the previous week high. Remember, as a scalper, you should be concerned with the most recent price action because we get in and out quickly. Okay, we had some kind of idea about the bias. I think all of you mastered finding a bias now. However, bias means nothing without momentum and power. And this ID coin had this crazy power. It was already in the top 10 gainers. Remember, why do I trade top gainers? Because they have already momentum and the power. All I want to do is grab a small bite from their power. With this crazy rally, we got so close to this previous week high, but not taking it out. What a joke. Then the price pulled back to get more fuel and power with the imbalances. Exactly I teach you in the masterclass. Price using the 30 and 1 hour imbalances as fuel, and the 2 and 4 hour momentum imbalances confirms the buyer power for me. So all I need to do is seek an entry in this yellow circle area. Let's drop to the 15 minutes and discuss more. Today, I want to also discuss what really happens here, so you can get a real clear picture. As you can see, before the hunt of the previous week's high, prices were in the falling knife mode. At this stage, we have no idea how much this price will fall. We have no idea if the 30-minute and 1 hour imbalances will hold the price. No one in the world knows this. This price here may keep falling forever. Then we wait for early signs of price switch. We want to see that buyers are getting into a fight with sellers. We need an accumulation of orders. I need to see that price is holding the current price level. At this stage, I also want to see some failing imbalances as extra confidence for me. However, in this 15-minute chart, there is no failing imbalance. It's fine. I'm sure that there are some failing imbalances in the lower time frames. As the last step, I want to see buyers which keep beating the sellers and take the control back. Seeing the momentum imbalances in the stage is a great sign of power of buyers. At this stage, you'll also witness an inner market structure break here, an inner structure box actually. It can be in 15, 5, 3, or even 1 minute. Then there you have it, a full rally strategy. As you can see, this is not a complex strategy. And the same exact setup keeps happening every single day with top gainers or top losers. All you need is some search and patience. Let's have a very quick recap on this price action. ID is one of the top gainers. It is an extremely powerful coin and heading towards the previous week high as our bias. Price is fully powered up by using its 30-minute and 1 hour imbalances. We have the momentum, power, and the fuel from our gas stations. Then using the low time frame power, price switches to make our rally entry to hunt the previous week high. Let's have a really quick weekend recap practice. Today we will look at this coin called Blur. It had a really good setup. As usual, we will have a top-down analysis. In the weekly chart, everything was quite obvious. This gigantic weekly imbalance failed, and price straightly head over this imbalance above to fill it. We had a nice long bias here. In the daily time frame, things were more clear with higher precision. For example, this imbalance here. Price was also clearing this nice parabolic liquidity. You see, all we do here is re-practice the masterclass content, imbalances and parabolic liquidity. And as you know, we have been at this mega rally since the beginning of July. I have no intention to look for short trades here. How about the momentum layout? How was the power? We had a really early price switch, but this was way too early for me during the time when I was sleeping. But the momentum was clear. This thing is going up. With this 30-minute imbalance tap and 2 and 4 hour momentum imbalances, I was already convinced of possible upwards movement. All these are very clear, no question I believe. As you can see, what I teach in the Masterclass program keeps happening every single day. Let me repeat, the same things keep happening every single day and multiple times a day with tens of coins. Now drop to the 5 minutes to look for trades. There was this nice break and structure box here, which created a perfect imbalance, an order block location to enter. As you can see, there is a nice, very early price switch here. If you entered here, you probably break even or maybe stopped out. And there's nothing wrong with it. I do stop out or break even a lot. It is all part of the game. Later on, once the imbalance is fully filled and the order block tapped, price ignites and a true switch happens. As I said, sometimes price hunts the internal liquidity. There's nothing wrong with it. There was a clear 3-4% move here to catch. Let me remind you again, if you have break-even or stop out from time to time, there's nothing wrong with it. Nobody wins every trade. Nobody can. It is impossible. Let's put everything back together. With daily and weekly charts, we understood that price was filling imbalances, and we had our certain direction. We also know that July was the big rally month. Everything gained power with coins and we were going up and up. We noticed the 30-minute imbalance tap, and within 5 minutes we identified a nice structure box to trade. Then we managed our risk to make the possible trades and entries. Let's learn how to catch this rally of E and S. Just look at it. It's simply crazy. We were able to get this rally before they happen. Okay, fellow friends, no more empty talk. Let's get back to business. As usual, we start again with the weekly chart. As you can see, the weekly time frame suggests us we are in a mega rally. A gigantic price switch happened back in the May. But as a day trader, I'm mostly concerned about the most recent price action. And my main target was this previous week's high. This high gave me the bias, a possible point that price may want to move towards. In the daily chart, I will be honest with you. There was no bias in the daily chart. When I look at this, I only see choppy price action. It's like I'm staring at Nasdaq charts. So I had to rely on the weekly bias for this coin. The previous week high was the main target for me. Yes, bias is important, but without momentum and power, there is no meaning of bias. Do you know why we trade the top gainers? Because they already have the absolute power and buyer interests. Top gainer coins are the only ones that can carry us to our bias point. Now look at this. 30-minute, 1 hour and 2 hour imbalance taps. Price superchargers here. Super power for the necessary movement to carry us or hunt us for the previous week high. Remember this, without power and momentum, a bias has no meaning at all. Around the 30-minute chart, you can clearly see this. The falling knife is stopped. Sellers cannot push the price anymore. Something is wrong here. Buyers gaining power. The accumulation started. In 1 and 2 hours, you can notice large rejection wicks and hammer-like candlesticks. And with the 4-hour time frame, we already have the momentum imbalance with us. It is like all the planets align and scream at us to get ready. Ready for what? Rally, rally. The rally is coming. It's so obvious. How do I know this? Because I have seen this happen 10,000 times before. Now, let's observe this area and talk about the lower time frames and possible entry models. Okay, in the 15-minute chart, I also noticed a nice equal highs area at top. So, this gives me vibes of higher liquidity waiting for us at above. If you look here, you'll also notice that seller imbalances keep failing to push the price down. A great sign for the buyers. This is a nice rally entry here. 10% move. It is simply crazy. What if you have entered early here? As you know, price may seek further liquidity, more fuel to move. We never know what will happen for 100% for sure. This is why I teach you the yo-yo method in the masterclass. You must teach yourself to average down if it is necessary sometimes, because this is always a possibility. Yo-yo is not a complex order method. With a little bit of practice, you will learn it in no time. Okay, time to recap. In the weekly time frame, we have noticed the previous week high as a possible bias point. The gigantic weekly imbalance was pushing the price up. The daily chart was very choppy and did not give us good clues about the bias. In our momentum layout, we have noticed the 3 time frame imbalance supercharge. Plus, we also noticed the inner equal highs, which made the bias stronger for us. Finally, we have looked for the micro low time frame price switch to enter. A classic momentum scalping, a strategy that happens almost every single day. Let's understand the nature of market crashes. There are some days all assets in the world are crashing at the same time. This is Bitcoin chart. See how it is keep crashing in the recent days. Check this Ethereum chart. A large crash since in the last 2 days. And do not think about this is just coins. Check the gold, world safe haven assets, crashing like hell in the recent days. What about United States stocks, Nasdaq and S&P 500? Crashes like nothing else out there in the last 2 days. And the crashes keep going. Somebody in the world, the smart money you may say, is taking obvious profits from their positions and reshaping the markets nowadays. So, when I open my coin list and see the blood red like here, there's no reason to push myself against the world. Yes, you can find 1 or 2 gems to long with rally. It's possible but very hard. Instead, it is better to go with the flow of the world. Just sort your list to get the top losers and wait for a suitable trade to short the asset. So, we will look at the crash strategy today. The exact opposite of the rally. Basically, we were short. Omni was one of the biggest top losers of the day. In the daily chart, I have immediately noticed a couple of things. This daily momentum imbalance here, price was so heavily crashing. I thought that we can ride this crash until the hunt for this liquidity. And this coin was really weak in the last 4 or 5 days. It was already crashing. It is obvious that somebody out there tried to close their positions on this coin and try to get out. When I opened the momentum layout, I immediately noticed it. Noticed what? The supercharge of 3 top imbalances, 30 minutes, 1 and 2 hours. I said, okay, this is it. The exact opposite of rally happening with this coin. And the 4-hour momentum imbalance proved to me that there's not much buyer powers on this coin. Sellers had this full control here at this moment. Now, let's see the 15-minute time frame. Remember, this is the point of supercharge of 3 different imbalance steps. Price also hit the 15-minute imbalance here. What I was thinking is, can we pull back further and fill this imbalance, or even hit the support and resistance flip area, then fall? You see, I have 100% short bias here, but all I do is try to find a suitable place to short. I see people keep jumping trade to trades. Most people have no patience at all. They overtrade and keep losing. Sometimes I wait 1 hour to take one single trade. Patience for the right entry. This is the secret of successful trading. Patience. Then I saw this, the momentum imbalance where the micro price switch happens. Sellers are in the full control here. Then I joined the crash. Do not worry, rally and crash is the 100% same thing. One is named for the longs, the other one named for the short trades. That's it. Riding this small wave until I grab 2-3% from the market. Simple and clean. Get in and get out, because we do not know what will happen next. Get in and get out. Okay, let me recap the day for you. We already know that everything in the world is crashing at the moment. Gold, silver, stock markets, all of the coins. Then we are not fighting against the whole world. We flow with the world. Then we notice the 3-tap imbalance supercharge, and with 15-minute momentum imbalance. We confirm the micro price switch and enter the short trade with the crash strategy. Even though I do not enjoy short trades, in the days like this one, I will flow with the world. Let's take a look at this A++ Masterclass setup. One of the best trades I have ever seen. A top runner coin called BOME. I will directly work on a top-down analysis as usual. From the weekly chart, I did not have good games with imbalances. Instead, we relied on liquidity this time. This coin was making an extremely simple, smart money action. It hunted the previous week low and started heading towards the previous week high. A classic price action here. We had our overall weekly bias here. How cool is that? We find a bias in 1 second. Now checking the daily time frame. How did we convince us of this weekly bias? Daily action supported the weekly bias. Price not only swept the weekly low, it also filled the daily imbalances and tapped the daily order block. So we have fully powered, or I can say fully fueled for the movement. we got our high time frame bias with the combination of daily and weekly charts under a couple of seconds. We have the bias, all great and good. How about the momentum? Do we have the momentum or the real buyer power to carry us to our bias? Let's take a look at it. Within the 30-minute and 1-hour charts, you can see that we are fully powered with these internal imbalance taps. Within the 2 and 4-hour charts, I can see the momentum imbalances. Momentum imbalances give me the power and direction of the buyers. All great at this point. So, all we need to do is observe this low time frame action here inside this yellow circle. Right now, we are looking at the 5-minute low time frame entry chart. This little yellow point is where the price taps the 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances. This is the moment of full power for us. You can see the market structure shift right here with the structure box, and inside our structure box we have our BPR, the balanced price range area. Then the buyers gain the full momentum with momentum imbalance, the moment of a possible sniper entry. Let's make everything extremely clear for you. We already had our weekly and daily bias. Now we are looking for a reason to long this top gainer. In the 5-minute chart, price taps the 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances and the inner structure shifts. Inside the inner structure, we notice the balanced price range. Remember, what is a BPR? It is a combination of failed imbalance and momentum imbalance. A BPR is a perfection of a regular imbalance, and it is 100 times more powerful than ordinary imbalances. Never forget this. Actually, BPR is one of the core actions of price switches, which I teach in the masterclass. Then the price flies away, as you can see, a 7% move. Now, how to manage such a trade? Never ever get greedy here. Greediness or forgetting the risk management will destroy you. Okay, one more time. 1 single second of a greedy action can destroy all of your accounts. Now, take high amount of profits with 2-3% move here, and move your stop loss to break even to your entry. Let like 10-20% of your remaining position to run further for a possible runner. This is how you find your bias. This is how you confer your momentum. This is how you manage your trades. This is my 18th video in a row in 18 days. 18 days and 18 same setup. Just exactly the same as I teach you in the masterclass. One single strategy, one single indicator, one single trading method. Over and over, no difference. And it is happening every single day with top gainers or top losers. Let's talk about BNX. This was the crazy coin of the day. I'm sure that many of you traded this. It was just the A++ masterclass setup. Everything was clear and great. Okay, let's start with the weekly charts. What exactly did I see when I was looking at this weekly chart? First of all, we are still in this mega July rally. Shorting any coin nowadays is just a crazy idea. I look only for long trades. I noticed that this price is heading towards the previous weekly high area. That was my main target. And this mega weekly momentum imbalance proves to me that buyers are in control of this coin. Sellers are really weak. When I look at the daily chart, I noticed that price was powered with this daily imbalance here. This daily imbalance is not failing, instead holding the price. What does this mean? It means buyers are protecting their positions, sellers are still very weak. I hope this daily and weekly bias view is very clear for you. Let's take a quick look at the momentum layout. How did I find this coin? How did I guess the movement before it was hunting the previous week high? First of all, notice the 1 hour and 2 hour charts here, and how the price used the imbalances to power up here. In 30 minutes, I noticed a very clear price switch, and in the 4 hour time frame, the momentum imbalance. Let me repeat. Clear price switch on 30 minutes, 1 and 2 hour imbalance power, 4 hour momentum imbalance. Remember, I noticed all of this before the price hit the previous week high. This is how you catch trades in early stages, by reading these little clues. Now, let me open the 5-minute chart beside the momentum layout. Do you see this yellow circle? This is where all the action happens. Now I will closely observe this 5-minute area. Again, I can only see all this price action with our revolutionary 3-layout system from the Masterclass, which allows me to read 10 different time frames with a single quick look. Let's take a close look at this 5-minute time frame before the final hunt of the previous weekly high. First of all, the price was also using this inner 5-minute imbalance and order block to power up. Notice the structure boxes started to appear and buyers gained power towards the previous week high. Buyers gaining absolute power here with a certain direction. However, I have used the 15-minute time frame to trade this coin. In the 15 minutes, I did not even need to go lower and confuse myself. I saw the clear price switch here, and the new buyer imbalance was holding the price. This is how I joined the rally here. Basically, the rally strategy. This was a total of 5% move to catch. I managed to secure the trade with 2-3% move. Remember, markets are cruel. Always secure your profits. There's no certainty in the markets. Protecting your account is much more important than making money. Never forget this. Okay, what did we do here? From the weekly chart, we understood that price was heading the previous week high. In the daily chart, we have noticed that price using the daily imbalance to power up for a final push towards the weekly high. With the 1 and 2 hour time frames, we confirmed the imbalance tap and fill. With the 15 and 5-minute charts, we had our final price switch confirmations. Here you go, a full top-down analysis for you with every single detail. There's no one else in the YouTube break down trades like me. Same exact setups every single day. I teach you one single strategy, and it is highly proven every single day, as you can see. Let's have a really quick weekend practice video on one of the top gainers. This was a really nice coin. It was gaining crazy power recently with the cryptocurrency bull wave. Let's start with the weekly chart first. When I look at the weekly chart, I already see this failing imbalance, which is a bad news for the sellers. And this weekly imbalance was a great bias for us. It gives us clues about where the price could move to. Simple and clean. In the daily chart, you can see that coin fully filled its daily imbalance. Remember, imbalances and gaps can be fully filled. No one knows the action until we see some reversal signs on it. And then the daily momentum imbalance confirms the power of buyers. There was also this parabolic liquidity waiting for us. As you can see, everything here is designed for the buyers. Perfect bull environment. Let's take a look at the momentum layout and get clues of price switches. It's really clear that price tapped 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances to power up. Remember, more imbalanced taps are always better for us. If you look down below, you can see where the daily rally started with the early price switch. So basically, a price switch can happen in any time frame, weekly, daily, hourly, or minute-based charts. What we are going to do is this. We will observe the price action inside this yellow accumulation area and get ideas about the price movements. When I look at the chart within 5 minutes, you might ask now why 5 minutes? Or not why not 15 minutes or 3 minutes? Same answer again. It is about the clearest price action. And in this case, 5 minutes was the best for us. Again, we are going to look for micro price switches after the price tapped the 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances. If you closely observe the chart, there are 3 clear micro price switches here. Each has some sort of imbalance fails or momentum imbalances. With each move, it actually gives us 2-3% price move to trade, quick in and outs. But in this case, it was wise to hold the trades. Why? Because at the top, you can notice the perfect equal highs. Yes, we already have weekly imbalance to fill, but we also have these inner equal highs to take care of. I have macro and micro bias here. Both show me that price here wants to go up. A wise trade idea here is place the trade, take some profits, and set the stops to break even. It is obvious that these equal highs will get hunted one way or another. Okay, time to recap the price action. We have noticed that this price was trying to fully fill the weekly imbalance here. We noticed that price is powered by a 30-minute and 1-hour imbalance together. And it gives us a chance to enter with micro price switches. However, we also had this great inner equal highs to hunt. This gives us the inner bias. This was a double bias trade idea. I hope everything was clear for you, just like in the masterclass. All the same examples. Okay, let's talk about the power coin today. This morning we had great rallies with almost all coins. And the Bitcoin is very close to breaking its all highs again. Crypto world is really hot. The best way to trade is momentum rallies. As usual, we start with the weekly and daily charts to see the bias with the coins. Price was rebalancing itself by balancing the imbalances, as you can see in the weekly chart. Look at these weekly candlesticks, big green candlesticks. All coins are going crazy nowadays. In the daily time frame, price switches with this gigantic daily imbalance fail, and we are riding upwards. Price was precisely we are trying to fill this daily imbalance, which was inside the weekly imbalance. With our 3 layout system in the Momentum Masterclass, seeing all this is just a piece of cake. Okay, we had our bias, but what about the momentum? Did we have the momentum? That is the critical question here. Let's see. If you closely check this out, price powered by 1 and 2 are imbalances here. This ignited and fueled the price to fill those weekly and daily imbalances. Everything you see is here like gears of a system and working together to accomplish a single movement. In 30 minutes, I can see the clear price switch happen. Buyers are gaining power and sellers are getting weaker. All great, but the question is simple. How do we trade this? We will work on this yellow circle in the 5 minutes so you can get a better idea of what is happening. After the tap of the 1 and 2-hour imbalances, price ignites right here. This imbalance fails and momentum imbalances start to appear. This is the first location of possible entry for the rally strategy. This crazy move should have given you around 3-4% move for the gain. But what if you have missed this entry? What to do then? As you can see, what happens here is simple structure box. Buyers gaining the full control here. And that is the perfect support and resistance flip area, which also collides with an inner imbalance. Perfect examples of entries in the Momentum Masterclass. And then another micro price switch with a rally strategy. As you can see, when a coin rallies, all we need is patience for the entries. So, let's do a recap. We are riding this crazy rally towards the weekly and daily imbalances. During the rally, price gets a break for a fuel in a gas station and pulls back in the 1 and 2-hour imbalances. This micro price switch is your first entry chance. Then the price ignites again and pulls back again on a structured box and support and resistance combo. Then again a secondary micro price switch happens for the micro rally. This was the story of the power coin. I hope you enjoyed it. As you can see, every single day we keep doing the same things over and over again. Ask this question: how do I find these exact 100% same setups every single day? This is not a coincidence. It happens exactly as shown in the masterclass with the 3 layout system. I will be honest, today was not an exciting day to trade. The market was slow and boring. There were no great runners or super rallies. We will check out this coin, BOME, and talk about how I grabbed a very quick move here. Let's learn. When I was looking at daily and weekly charts, I actually did not see anything exciting. Especially in the daily, price had already felt the daily imbalance here, and it was reacting. However, I also noticed the daily BPR area, and I thought this could cause a rally upwards. There was also this equal high above to strike for. In the end, in the terms of bias, I did not have any great opinion about today. Remember, we can find setups every single day, no problem. However, not all setups will be A+ setups. How about our momentum layout with 30 minutes and 1 to 4 hours? As you can see, price tapped the 30-minute and 1-hour imbalances. Here giving me ideas about upward movement. Within 2 hours, you can notice the failed imbalance here. Within 4 hours, we are pushing hard upwards. Altogether, I had this momentum idea of longing for the price. Now dropping to the 5 minutes time frame. Now let's see what was happening here exactly. The price was using its imbalances to push the price down. Notice how it happens here. Two imbalances push the price down nicely. But the third imbalance failed. Buyers gained pure power here. If you also check the left side, you'll notice that we had this gigantic 5-minute imbalance used as a power station to fill up. This was the point of the rally strategy. This gives us at least 2-3% quick grab chances out of the markets. Nothing too exciting, but on a day like this, not bad at all. Let's recap what we have done today. First of all, in the daily and weekly charts, there was nothing really exciting about the bias. Only thing I saw was this daily BPR area, which was pushing the price up. In the 30-minute and 1-hour charts, I have noticed that price was tapping these imbalances at the same time. This move fueled the price. Then I have noticed a 5-minute price switch for the rally strategy. Again, not an exciting day, not great setups like A++, but better than nothing. Completed the free trading course but still need more? My master classes teach liquidity, imbalance, and the market structure in detail. Combine them with forward and reverse trading using momentum superboxes and yo-yo cost average entry models. After that, you will master scalping with a one-screen free trading view indicator, a revolutionary trading system. Finally, you will learn to invest your profits using my 10-year swing investing with working agent system. Interested? Please see the video description.